To packing your pets.
It is Monday, September 13th. Good morning, and thanks for waking up with us for this special edition of CBS 4 News This Morning. I'm Lee Douglas.
And I'm James Hill. Now, we are in early to begin our continuing team coverage, keeping you informed and prepared with a close eye on Hurricane Floyd this morning. Let's
get right to meteorologist Bob Stoker and Weather Control with more on Floyd. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, Lee and James. Good morning, everybody. And now, no real effects from Floyd yet in South Florida, but the nature of it is we have to really keep an eye on this. It is continuing to move toward the west. Let me clue you in on everything to do about Floyd here. There is the eye. It's very, very well formed, about 35 miles across. Tropical storm force winds extending out from the center about 290 miles. So no doubt parts of the eastern Bahamas already feeling some of those buffeting winds around the tropical storm force winds. And then closer to the center, right around the center, within about 105 miles from the center, we do have hurricane force winds. Now, it is moving west right now. Let's talk to the National Hurricane Center and find out what the current thinking is. Good morning, sir. And what is going to happen next, do you think, with this hurricane?
Well, right now, the hurricane's moving west about 14 miles per hour. We're looking at winds that have increased to near 155 miles per hour. So this is a very strong Category 4 hurricane. We expect it to continue on this general westward track for the next 12 to 24 hours, most of today. And then tonight, start to see a turn more to the west-northwest as the system approaches the eastern portions of the, the western portions of the Atlantic here towards the Bahamas. So we expect this storm to stay offshore, but it's going to be real close as it turns over near the northern Bahamas and up across out away from Florida.
Does it look like it's going to slam into the Bahamas pretty hard at this point?
Well, right now, the aircraft gave us a low pressure of 922 millibars, so this is a very, very dangerous hurricane. So all interests in the Bahamas need to be prepared for a very dangerous borderline Category 5 hurricane. But right now, the main concern for them, the government there has put up a hurricane warning, and now we're concerned that every areas there, people need to get out of harm's way because we're looking at a storm surge potential of 15 to 20 feet. So it's going to be a very, very tough go for the folks in Northwest Bahamas.
And people would liken this in terms of pressure to Hurricane Andrew, but Hurricane Andrew was a much smaller storm than this.
That's right. This is actually a large hurricane. We have hurricane winds extending far out from the center, and as a result, compared to Andrew, a tight hurricane, this is a pretty large storm. So that's why we're going to see the interest along the Florida coast. We're going to see a large area that may get impacted by tropical storm force winds, and maybe even a larger area with a large area of hurricane force winds. So that's why we've issued a watch from south of Flagler Beach, Florida, down to near Hallandale. So we expect that some areas can feel the effects of this storm in a number of ways.
Is there a chance that watch could be extended farther south along the Florida coast?
Right now, the current forecast will keep the watch north of the Dade area, Dade County, Miami area. If any change of the track a little bit to the left, that could prop a situation. We may have to consider a watch extended south, but right now we think the main area is north of the Dade County line up to Flagler Beach. So right now the forecast track seems to be holding, and we'll have to see how the forecast continues to go as the Air Force gives us fixes.
Okay, very good. John Guiney, thank you very much again,
You're
sir.
welcome.
We appreciate it. We're going to continue watching this whole scenario as we go through the day, and let's clue you in on exactly where it is at this point. Matter of fact, I'll take you down close and personal on Hurricane Floyd. There's the eye, a very well-formed eye. All of the circulation, all the features, the rain bands, the inflow at the surface, the outflow across the top, everything's working perfectly for this to continue as at least a Category 4 storm in the near future. Location, if you're tracking here, is 23.7 north, 70.6 west, 155 mile per hour winds. Moving west at 14. Now, there's that pressure, 922 millibars. That is the pressure that Andrew was, but this storm is about 5 times bigger than Andrew in terms of space that it takes up. Andrew was a rather small storm, but a powerful one nonetheless. 545 miles now, east-southeast of Miami, and as we say, it's continuing to move toward the west, but that may not continue. Hurricane warnings out for most of the Bahamas. There's tropical storm warnings out for the southeastern Bahamas, and now a hurricane watch along the Florida coast from Hallandale to Flagler Beach, and that will likely continue at least for the next day or even 2 days as this thing continues to make its move. And what we think is going to affect this right now is this trough. You can see this weather here on our water vapor loop moving out toward the northeast, and as that sinks farther to the south, it is going to continue to affect the movement of the hurricane. We do think that it will keep it offshore southeastern Florida and probably not have enough effect to keep it away from somewhere around the central or north coast, maybe just brushing there and then maybe moving up. So we have all of these scenarios that we think about. Here's the current flow. We've got a high pressure ridge pushing this thing toward the west, but then overtaking it will be this upper level wind flow, as we just mentioned. That's going to come right down and help to move that out. Now, the future track calls for the afternoon today, somewhere around the central Bahamas, afternoon Tuesday. This is all very iffy. By afternoon on Wednesday, moving up the coast somewhere around Jacksonville or offshore. Now, there's a possibility that this could stay offshore for the entire way. Here's the first scenario that we see, moving towards, say, Cape Canaveral and then on up into North and South Carolina. So that's a possibility. That's just one possibility. There's another possibility that if it were to continue moving west long enough, we could actually experience some of those hurricane force winds. That is less likely at this point. Looks like it'll probably go up the coast. Now, a third scenario takes it really just along and skirts the northwestern Bahamas and moves on out to sea. That is actually the least likely scenario of the three. So the main thing here is we've got to keep watching this because it is close enough that we will probably experience some rain bands, some gusty winds out of this around the peripheral of Hurricane Floyd as he continues to move in our general direction. So that's the situation with Floyd right now. Again, this is not the time to put up shutters yet, but it is time to make sure you have your water, your batteries, your radio is working, your television, of course, your flashlights, all of the things, the canned food that you need. Make sure you have a hand-operated can opener, all those things, maybe some candles in case the power goes out. Do not use candles during a hurricane. If you are ever stuck inside, you don't want to have one of those bumped over by a gust of wind or even by yourself or a cat or whatever, start a fire. Nobody's going to come and be able to put it out, okay? So don't use candles until after the hurricane might pass by. We don't expect this in Dade County, but a possibility for Broward. Back to you.
All right, Bob, great to have you with us, of course. Let's recap, though. You said, you mentioned that there is now a hurricane watch in effect. And let's tell folks right off what to expect, the difference between a hurricane watch and a warning, and what they can expect as these hurricanes kick closer to the Florida coast.
Right. Now, a hurricane watch means within 36 to 48 hours, we'll feel the effects of a hurricane. It's not a sure thing. You notice how big that area is from Hallandale almost to the Georgia border. That's a broad area for a hurricane watch, but it's simply a matter of you could expect hurricane conditions within 36 to 48 hours. Whether or not that materializes, that's another story. Now, a warning, as you see in the Bahamas, they can expect hurricane force conditions possible within the next 24 hours. So they're very close to having a problem with this particular hurricane.
Okay, Bob, thank you very much, and we'll check back with you later. Your time right now is 5:08. The watching and waiting is going on all over Florida this morning. Residents and community leaders are keeping a very close eye on Hurricane Floyd. CBS 4's Lisa Cabrera continues our team coverage right now from the Miami-Dade County Emergency Operations Center. Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning, Lee. Emergency crews are on alert level 2 at this point. That means that they are in the initial stages, preparing shelters, also notifying the Red Cross to be prepared. Yesterday, Mayor Alex Pinellas came here to meet with some of the emergency officials. The idea at this point is to just be prepared. Talking to some of the people in South Florida, however, not everyone is quite ready.
Sweet potato a la carte on the counter, please.
On a typical Sunday night, Shorty's barbecue would be packed. But instead of chomping on ribs, a lot of these regulars are out getting hurricane supplies.
We tried to get into Publix. We couldn't find a place to park. When we found a place to park, there were about 15 people in every row, and there was no water.
I'm already prepared. I have plenty. We'll always have 4 or 5 jugs of water around. We always have things going, and I'm not really worried about it. Our house is ready for it.
On South Beach, it is business as usual. Managers telling us they are holding out until they get an evacuation order.
Still calm here, still sunny, still a beautiful night on the beach tonight. I don't think it's going to hit till Tuesday. That's what they're projecting right now, so it's really not an issue right now.
Dade County emergency managers met with Mayor Alex Pinellas, getting ready to launch emergency operations.
No need to panic, but please be prepared. That's the most important thing. We've been through this enough times to know
He says even if Floyd veers away from South Florida, it is likely we will feel the impact.
Statistically, the odds are against us. It's going to hit somewhere. And, you know, if it's not the windows that break, it's the water.
Are you taking this storm seriously?
Yeah, you have to. I went through Andrew, so I have to. I went in my closet for Andrew, so I'm ready.
Now, the Miami-Dade Emergency Operations Center has activated their rumor control hotline. That is so that you can call in and get all the very latest information. That number is 305-598-7550. Again, the rumor control hotline now in service so that you can call with all of your questions at 305-598-7550. Here at the EOC, we are expecting them to be fully staffed throughout the day. They are on level 2 alert. That is one shy of when they start talking about evacuations. They are not doing that at this point. A level 3 is when they start talking about possible evacuations. We are at level 2 at this point. In Tallahassee, we're told that emergency officials have begun mobilizing there. They are calling in essential personnel to come in for round-the-clock staffing at the EOC in Tallahassee. In Fort Pierce right now, some of the officials there are starting to kind of analyze some of the needs of some of their elderly people, some of the disabled people, people who require special medical attention. Again, as the developments continue through this morning, we're going to monitor everything that happens here at the EOC. Any recommendations that they might have for the public, we of course are going to bring it to you immediately. So you need to make sure you stay tuned to us for all the very latest information. We are live at the EOC. Lisa Cabrera, CBS 4 News this morning.
All right, thanks, Lisa. Being informed and being prepared is the key. As Hurricane Floyd approaches, we have a list of hurricane supplies you should have ready. A supply of water is key, enough to last you at least 2 weeks. Plan on having at least 2 liters of water per person per day for everyone in your household. Also be sure you have some non-perishable foods on hand. And make sure you have plenty of batteries for flashlights and radios. You should also have first aid kit handy and a sufficient supply of any medications you or anyone in your household uses.
And you can also follow the track of Hurricane Floyd with our Hurricane Survival Guide. You can pick one up at any Radio Shack, Pollo Tropical, or Tire Kingdom.
In the meantime, residents and community leaders in Broward are also keeping a close eye on Floyd, and CBS 4's Ted Scouten continues our team coverage right now from the Broward County Emergency Operations Center. Good morning, Ted.
Morning, James. Well, right now, employees are heading into the EOC. They should be here around 6 o'clock or so. So in about 45 minutes or so, everyone should be arriving here. Then around 7, they're all going to be meeting to try and figure out what they're going to do next. Now, likely they're going to have a lot to talk about up here in Broward County because right now there is a hurricane watch in effect that goes all the way south down to Hallandale Beach. So that's definitely going to give them something to talk about. Also, the rumor control hotline operates out of here. That hotline is expected to open around noon or so today. Once that opens, then we'll go out and give you that number once it's open. And again, it's supposed to be around noon or so. Now, what's going to happen here today is you have people from all the communities throughout Broward County who gather here, and what they do is they all work as one to try and figure out what the best plan of action is going to be. So if there's any evacuation orders or business closings, government closings, school closings, all that is going to come out of here. So once again, everyone's going to be arriving here around 6 o'clock, around 7. They're all going to get together and figure out where they're going to go from here. And then later on today, probably around noon, the rumor control hotline will be opening here in Broward County. Of course, we'll keep you up to date on that one. We're live in Plantation. I'm Ted Scouten, CBS 4 News this morning.
Okay, Ted, thanks. We'll check back with you as well a little later in the show. And don't forget our Neighbors for Neighbors lines. They are open right now. You can call Neighbors for Neighbors with any questions you might have about Hurricane Floyd. That number is on your screen, 305-597-4404.
Remember, no matter where you are, you'll also be able to keep tabs on Hurricane Floyd through our CBS 4 News Hurricane Network. It's a unique partnership of TV and radio stations working to keep you informed. In a hurricane warning, WPBT Channel 2 will provide captioning coverage for the hearing impaired. And if you can't watch TV, you can listen in on Magic 102.7 or on 101.5 Light FM. In the upper keys, you can tune to Star 102.1 FM. The middle and lower keys, it's US 1 Radio 104.7 and Conch FM Radio 98.7. Waxy 790 AM will carry continuous CBS 4 News coverage, and WQBA 1140 AM translates CBS 4 News to Spanish when a hurricane approaches. CBS 4 News this morning is just getting started on a special edition.
When we come back, we're going to bring you the very latest on Hurricane Floyd, so please stay with us.
You're watching CBS 4 News with Lee Davalos, James Hill, and meteorologist Bob Soper.
From land to sea, everyone's bracing for the Y2K bug. Tonight on CBS 4 News, Al Sunshine shows you how big ships, even the Coast Guard, are watching our waters for the millennium. Tonight, first at 5 on CBS 4 News.
They say a boy's best friend is his mother.
He's been living with her for the past 3 months.
But not if she fights with his wife.
Make a choice between me and your mother.
I can't do that. On the next Dr. Joy Brown.
Premieres today at 10 on CBS 4.
Welcome back. Your time right now is 5:15.
We, of course, are here to help you keep a close eye on Hurricane Floyd this morning.
Meteorologist Bob Soper is in weather control right now with more on Floyd. Bob.
All right, Lee and James, we continue to watch Floyd. We got the 5 a.m. advisory, and now it is a very strong Category 4 storm. You know, 1 mile per hour more, it would be a Category 5. So we're dealing with a very dangerous, huge hurricane. This is one of the biggest I've seen in quite some time. Here it is. We'll put it in motion for you. You can see the eye is wobbling a little bit, but really almost steadily moving toward the west as it is influenced by high pressure to the north of it, and that's getting underneath it and just pushing it west at this point. We don't think that'll continue, and I'll show you why in a minute. However, we're getting outer rain bands already in parts of the Bahamas starting to move through with some of the stronger winds, and even all the way down in Puerto Rico, they are getting some rain out of this thing and a little bit of buffeting and some swell. So it's a very, very large hurricane. Here at a close-up view, once again, there's Puerto Rico right there. You can see some of the rain, some of the bands, even the Virgin Islands getting some rain on the peripheral of this thing. And then in the Bahamas, there are some bands moving through, although not the full effects yet on this. Now, the hurricane force winds extend out 105 miles from the center, and tropical storm force winds extend out about 290 miles from the center, so it is a big storm. If you're tracking, it's at 23.7 north, 70.6 west, 155 mile per hour winds. It is moving west at 14 miles per hour, similar to what it's been moving for about the last 18 hours. It's 545 miles east-southeast of Miami, but much closer to San Salvador Island. Hurricane watch is in effect for the central and northwestern Bahamas. Tropical storm warnings continue for the southeastern Bahamas, Turks and Caicos. Hurricane watch, we got this drawn just a little bit high, Flagler Beach right around St. Augustine, but the watch goes from right around St. Augustine, Flagler Beach, down to Hallandale, which is, you know, the southern part of Broward County, right almost on the border of Broward and Miami-Dade County. So you'll notice that Miami-Dade is not yet, or may not ever be, in the hurricane watch area. We just talked to the Hurricane Center. They did not believe that they would be dealing with Miami-Dade County as far as a watch is concerned, but that could change. You know, if this moves just a little bit more to the west, then all bets are out the window for the moment, but it looks like it's going to recurve. Here is part of the upper level winds that we're talking about. As this continues to move toward the southeast, eventually that will pick up the hurricane circulation and move it away from our side of the state, at least our area of the state, and possibly up into anywhere from, say, Cape Canaveral northward all the way up into the Carolinas again. The Carolinas just stick out there inviting this to move in, and that's may happen. This is the high-pressure ridge we're talking about. It's right here, and that's continuing to move this toward the west. But again, this upper flow of the trough right here will move down enough so it should keep it offshore for us in South Florida, but for the rest of the southeastern U.S. may not be quite so welcome. Morning on Tuesday, we should see the Floyd future track somewhere around the northern Bahamas, and in the morning on Wednesday, somewhere up into around Cape Canaveral, maybe south of Cape Canaveral. Now, it may not, I'm not saying it's going to be on shore by any means, but that would be the idea, the general track coming like this and skirting the shoreline, but it may go ashore. We just don't know for sure. And here is the area of uncertainty. You see how wide that is. It could go almost anywhere, all the way over to Pensacola. It could go almost anywhere out to sea. And these are the scenarios that we're trying to consider here. First of all, one of the scenarios takes this very close to the coast on up into the Carolinas. That would move right along, as I say, brush the coast, and that would not be a terrible scenario to follow. Now, the other scenario would bring, scenario number 2, if you will, would bring it close to Broward County and slide right up the east coast of Florida, ending somewhere around Jacksonville or Savannah. The third scenario is one everybody would like to see. That would take it right out to sea and just brush the northwestern Bahamas. So that, again, that's all stuff that we have to wait and see. We also are following Tropical Storm Gert out here, almost a hurricane. Gert is continuing to move almost in the same path as Floyd is moving. And if you're tracking Gert, here it is at 5 a.m. 15.3 north, 38.1 west, 70-mile-per-hour winds, moving west at 20, and it's 1,415 miles east of the Lesser Antilles. But of course, the thing we want to keep an eye on now is our Hurricane Floyd, who continues to move toward the west. Back to you.
Okay, thanks, Bob. Of course, we'll be prepared to check in with you all through this morning. If even you have all your preparations done, of course, you're going to want to check your hurricane supply list with ours. And CBS 4's Stacey Santos is live from the Home Depot, probably a very popular place in Little Havana. Right, Stacey?
Definitely, James. I was admiring this lantern here, and then I was told it's the very last one they have at this Home Depot here. It's very early yet, but this is still not a ghost town. Now you can take a look for yourself. We got here about 3 in the morning here at the Home Depot. It's a steady flow in and out, and just wait, it's gonna pick up.
For those who haven't made the all-important stops, now's the time. The plywood, the batteries, the flashlights and generators are being grabbed up fast.
It's better to be safe than sorry.
As news spreads about Hurricane Floyd, you not only see the crowds hitting Publix for the bottles and cases of water, but you can feel a tension. Tension that storm experts say is really right on track.
This is certainly a threat to Miami-Dade County. It's important that the message be given. I think the media is doing the right thing and getting the message out. I just want people to know that this week there is a potential for this storm to hit this area. We want them to know about it and be prepared for it.
It's Andrew attention, having been there before.
There are still some, though, who say all this is just too much, too early.
Very overdone. I think this is mostly a reaction to the media. People are reacting like cattle. There's nothing wrong out there yet. It's way too soon to react to this.
Okay. Now, just to give you an idea of how busy it is, take a look over here. Usually there are 2 cashiers on duty. Now they've got a total of 6 working some pretty hefty OT. Usually they're busy cleaning at this time, but not today. They say they have double the crew they usually have here. And just to tell you how many people were in here yesterday, they ran out of plywood around midnight. And if you could take a look down, all the way down here, they're bringing more plywood in. And they're expecting to have everything that you need, all the supplies you need here, so you can come right over. We're live in Little Havana. Stacey Santos, CBS 4 News this morning.
And here's just a reminder of what hurricane supplies that you should have ready to go. A supply of water, enough to last you at least 2 weeks, and have some non-perishable foods as well. Make sure you have plenty of batteries for flashlights and radios, and you should also have a first aid kit handy.
Well, Miami-Dade County has activated its rumor control hotline, and that number is open to help you answer any of the questions you might have. It's on screen for you, 305-598-7550, and they'll keep you up to date, as we will throughout the morning. Time now is 5:23. We're just getting started on CBS 4 News this morning.
Our special continuing coverage on Hurricane Floyd continues in just a minute.
The storm is now a strong Category 4. Meteorologist Bob Soper has another update on the way.
Also ahead in other news to tell you about today, investigators searching for answers after a deadly building explosion. Details up next.
Plane parts fall from a jet land right in the middle of a South Florida neighborhood. We're going to show you what happened as we return.
You're watching a special edition of CBS 4 News.
Category 4. It's still in the Caribbean. It's definitely a storm we are keeping a close eye on for you, and the CBS 4 weather team is tracking every move. We have another update in just a few moments.
We now want to get you caught up on some of the other stories making news this morning. We begin in Russia, where dozens of people are killed after another building explosion. The building blew up early this morning in Moscow. 28 people died in that blast. 5 other people were injured. Police right now think a bomb caused that blast, and they're now looking for a man who rented offices in that building.
Closer to home, a frightening experience for those on board a Continental jet moments after taking off from Palm Beach International Airport. Passengers say they were in midair when suddenly there was an explosion, a fire, and parts of the plane started to fall off. CBS 4's Ken Rosato has that story.
Airplane parts littering this Palm Beach County neighborhood after Continental Flight 1933 encounters some major problems. The jet took off from Palm Beach International Airport at 7 this morning. It was on its way to Houston, but moments after takeoff, something went terribly wrong.
There was a bang, but I was looking out the window, and there was a small flash and an explosion, and then the piece of the engine compartment that surrounds the engine came loose and came back and hit the window where I was sitting.
Investigators say a bird may have gotten in the way, causing the engine to explode. That could have resulted in a piece of the engine compartment coming loose.
Then there was a little fire, and it went out immediately, and then there was just silence for the next 10 minutes.
The pilot was able to turn the plane around and land it safely. None of the 84 passengers on board was hurt. Ken Rosato, CBS 4 News.
A family outing on a pleasure boat takes a turn for the worst. The Coast Guard says a family of 4 was headed out to the ocean from Haulover Inlet yesterday when it encountered some rough waters. A wave came over the bow, swamping the boat until it eventually flipped. The family was rescued by the Sunny Isles Marine Patrol. No one was injured. A man is in good condition this morning after he was shot while leaving a South Miami-Dade nightclub. Police say the man was leaving the 165 Club on Southwest 27th Avenue early Sunday morning when a suspected robber approached him. Investigators say a fight broke out and the victim was shot. Police are still looking for the gunman.
Jury selection set for later this morning for accused prostitute killer Rory Conde. Conde is going on trial for murdering 6 prostitutes. He's already been convicted of burglary, sexual battery, and kidnapping. He reportedly confessed to police of terrorizing and killing the women in 1995 on Tamiami Trail. Fire breaking out at a Northwest Miami-Dade home. It happened on Northwest 94th Street yesterday morning. When firefighters arrived, smoke was pouring out of the windows, but they were quickly able to bring it under control. There was one person in the home. Thankfully, no injuries, though. Cause still under investigation.
Your time right now is 5:27. It is time to get out your Florida lottery tickets.
CBS 4, your official lottery station, the spot to watch the winners as they're chosen every night on CBS 4.
And here are this morning's winning numbers. Cash 3, 553, play 4, 2556.
Fantasy 5 numbers for you: 3, 17, 19, 25, and 26.
And we are continuing to track the path of Hurricane Floyd.
Now, this is the place to be in the hurricane season. We have our team of experts and, of course, all the high technology you could ever expect. Bob Soper will be joining us in just a few moments to give you all the latest. Stay with us on CBS 4.
Let's go right to meteorologist Bob Soper, who's been tracking Floyd for the very latest. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, Lee and James. Good morning, everybody. We are indeed keeping an eye on Hurricane Floyd. This is a very large hurricane. It's a Category 4, almost a Category 5. Now, it has 155-mile-per-hour winds. Category 5 hurricane, the strongest there is, would be 156 miles per hour. So it's only within 1 mile per hour of being a Category 5. This is a large, dangerous hurricane with tropical storm force winds extending out from the center about 290 miles or so, way out from the center where they're feeling some effects. And you can see how nicely developed this is for a hurricane. It has all the classic signs, all that good rotation, all of the circulation at the surface coming into the center. At the top, we've got some outflow that's helping this thing to continue its strength. And here it is. We'll put it in motion for you. This is the enhanced version of the infrared satellite picture. We use that at night because obviously there's no sunlight, so we can't see the clouds. But there you are. There's a big rain band there all the way down to Puerto Rico. They're feeling some effects from this thing, and it'll take you in even a little bit closer, and you can see a little bit better. There's Puerto Rico. There's Dominican Republic. Here are the Bahamas, and it's almost due east of San Salvador Island by about 200 or so miles. Let's see, put it exactly, 245 miles east of San Salvador in the central Bahamas, and it's continuing to move toward the west right now. So it does look like it will move across some part of the Bahamas. Right now it's at 23.7 north, 70.6 west, and it's 155-mile-per-hour winds moving west at 14. It's 545 miles east-southeast of Miami. And again, as we say, it is moving toward the west, but I wouldn't get overly concerned in Dade County anyway at this point. Right now, Hurricane Watch has been issued for Florida from Hallandale to Flagler Beach. Flagler Beach now is not very far from Daytona Beach, just about 20 miles south of Daytona Beach. So Flagler Beach, south to Hallandale, that is a hurricane watch area. Hurricane warnings, northwestern and central Bahamas, and still tropical storm warnings out over the southeastern Bahamas into the Turks and Caicos. Here's what we think is going to happen, and it looks like it's a pretty sure thing. We got an upper level low here. We got a trough hanging from that there. This is an upper level winds. As this moves farther to the southeast, we do think this will sink into the southeast. That will produce southwest winds that won't be all that strong, but should be just enough as this tries to approach southeastern Florida. It, by tonight, should help it to turn away from South Florida and skirt the coast and move in somewhere up the coast. We'll talk about Daytona Beach, maybe up to maybe even Cape Hatteras. It all depends on how strong that trough is, how far and how quickly it gets to Hurricane Floyd in time. There's that upper level wind flow I'm talking about. High pressure right now producing the easterly winds, pushing it westerly, and that's keeping it on this westerly track. Now, if it keeps on this track very much longer, then we've got more of a threat to South Florida. But we think in the morning tomorrow it should be somewhere around the central Bahamas, maybe even the northwestern Bahamas, around Eleuthera, or maybe even a little bit more to the west than that. Morning on Wednesday, it's very iffy. It could be somewhere in here, anywhere from Palm Beach up to Cape Canaveral. Morning on Thursday, now that's where we really get into the error. Boy, it gets really wide there. So you got to assume that it's going to be almost anywhere in here, but most likely scenario will be right along the Florida coast or over the Florida coast, somewhere in central or north Florida, and then moving on up maybe into Georgia, maybe even into Carolinas. If it stays offshore far enough, it becomes a greater threat to the Carolinas than anybody else. But this is all very, very iffy at this point. We're relying on Mother Nature to do what we think she will, but that doesn't always happen. The scenario number one then takes it right around Cape Canaveral and then on up the coast into the Carolinas. There's a second scenario, another computer model that takes this thing very close to Dade County and Broward County and then slides right up and over the coast, just continuing right up along the Florida coast. And then a third scenario, the one everybody would like to see, just brushing the northwestern Bahamas and moving out to sea. Now, that depends on how quickly this trough can get down here, how it meets up and interacts with the hurricane. If it interacts strongly enough, it would move it on this scenario number 3. As a matter of fact, there is a model called the GFDL that says that would be a best possibility as far as it's concerned. But we go with all the models and take a look at what everything says. And just keeping everything under control here. There is Floyd. By the way, here is Tropical Storm Gert out in the middle of the Atlantic. But look at this, just following right along almost the same path as Floyd right now. And if you're tracking Gert, it's 15.3 north, 38.1 west, 70-mile-per-hour winds, almost a hurricane, moving west at 20. So it's pretty fast movement, forward speed, 1,415 miles east of the Lesser Antilles. And we think over time this will almost follow the path of Floyd. So that's where we stand right now. Floyd continuing to move toward the west, but we think that will change late today and start to move a little bit more west-northwest, and that would take the danger away from Miami-Dade and possibly away from Broward County, but that remains to be seen.
Hey, Bob, a couple of quick questions for you.
Now that they've already issued the watch for parts of Florida, should people begin to put up their shutters now since they've heard of the watch?
I think it's not a bad idea, especially in Broward County and northward up into Palm Beach County. I think you ought to start thinking about at least to do those rooms and windows and doors that you don't normally use, save the places that you use the most for the last shutters that you put up, and you might wait for a warning on that. You'll still have 24 hours to get that done. However, remember, there will be squally weather. There could be rain bands as soon as tonight. So if you have any problem putting up shutters at this point, it would be a good idea to go ahead and move on that. But like I say, if you got like a small bedroom window and you want to have a little light, you might just put up half your hurricane shutter on that one and then finish the job when the warning goes up. Same way with your front door. Obviously, you can't shutter that up, so you got to be able to get out.
Hey, Bob, the point here is not to alarm folks, but to help folks get ready. We just had a report from Home Depot, and one of the gentlemen interviewed said, hey, what's the worry? It's so far off the coast. Well, you've been doing weather here in South Florida for years. You've never really seen a storm that has this size, have you?
Well, you know, there was one, I recall, I think Gilbert maybe was one almost this size, but it wasn't as strong. That's the thing. It's a combination. This thing is so huge, and it is strong. I mean, this is almost a Category 5, and that's as strong as Camille in 1969 that swept across the Mississippi Pacific coast. It's as strong as the Labor Day storm in 1935 that moved across the Keys. It is as strong in wind speed as Andrew was, but it is much bigger. It's 5 times bigger than Andrew. So the aerial coverage, I think we will feel some gusty winds up to tropical storm force winds in Miami-Dade. More probable that tropical storm force winds will be sustained in parts of Broward County, and that could even happen in Miami-Dade, only because this is such a huge storm. Remember, it's 245 away to the east from San Salvador. It's about 500 and some miles, 545, or was that right? What do we have? 545 away from Miami. So we're looking at 300 miles out, let's call it. It wouldn't take much for this to be affecting all of South Florida in terms of tropical storm force winds. So you have to be ready for that for sure.
Certainly worth being prepared for, huh?
Certainly.
Thanks, Bob.
Bob, thanks for that. Let's go to Linda Lucci now for a check on your Monday morning traffic. Good morning, Linda.
Thank you, Liv. Good morning to you. Well, fortunately, the traffic is not as bad as the weather is. Let's take a look at the Dolphin right now and see what's going on. Starting to build just a little bit eastbound coming off the turnpike, but really not too bad on the approach to the Palmetto. Let's move on over to the Palmetto now at 122nd Street. Starting to see a little more traffic, as you can see, southbound between I-75 and 103rd and I-95 now. A little traffic southbound from the Golden Glades Northwest 79th Street, and as you can see, roads are wet, so do use caution. We had some early morning rain. This report brought to you in part by Metropolitan Mortgage, 50 years of doing it right. Also brought to you by the Union Institute. Need a degree but can't attend classes? At the Union Institute, you work one-on-one with professors. Give them a call at 800-486-7141. And that's the latest from CBS 4 Traffic Control. From Shadow Traffic, I'm Linda Lucci.
All right, Linda, thank you. Well, as you've heard, Floyd is bearing down on the Bahamas.
That's where we find CBS 4 reporter Jack Hambrick. He is in Nassau, Bahamas, where they are starting to feel the effects of Floyd. Good morning, Jack.
One of the chief concerns amongst the government officials who have been trying to get the word out on television. They haven't been trying, that's what they've been doing, getting the word out on television, on radio, but they have been having a problem getting people to react. In fact, driving around Nassau, couldn't find anyone putting up any shutters or any storm blinds or anything preparing for this storm. Here in Nassau, the cruise ships have left, many of the tourists have left. But once again, the attitude, especially even here at our hotel, I talked to the manager, and he told me they weren't going to do anything to prepare for this storm until perhaps they absolutely knew that it was going to come to Nassau. And, of course, we know that once you wait that long, it can be too late. But they certainly have made no preparations at many of the hotels here in Nassau. And once again, driving around today, it's hard to imagine, but a lot of these people are kind of fearless, it appears, towards this hurricane, knowing that it's right at their back door, but they do have shelters ready to receive people. But once again, the problem is just getting people to react. We will, of course, be here throughout the storm, and we will bring you the latest.
Isn't that something? Right in the path, and they're not getting ready there
It's
yet.
amazing. Let's hope they do get on top of that. Well, our team coverage also continues now in Westchester.
This is where CBS 4's Evan Bacon joins us live from Sedano's Market, where folks are stocking up on food supplies. Right, Evan?
Right, Jim. The pre-dawn lull is keeping things kind of quiet here at Sedano's on 121st Avenue and Coral Way. But in the next hour or two, you can expect to see shoppers coming in, probably in hordes. It's going to get a lot busier here as the sun comes up. People will be shopping for those supplies. Not really much problem with anything except one commodity in short supply, that is water. This is the largest size water available at this time here at this supermarket. This is 1.5 liters of water. The gallon jugs, the 2-gallon jugs, were sold out yesterday, so store managers hope to get more supplies in. No problem with batteries, no problem with canned foods. More than enough at this point, so as the crowds start coming in, they'll have everything but water. So you may want to check out what's around town and get some supplies of water wherever you can find them, because if there's a problem here, you can bet there might be one in your neighborhood. So again, no problem with the other necessities like the batteries and the canned food, water in kind of short supply at some places. We'll be here at Sedano's checking out how people come in throughout the morning, and we'll update you as things come along. Live in West Miami, Evan Bacon, CBS 4 News this morning.
All right, thanks, Evan. 5:40. We want to help keep you prepared. We've got lots of ways you can check to make sure your preparations are complete. As Hurricane Andrew proved, a mobile home certainly not a safe place to ride out a storm. More than likely, you'll be ordered to evacuate if you do live in a mobile home, but before you do, make sure you secure your home well. All mobile homes should be securely anchored. They're supposed to be anchored 4 feet down into the ground. Inside, you should pack all your breakables in a well-packed carton. Place them on the floor of your mobile home. Lamps and mirrors should be placed in a bathtub. Pad them well with blankets. Turn off the water where it enters your home. Then they urge you to open all your faucets and leave them open. Be sure, of course, that you shut off all fuel lines or turn off gas bottles at the tank, but don't disconnect them. And we're also urging you to bring outside objects like garbage cans and lawn furniture inside or anchor them securely. Take a list of your personal property with you in case you need to file an insurance claim later. Itemize things like furniture, clothing, and valuables, and take photographs of your mobile home inside and out before you leave. And they'll also help your insurance adjuster. Now, if you have a pet, leave it in a kennel or with a friend. And if you're planning to ride out the storm in a Red Cross shelter, remember pets aren't allowed.
If you and your pet will evacuate to a safe place where you can ride out the storm together, here's a list of supplies you'll want to consider for this. Dry food and water enough for several days, food and water dishes that are non-spillable, newspaper and kitty litter, a leash for your dog, toys, blankets, and medicine that your pet might be taking or might need. Check your animal's ID and rabies tags. Make sure they are securely fastened so your pet is well identified in case you're separated. And if a storm does head our way, make copies of important papers, one you can't take with you if you need to evacuate. You should also have one or more forms of ID with you, and everything should be in a watertight container.
We also have a list of some of the things that you might be needing if you're going to secure your important documents. You want to make sure you have your birth certificates, deed or mortgage paperwork, your lease agreement if you rent, insurance policies for your home, auto, life, and health, and of any videos that you might have taken as well there too. Passport, voter registration cards, major credit cards, you might need them to get back into your home. Social security cards, wills, treasured photographs, slides, and home videos, as we said before. Backup disks of home computer data. It's also a good idea to get a safe deposit box for your valuables, but remember, bank officials will probably seal vaults during a hurricane warning.
Hurricanes are stressful for grown-ups, so you can just imagine what our kids are feeling. How do you prepare them without frightening them? Well, the experts say reassure them, but be realistic. No one can predict how they'll be affected, so don't promise your children that nothing will happen. Now, calmly reassure your kids that you've prepared for the storm in the best way possible. Be calm and in control. Your children will take their cues from you. Now, if you're nervous or panicky, they will be as well. Show them your hurricane supplies. Review your checklist with them. Give every family member a job so everyone feels like they're helping out. Even the youngest child can check to see if the flashlight works, or you can count the cans in your food supply. Talk about what a hurricane is. Let them monitor the weather reports and together track the storm's movement on a tracking map. The bottom line, keep talking. Encourage everyone to ask questions and express their feelings. Answer those questions as honestly as possible and don't make unrealistic promises. Remember, scientific facts will help younger children realize that a storm with an eye and a name isn't a monster. It's an act of nature. Well, now let's go back to Home Depot in Little Havana, where CBS 4's Stacey Santos is joining us live with more on hurricane supplies. Good morning, Stacey.
Good morning, Lee. I'm at one of the most popular spots in town right now, I'd say, and I have a basket full of supplies you're going to need if you come to the Home Depot. The attitude here, better safe than sorry.
For those who haven't made the all-important stops, now's the time. The plywood, the batteries, the flashlights, and generators are being grabbed up fast.
It's better to be safe than sorry.
As news spreads about Hurricane Floyd, you not only see the crowds hitting Publix for the bottles and cases of water, but you can feel a tension that storm experts say is really right on track.
This is certainly a threat to Miami-Dade County. It's important that the message be given. I think the media is doing the right thing and getting the message out. I just want people to know that this week there is a potential for this storm to hit this area. We want them to know about it and be prepared for it.
It's Andrew attention. Having been there before.
There are still some, though, who say all this is just too much, too early.
Very overdone. I think this is mostly a reaction to media. People are reacting like cattle. There's nothing wrong out there yet. It's way too soon to react to this.
Well, the attitude here is better safe than sorry. Here are some of the supplies you need. They still have the flashlights here. They have the battery. We put this all together for you. They've got the tarps here. They say they ran out of plywood just around midnight. They are getting some more in. They're running out of these garbage cans, so you'll want to get here soon. We are live in Little Havana. Stacey Santos, CBS 4 News this morning.
Sure, as the sun comes up, it's going to start getting a lot busier there. Well, you're watching continuing coverage of Hurricane Floyd.
Well, we are keeping track of its path, and let's go back to Bob Soper. He's got the latest details and the extent of the hurricane watch that's now in effect. Good morning again, Bob.
Good morning. We've been looking at some information that has come in about Floyd, and one of the reasons why Floyd may have increased in strength is it's over a little pool of warmer water. It's judged by the Johns Hopkins University study of the sea surface temperatures. Warmer water gives more energy to a storm and then gives it a chance to grow. Heat is certainly the most important energy source for a hurricane. And there is the eye right there. You can see this thing just continues to move on a track toward the west. It's a very well-developed eye. It's a very strong storm, very well wrapped up there, and continuing to move toward the west. We don't think that's going to continue, but for now it is, and that puts the central Bahamas in jeopardy. It's only about 245 miles away from San Salvador Island. Even as far down to the south as Puerto Rico, getting some effects from this thing as there are rain bands all the way out that far to the south. But we've got that good inflow at the surface. We've got pretty good outflow across the top, and those two things really lend us to an increased strength on a hurricane. Now, Hurricane Floyd is located at 23.7 north, 70.6 west, 155 miles per hour, and moving west at 14. It's 545 east-southeast of Miami and 245 east of San Salvador. Now, we're going to go out to the National Hurricane Center and talk, I think, with John Guiney once again. John, we're talking about this sea surface temperature thing, this eddy of a little bit warmer water. What do you see going on there?
Well, we think that there's, based on the SST analysis, the sea surface temperature analysis of that area, it shows that there's some little bit of an area, a warm eddy, if you will, an area that's a little bit warmer than the surrounding waters, and that may be contributing to the intensification of the strengthening that we've seen of Floyd in the last 12 to 18 hours.
Do you think it will lose some strength as it moves away from that?
Well, once the storm usually deepens, it takes some time before it sort of levels off, because it continues, it has a time where it has to take a breath, if you will. But right now, we're seeing that it seems like it may have leveled off. We'll have to see. But typically, we'll see some fluctuations in intensity. But storms, typically at this intensity, they don't stay there at that peak intensity all the time. It may go through some cycles over the next 12 to 24 hours, but it's still going to remain an extremely dangerous hurricane.
You think it'll be a Category 4 storm as it moves across the Bahamas? Or if it does move across the Bahamas, would it be a Category 4?
Now, right now, we have it forecast as a Category 4 hurricane all the way up through the Bahamas, and then we gradually show some weakening between 48 and 72 hours later on tomorrow night, Wednesday morning, as it gets up towards a little bit cooler waters and it interacts parts of the circulation with part of the land. But right now we see a Category 4, at least through the Bahamas, absolutely.
Concerns here in South Florida, I know you put up the watch from Hallandale to Flagler Beach. Will that, any chance that could be extended southward? Do our people need to keep an eye on this?
Well, people have to keep their eye on that. We're going to have to reassess that later on in the morning, but right now the track we have, the threat area is Hallandale northward to Flagler Beach. Right now people in Dade County just need to be prepared that they may see tropical storm force winds, and we'll have to deal with that down the road.
Okay, John Guiney, thank you very much again,
You're
sir.
welcome.
We appreciate it. And as far as what we're looking at here is a big hurricane. It's 290 miles out from the center with tropical storm force winds, so something we have to continue to watch very carefully during the next 24 to 48 hours. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Bob and Mr. Guiney. We'll be checking in with the Weather Center all day, and keep it here on CBS 4 as well.
Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Force winds. This is a really big hurricane. If it were to move over Florida, it would be the entire state and Georgia, part of Georgia.
Yeah, I always consider hurricanes to be state size, but this is a huge one. If you compare that to Andrew, this is probably 3 or 4 times as big as Andrew, but strength-wise, they're about the same. So that small inner circle where you have the huge amount of wind and potential damage is, then it's about as strong as Andrew was.
So at this point, those hurricane force winds are about 105 or so miles out from the eye.
Yeah, and that's huge. So it can miss you a long ways and still give you a nice raking over.
I think that's the thing that people in Broward County at this point, because you've got the hurricane watch there, they need to be aware of that possibility of those strong winds because of the size of this storm.
Yeah, don't think that that in order to really get hammered, the center part has to come over you. It's a huge storm, and it can miss you a long ways, and you still really get hurt by this storm.
About what time would you expect we'll feel direct effects from this?
You know, I haven't really looked closely at that, but I'm thinking it's tomorrow, and it may be at the beginning or in the morning we may start to feel the winds, and that's we down here. We in the area to be affected most. You'll probably start seeing it in the morning, and the worst may come tomorrow night or the next morning.
Okay, so what we're watching here is the hurricane watch is in effect, and we're looking at what people should be doing, because if those winds come in the morning, that could even be in the middle of the night, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. It'd be dark out there, hard to do anything with shutters at that point.
Oh yeah, you need to, if you're in that watch area, you need to be doing your shutters today. But most important is that for everybody the solution is a little different. You need to be listening to what your emergency management folks are telling you locally, because what we say here may not apply to you, because it takes you a long time to get out, or maybe it doesn't take you very long at all, and you can put things off.
What would you advise people in Broward County right now to be doing at this point?
Know exactly what you must do. If you're being told to do it, don't delay, go ahead and do it. If you're being told to evacuate, go ahead, evacuate. Think about going the minimum distance you can. Go to a friend's house that's away from the water. If you can do that, it's better than going to a shelter. Shelters may be crowded. They're not all that friendly. I would just prefer to go to a friend's house if you can possibly do that.
Okay, good advice. Thank you very much, Jerry and Gerald. And just got your latest advisory here. So we're going to let the folks at home know what's going on there. And you can see right there, we've got the hurricane punched up for you. Let me read the new advisory to you. It's located now, if you want to write this down, 23.9 north, longitude 71.4 west. That's 195 miles east of San Salvador, and we got to presume that's about 510 miles to the east-southeast of Miami. Let me put in the stats that as of 5 a.m., and you can compare those. Now it's at 23.9, and now it's at 71.4 west, so it is continuing to move west at about 14 miles per hour. And again, it's 195 miles east of San Salvador, so they're got to be experiencing minimally tropical storm force winds there. And again, it's something like about 510 miles to the east-southeast of Miami. The winds are the same, still at 155 miles per hour, and the pressure is fluctuating. It's down to 921, which makes that pressure a little bit lower than Andrew. Got to be some concern there, but we know it's going to fluctuate a little bit.
All right, Bob, as we heard Jerry Gerald mention earlier, this storm, certainly a monstrous storm. Will we here in Miami-Dade be affected by any of those tropical storm winds that, are up to 40 miles an hour? And should Miami-Dade residents start putting up their shutters, if that's the case? No,
I think right now it would be a wait and see on the shutters for people in Miami-Dade. The thing that people in Miami-Dade ought to be thinking about is the debris, the plants, anything that can become a projectile, because we will see gusty winds. Could be down, up to around 40, 45 miles per hour, although we should not get the sustained tropical storm winds in Miami-Dade as possible in Broward and parts north. But we will see some gusty winds, so you really have to clean up around your neighborhood. Make sure you don't have some piece of wood flying through your window. Even if we don't get hit, that can make a terrible, terrible problem for you.
And as we heard from Jerry Gerald, the folks in the hurricane watch area from Hallandale up to Flagler Beach should be doing their hurricane preps with their shutters. Thank you, Bob. 7:50. We also want to remind you one more time, schools are open as well as government offices and businesses, and that means lots of traffic. Let's check the conditions with Linda Lucci once again. Linda.
Thank you, James. Good morning to you. Let's take a look at Broward.
They're watching and trying to determine whether they need to get out here or not. But if you are in Broward County, in those northern areas, you still want to head out to the store, even in Dade County. If you are heading out, we picked up a few items that you might want to consider if you're going to the grocery store. First, and most important, you need liquids, lots of water, any type of juice that you can find on the shelves. Stock up on this. Nothing that needs to be refrigerated. The other most important thing on your shopping list should be non-perishable foods, canned goods like soup, tuna fish, spaghetti and meatballs. Anything that you can open without having to heat up is easiest on you. If you are battening down the hatches, staying inside, You may want to munch on some Nutri-Grains or some peanut butter. If you are bringing out food, you don't want to wash plates. Have some styrofoam plates or paper plates available so you don't have to make a big mess around the house. And if you're bringing in food for yourself, don't forget about your pets. Alpo for dogs and cats, dry food is a good item to have on hand. Don't forget about those pets at home. Of course, you need your batteries to keep all those things going, like the TV and the radio, so you can stay in touch with CBS 4 News and get the latest on the coordinates. Some bleach to purify the water. Get those special instructions on how to do it, but bleach is also very important. Feminine needs for women, you need to take care of those, have those supplies on hand. And of course, toilet paper. You can never have enough of that. So if you're heading out to the stores, these are a few suggestions of what you might want to have. We're live in Westchester. Evan Bacon, CBS 4 News this morning.
All right, some good suggestions there, Evan. Now we turn to our team coverage with CBS 4's Ted Scouten.
And we have a hurricane watch that's from Hallandale up at the Flagler Beach area, and it looks like things are getting busier at the EOC there in Broward, correct, Ted?
That's definitely correct, James, and people here are taking this very seriously. As a matter of fact, they're saying now is the time that you should be getting ready. Joining me right now, Todd LeDuc. Todd is with the Broward County Fire Rescue. Todd, what is it that people in Broward County should be doing right now and as they get up today?
As you know, this is a very large storm, a very powerful Category 4. We're under a hurricane watch. Now is the time basically to start making critical preparations, things such as food supply, water supply, looking at a 2-week period that you should be prepared for, things such as taking care of your pets, filling up your fuel tank, getting cash out of the bank, other things such as emergency first aid kits, and also a plan in terms of what are you going to do. Are you going to stay in the house? Are you going to move to other areas? And to let other people, family, neighbors know those plans so we can have accountability throughout the area, not lose any folks to needless cause and whatnot. So,
now, I know one thing that a lot of people start to really think about is boarding up. It's such a pain to do it, but it's one of those things that needs to be done. Are you saying now people should actually start to get outside and put up the shutters?
Yeah, that has to be a consideration. What we're saying is basically the projections that we're looking at do show the storm coming within close area of the coast, so there will be some winds. It's just the intensity of the winds are in question at this point. What we are saying is, particularly if you don't have the time and you don't want to be out at the 12th hour, now is the time to start making those preparations. So there's a lot of things to be done between now and when a storm hits. So you need to allot enough time to accomplish all of those.
And I guess one thing too that people at home can kind of take an example from the fire department. You're getting out of Dodge over on the coast.
Exactly. We have plans underway. We haven't physically started that yet, but our coastal stations will be evacuated inland should the time come that we need to do that. Certainly when that happens, we will make the public aware that it's necessary to start moving. We also have the rumor control hotline that's available at 831-4000 that you can call for updated information. So right now we're under a watch. That means there is a potential within 36 hours to have hurricane force winds here. So we need to take it seriously. You need to make the preparations. If you haven't done that, it's not going to get any better in terms of the crowds, the lines. So now is the time to act.
You know, I think one thing too, a lot of people may be getting lulled a little bit into a bit of a false sense because everyone's talking about that curve to the north. But even if it makes that curve to the north, chances are we're going to get it something here.
That's correct. Some of the projections do show with the front coming down a slight curvature to the north. Certainly, most of the projections also put it very close to the coastline with that curve. So Broward Fire Rescue is strongly, with emergency management folks, recommending that you prepare as if we will have a brunt of this storm, and certainly can't go wrong with those preparations, and we don't want to be second guessing the projections, but nevertheless we do want to be prepared. This is a very large and dangerous storm.
Okay, Todd, thanks a lot. We appreciate it. We'll be talking to you later on today. Also, there's going to be a lot of information coming out of the EOC here in Broward County today because right now, as far as South Florida is concerned, we are the ones who are most under the gun. There is a hurricane watch in effect for all of Broward County, going from Hallandale Beach Boulevard right on the Miami-Dade Broward County line all the way up into North Florida. Now, also, as Todd was saying, the rumor control hotline is in operation here. It starts at 8 o'clock. Actually, 2 minutes from now it opens up. Let me give you that phone number, area code 954-831. 831-4000. That is the number for the rumor control hotline here in Broward County. Once again, 954-831-4000. What you're going to find out when you call that line is if you have questions as to are you in an evacuation area, or what is the latest on the situation here in Broward County. That's the number that you can call to get the latest information. Also, on that number, they're going to be able to separate fact from fiction for you. You may hear a lot of things and it may not be true, so you'll be able to get the information from the rumor control hotline. We're live in Plantation. I'm Ted Scouten, CBS 4 News this morning.
Now, some good advice from the experts there. They're saying it's not going to get any better if you're in the watch area. Get your preparations done.
Stay with us. We'll be right back.
September 20th, CBS becomes the comedy broadcasting system, beaming out TV's funniest signal. Wow! First, get your motor running with the season premiere of The King of Queens. Then, the series premiere of Ladies' Man.
You've got the only testosterone in the house.
Not true. Your mother's coming along with a very nice mustache.
And it's a brand new season for the Emmy-nominated Raymond.
You might want to cinch that robe. You got a little fruit coming out of the loom.
Plus, Ted Danson returns in the hit comedy Becker. The comedy broadcasting system hits the air Monday, September 20th on CBS.
Don't just stir my emotions, steal my heart. There's a cruise line that can do that. Celebrity.
You're simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anyone.
Celebrity Cruises.
CBS 4 News is sponsored by Royal Caribbean International, like no vacation on earth.
Monday, build your own aquarium on Martha Stewart Living.
Weekdays at 9. Now, live. This is a special edition of CBS 4 News.
We are tracking Hurricane Floyd's every move. Full team coverage is coming your way.
As we've been checking with all of our team members throughout South Florida, we're hearing rumor control hotlines are up and running. They're saying if you haven't done your preparations, now's the time to do it. It's not going to get any better as Floyd nears the Bahamas. Let's get a track with meteorologist Bob Soper in Weather Control. Good morning again, Bob.
All right, good morning again. Lee and James, it's definitely a possibility for tropical storm winds in Broward County and some gusty winds in Miami-Dade, although shutters may not be necessary in Miami-Dade. I think they are not a bad idea for you to start moving on that in Broward County because when this comes in, or if it comes as close as we think it will, it'll likely be in the dark of night. You don't want to be outside trying to clean things up or doing this or doing that, putting up shutters at 2 a.m. Okay, so get it done today, before dark today. Get your shutters up and get your debris picked up and everything like that. Get your car gassed up because we may lose power. That's always a possibility. There is the center right there. It's getting closer and closer to San Salvador. As a matter of fact, they're already experiencing tropical storm force winds in the central Bahamas and all the way down to the south around Puerto Rico. They've got a rain band moving through there with some pretty good rain, and there is the peripheral. And again, this is a very nicely formed hurricane. Just everything is working for it. Upper level exhaust is working. We've got some little winds blowing across the top, so that allows the chimney effect to continue that well-formed eye. It just is a very, very well-formed hurricane, very strong. At 23.9 north, 71.4 west. This is 8 o'clock advisory, 155 mile per hour winds. West at 14 miles per hour. Pressure now is a little bit below what it was in Andrew. Now, it's not any stronger than Andrew, but a little bit below that. That could be just a fluctuation. We think it is. 500 miles east-southeast of Miami, which is also about 195 miles east of San Salvador in the central Bahamas. Central Bahamas, northwestern Bahamas, hurricane warnings. That means hurricane conditions within 24 hours for you folks. So just get yourself ready there. From Hallandale to Flagler Beach, a hurricane watch. That means 36 to 48 hours. You could experience hurricane force winds anywhere up and down the east coast of Florida. And I would think with time, that's going to be extended up the coast into Georgia as well. But for now, they're playing it just conservatively on that part. Here's why we think it's going to turn away from South Florida and move on up the coast. We've got this trough right here moving down. You can already see you've got these winds coming in from the southwest in the upper levels. Watch this flow here. That is not real strong. This is a strong hurricane, but it will influence it to move a little bit away from South Florida and on, probably hugging the Florida coast in time. Upper level wind flow right there. We've got high pressure out here, which is helping this thing to move generally toward the west with a little northwesterly lean at this point. So that's what we're watching. Tomorrow morning, we're talking about sometime in the early hours of tomorrow morning. It is likely to be somewhere around the northwestern Bahamas, close enough to be bringing some tropical storm force winds to the southeast coast of Florida. Then in the morning on Wednesday, depending on where it goes, it should be affecting almost anywhere from Palm Beach up to, say, Cape Canaveral and Daytona Beach. Then in the morning on Thursday, as always, that's the biggest question mark because it's the farthest out, and that's why our cone of uncertainty grows as this gets farther up the coast. But we think in the morning on Thursday, it should be somewhere around Savannah, Jacksonville, maybe even as far to the north as Charleston, but it could even take a turn to the hard left. I don't think that's likely. It's more likely that it will continue and just move right along the coast, influencing the weather all along the coastal areas to the west of the center. And you don't have to have a center hit for this hurricane to affect your locales. Now, here again, here is Floyd right there moving toward the west with a little northerly lean right now. And here is Gert, probably a hurricane. We won't know until 11 o'clock this morning, but it sure does look like it's got pretty good formation. You'll notice it's moving toward the west and almost trying to follow Floyd. So we're going to have to keep a very close eye on Gert as well. If you're tracking, Gert at 5 a.m. was at 15.3 north, 38.1 west, 70 mile per hour winds, moving west at 20. It's got 990 millibars on the pressure and 1,415 miles east of the Lesser Antilles. So we're watching Floyd. Floyd is no doubt having some impact on the central Bahamas right now in terms of tropical storm winds. The thinking is that it will move in through the Bahamas with hurricane force winds. Whether or not it stays a Category 4 storm or not, we really don't know that for sure. But it is likely to be a Category 4 storm. So that is a major, major hurricane, and it is huge. This is 4 to 5 times bigger than Andrew, and with the same power that Andrew had. The difference may be is the forward movement isn't quite as fast as it was in Andrew. So what should you be doing? Check if you got a boat, definitely get on that. Find a safe harbor for your boat. Pick up that debris, as we mentioned, especially in Broward County, and perhaps those of you in Miami-Dade might want to check out your water supplies, your canned goods. We still could lose power even without it hitting directly over the southeastern corner of the state. James?
Well, Bob, as you follow this storm, you are reminding folks that the comparisons to Andrew again and the size of this, when you talk to Jerry Gerald, if they haven't been taking it serious, now is the time, isn't it?
Well, it certainly is for the folks in Broward County at this point and on up the coast and in the Bahamas. Desperately got to get serious. Let me show you this. Andrew, it was probably about this big. And look how much bigger this storm is than Andrew. I mean, this thing is just a monster storm, and it doesn't have to, the center does not have to come over your neighborhood for you to experience hurricane force winds or tropical storm force winds. So definitely it's getting close to shutter time and picking up that debris time and moving things indoors in Broward County.
Thanks, buddy.
Do it now before it gets too late and too dark.
Absolutely.
All right, Bob, thank you. Your time right now is 8:06. Let's get a check on your ride to work or school because schools are open today. Let's go to Shadow Traffic. Linda Lucci for more. Good morning, Linda.
Good morning, Lee. Thank you. Yes, traffic is as usual. Let's take a look at Broward County's 595 right now. Top portion of your screen is moving eastbound. It's slow from Flamingo Road now all the way to 441. Trying to clean up an accident right now, eastbound 595. It's at the entrance to southbound 95. And take a look at southbound 95 now in Miami-Dade. Very, very slow traffic moving through the Golden Glades all the way down to the Dolphin. This report brought to you in part by Metropolitan Mortgage, 50 years of doing it right. Also brought to you by AT&T Family Plan.
Hurricane, and the watches are up along the coast.
Folks are already jumping into action, buying supplies for their homes and stocking their shelves.
And experts at the Emergency Operations Center are giving us the very latest on the storm.
We're also going to be going live to the Hurricane Center to get reaction from forecasters there.
But first, we go over to meteorologist Bob Soper. He has the very latest coordinates on this huge storm. Bob.
It is indeed. Good morning, Ken and Ileana. We've got one of the biggest storms I've seen in my 20-some years down in South Florida, and I think about maybe the biggest any of us have seen in terms of size and in power. Here it is on the broad view. I just want to point out there is a tropical storm out here in the middle of the Atlantic called Gert that seems to be following in Floyd's footsteps. We'll worry about that down the line. But there is Floyd moving into the central Bahamas. It's very, very close now. Tropical storm force winds already affecting the central Bahamas. You can see the wind, rain bands all the way out to the Abacos, and we have seen some wind action, surf action along the east coast of Florida. I mean, it goes all the way out. It's a very big storm right around the center, about 105 miles around the center of the eye. We've got the eye wall and then winds extending out from that, about 105 miles. That is hurricane force winds. Of course, the strongest winds very close to the eye. But then you go out 290 to 300 miles from the center. That's tropical storm force winds. And that's all the way out there in the Bahamas and coming across San Salvador and some of the other east central Bahamas and even down into Puerto Rico. Some very heavy rain out of this squally weather around the periphery of Hurricane Floyd, which is now at 23.9 north, 71.4 west, 155 mile-per-hour winds. It's moving west at 14. Problem is it hasn't made that turn toward the west-northwest yet. We're just waiting and waiting. It's 500 miles east-southeast of Miami, but only about 190 miles to the east of San Salvador. So they're in it. They're in the tropical storm winds. Hurricane warnings in effect for central and northwestern Bahamas. We've got Flagler Beach to Hallandale for a hurricane watch. Now, the indications are that may very well be extended southward to include Miami-Dade County at least. So we're waiting for the 11 o'clock advisory to find out about that, but it does look like that is a likelihood. And what that means is 36 to 48 hours from now, we could be feeling the effects of Hurricane Floyd all the way into Miami-Dade County and all the way up the coast to Flagler Beach and possibly even farther to the north of that. You can see it right here. See how it's moving. This is the water vapor imagery, but you can still get the sense that it's trying to go a little bit to the north, but still mostly west. We're waiting on this trough. Now, it does look like it's going to get there. It does look like it's going to come down here, but the problem is this is such a powerful storm. Is this strong enough to nudge it away from us? That's about the best it's going to be able to do, is to kind of give it a nudge. These are the steering currents that we talk about all the time. There's a high-pressure ridge out here that is influencing it to move it toward the west right now, but this is the moneymaker and should move it away from the coast in time, but maybe not far enough away that we don't feel the major effects from this thing. As a matter of fact, by tomorrow morning, this center of this thing could be anywhere from the west side to way east of the Bahamas, but it looks like somewhere in here would be the most likely spot. In the morning on Wednesday, somewhere around central Florida or offshore, or maybe even in the Gulf of Mexico. Anything is possible right now because these things, as I say, it's a very large storm. Sometimes they can make their own path as they go. Morning on Thursday, someplace up around North Florida and Georgia, or maybe even the Carolinas. Let's talk to the Jerry Gerald at the National Hurricane Center. When we spoke before, you talked about possibly bringing this watch a little bit farther to the south through Miami-Dade. Would that include all of Miami-Dade down to Homestead, maybe Florida City?
Yeah, we're thinking probably down to Florida City. We don't want to include Monroe County. And so I would think that's where it would go. It's undecided, but we are leaning in that direction.
We talked about earlier the hurricane watch in Broward County, what things people should be doing there. Now it extends into Miami-Dade, and it's getting, time is growing shorter. What should people be doing right now?
Well, we don't tell people what actions to take, but I'm thinking now that this is the time, today's the time to put up shutters, because tomorrow we may have inclement weather and it gets very difficult to do that. So I would think you do that if you're told to move. And once we put up a watch down here, I think some evacuations are pretty much automatic. And so I think if you're told to move, don't delay, go ahead and do it, because they'll try to control traffic as much as they can. So the one thing you don't want to do is build in a delay that could later cost you.
So what's happening that is causing you to have this greater concern about Miami-Dade?
It wasn't that the meteorology changed. Nothing has really changed with the hurricane. The point that we're trying to make is that that turn we're looking for may well occur during the middle of the night. Now, if we wake up in the morning and it hasn't turned, then it's too late. And so if we were watching for it during the middle of the day, I think we'd feel more comfortable that we could accept the risk. But with it happening in the middle of the night and the possibility that it won't happen, then we'd be too late and the thing would be right on us.
Right, we're broadcasting to people who are asleep and they'd wake up to possible big problems and unable to do the preparations.
That's right. It's a matter of timing more than anything else.
Okay. Jerry Gerald, Director of the National Hurricane Center. Thank you, sir, once again. Always a pleasure to have Jerry fill us in on what's going on out there. Here is Tropical Storm Gert very quickly at 15.3 north, 38.1 west, 70-mile-per-hour winds, probably going to be a hurricane pretty quickly. And as I said earlier, following in the footsteps of Floyd, whether it does that, continue to do that, we don't know. It's moving west at 20, but it's way out there, over 1,400 miles away from South Florida. And a quick look at real-time radar. We have really kind of been neglecting our local area a little bit, but there are showers and a few storms coming in offshore into Miami-Dade and Kendall. This stuff is all moving generally toward the southwest. Pretty good shower there.
For so long, but Bob did note ever so slightly turn to the northwest. Are you seeing that?
Well, it has been going just a little bit north of due west, which is really important to us because we're looking right down the gun barrel. But I don't think we've seen the real change yet. I don't think we've seen the turn yet. It's going to be fairly dramatic. And unfortunately, it may happen after most folks would go to bed tonight. And therefore, if it doesn't happen, we would know that after people go to bed tonight. And so for that reason, we're now going to extend our watch on our 11th advisory. We'll extend it to include Miami-Dade County on this end, and we'll also take it up to the Georgia border on the other end.
So that's pretty much official now. And again, the reason is you want to make sure people know ahead of time, even if it's too early, actually, but that they know ahead of time as opposed to having people just awaken to this situation. Yeah,
we think if you're going to put up shutters, today's the day to do it, because if you wait till tomorrow, we may have a little bit too much wind for you to handle those, either the plywood or the panels for shutters.
Hey, Jerry, earlier we were talking about storms of this size and the importance of taking or having very, very high levels of respect for it. We were talking since, I guess, Saturday about that trough in the Midwest possibly diverting the storm, but I know within the last half hour you were talking to Bob about the possibility that this storm could cut right through and just barrel past that trough. What's the likelihood when you have a storm this size?
Well, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of experience with storms this size, and our models were not designed on storms this size, so there's a certain amount of lack of knowledge that is usually there with hurricanes just because this is so unusual. And we do think that sometimes very large hurricanes affect their environment in a way that will make the high to the north of them stronger and perhaps push them a little harder west. And this has fairly consistently been going faster toward the west than we expected, so there's some evidence that may be happening. That makes the turn a little later.
Well, let's
and a little farther west.
Let's hope we see that turn soon. Thank you, Jerry. Jerry Gerald, Director of the National Hurricane Center, with the very latest information on that. And we will be back with more on Hurricane Floyd right after this. Stay with us.
The CBS 4 Sun Sentinel Hurricane Survival Guide, your best source for helpful hurricane information. Created with knowledge and care by the experts at the Sun Sentinel and CBS 4 meteorologist Brian Norcross. Get yours at these participating outlets.
It's the 4th Annual International Ballet Festival of Miami. Artistic Director Pedro Pablo Peña. 23 of the most prestigious ballet companies represented by their greatest stars worldwide. Jackie Gleason Theater, Miami Beach, September 18th and 19th. Tickets on sale at Ticketmasters.
Most head lice treatments will kill lice and eggs, but only Nix with permethrin continues to protect your child against reinfestation for 14 days. Nix kills lice and keeps them from coming back. Nix 'em.
There's something new shaking at McDonald's. McSalad Shakers, crisp salads you shake in a cup, so there's no mess, and you get more taste in every bite. And from September 13th through the 17th, if you buy one, you get one free, only at McDonald's. Did somebody say McDonald's?
I sold insurance for 43 years up north. I made a good living at it. I sleep well at night knowing I never steered anybody wrong. I'm retired now, but I want to tell you something important about supplemental Medicare insurance. You don't need it. I never thought I'd say that about insurance, but it's true. That's why I have AvMed's Medicare plan. Supplemental insurance can cost about $100 a month. With the AvMed Medicare plan, I pay no monthly plan premiums and no deductibles. And AvMed has some of the best doctors in Florida. And I don't have to deal with clinics or anything like that. Don't take my word for it. Ask around. People who have AvMed swear by it, and not just because the price is right.
Call now for a free brochure.
Look, you need insurance for a lot of things. For your car, for your home. But when it comes to your health, you're better off with the AvMed Medicare plan.
Toilet acting like Old Faithful? One.
All right, we just got word that there's a press conference, a news conference happening as we speak in the Broward Emergency Operations Center. Let's go live there right now.
Full activation
Get this
of the
already in
Emergency
progress.
Operations Center this afternoon at 1 o'clock. We just urge that all of the residents of Broward County make the preparations now for what is a very dangerous storm. While we don't anticipate that this storm is going to make a direct hit on the east coast of Florida, we're really walking a very fine line with this one. If any of the weather events change that would cause this storm to not steer to the north, then we are indeed in great danger. So I would ask now Tony Carper if you'd be kind enough to just talk for a moment about preparation efforts that Broward County is making.
Thank you, Roger. As Roger said, at 1 o'clock we'll be going to a full activation of the Broward County Emergency Operations Center. In between now and then, we will be having several conference calls with the agencies of Broward County government, the municipalities, and the constitutional officers, as well as private sector entities that have interests in this event. We will then be in a decision-making mode this afternoon in the Broward EOC to determine what responses will be necessary based upon the most recent advisories from the National Hurricane Center. Tropical storm and hurricane warnings are possible this afternoon sometime for South Florida, and we'll be ready to respond to those. I do not anticipate that any actions will be necessary from in terms of sheltering and mass care until we have those warnings issued. Then we'll make a decision as to the appropriate level of response. We're looking at each advisory from the National Hurricane Center with extreme interest. We're confident in their forecast, and we're extremely hopeful that this will end, as Roger said, as a high wind event here for Broward County and South Florida. But we've stressed to all residents of Broward County that if there are any preparations that you may have been putting off in terms of getting an emergency kit together, batting down the hatches around your home or dwelling, that you begin thinking about doing those and be prepared, if needed, to quickly shutter your homes if necessary, based upon the anticipated warnings from the National Hurricane Center. And so the rest of the day will be, well, for the next couple of days, will be in 24-hour operation here at the Broward Emergency Operations Center and responding as needed to all the events associated with Hurricane Floyd.
Is the county doing anything right now in terms of their offices? I know the fire department is making some shifts of their operations away from the coast. Anything going on like that with the county?
Currently, we have no actions in terms of curtailing county government or curtailing business activities of county government. However, those are types of decisions that will be addressed this afternoon based on the most recent advisories from the Hurricane Center.
We understand that at 11 o'clock there'll be another update as far as possibility of raising it from a watch to a warning. Is there any truth in that?
11 o'clock is the normal issuance time for the watches and or for advisories from the National Hurricane Center. At this particular point, we have no indication that we will be placed under a warning. However, that is possible, and we will be responding to that if that does occur.
Mr. Carper, you give a 1 o'clock timetable for people here at the center. What about the residents? Can you give them any kind of timetable? What can they expect in terms of schools and any kind of boarding up, things like that?
Well, certainly today is the get ready day and personal preparations. As far as schools and the need for sheltering, and the need for any evacuation orders, that will be decided this afternoon. And I anticipate that most of those decisions will be reached before the evening newscast today, and that we will announce those at some point this afternoon as to what level of response is necessary based upon the advisories from the Hurricane Center.
Mr. Carper, I guess to make clear for some people too, I know there's been a lot of calls to the rumor control hotline, people in mobile homes saying, do we need to leave right now? Obviously, you're saying they need to wait for the time being.
For the time being, they need to pay close attention to Hurricane Floyd and its track. We will be issuing advisories for protective actions this afternoon based upon the most recent information from the Hurricane Center. Right now, we're looking down the road. The information that we're seeing is that the tropical storm force winds could commence in the Broward, South Florida region by tomorrow afternoon and continue through early evening, with perhaps the highest intensity being around 50 knots, which would be 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. So those are high winds, and anyone living in a mobile home should be concerned about those and be ready to take necessary action to protect themselves.
Right now, what are your biggest problems? What difficulties are you facing, your main concern areas as you start to plan?
Well, certainly our main issue right now is the track of Hurricane Floyd. It is, as Roger said, a close brush with the Florida Peninsula. And right now we're trying to balance the need to protect the public, but at the same time not taking actions that might not be appropriate this early in. So we're going to be looking at each advisory from the National Hurricane Center and making decisions according to those advisories.
Is there any kind of significance to Miami-Dade now going to, or scheduled to go to a launch? Does that have any effect on Broward in terms of supplies or the way you're doing your business, the way you began doing your business this morning?
Not essentially. I think for planning and operations purposes, we've always looked at Miami-Dade. We are a metropolitan region here, and we, if any part of the region is under a watch or an advisory of any type, then it essentially impacts everyone in the region. So essentially that will make no difference to our operational planning.
Mr. Carp.
How optimistic or pessimistic do you feel about the situation?
Well, they pay me to be a pessimist. So at this particular point, I'm hopeful, but at the same time, very cautious in advising anyone that we're going to escape impact from Hurricane George.
Mr. Carper, if there's going to be any evacuations, would that happen once a warning is issued, or how do you make the determination?
Well, we'll wait and see what type of warning we receive from the National Hurricane Center. Once we receive that warning, then we'll evaluate the data and then determine the appropriate level of protective actions.
Broward is such a high growth area, so much construction going on. If you do live next to a construction site, you're worried about debris, you're worried about the winds. What's your best advice to those people?
Well, certainly anyone that is an area that there is potential for wind-blown debris, should take actions today to clear up that situation, because 50, 60 mile per hour winds can pick up objects, but at the same token, 50, 60 miles an hour winds are not, the same types of winds that are in the core of the hurricane. So there certainly cannot be correlated with a brush from Hurricane Floyd and a direct impact.
We're still hearing a lot of people saying that there's time to prepare, there's still another day. At what point would you say to people in Broward County, you are running out of time?
Well, everyone in Broward needs to be taking actions today, and preparatory type actions, to be able to execute other actions quickly in the event that we issue evacuation orders or other protective measures to the general public.
Right now, there's been a lot of calls also from people in mobile homes concerned about, what they should be doing. I guess the people who live in those homes, as opposed to others who live in just regular homes, they need to be especially vigilant at this point.
Most certainly. People that live in mobile homes, manufactured homes, are particularly vulnerable to high wind events and should be prepared to take necessary actions to protect themselves in the event that those winds do materialize.
Geographically, how far inland can you travel before it's considered safe? I know people on the beach are boarding up windows, but are people in Miramar supposed to board up windows as well?
Well, the tropical storm force wind field that's forecast from Hurricane Floyd is supposed to reach well inland. So in terms of wind speeds there should be little difference from the coast to several miles inland. Again, with these winds, we'll have to make a determination in terms of our public message as to what level of preparedness, what level of preparation would be reasonable and be appropriate to respond to these winds. So this is going to be based upon these National Hurricane Center's advisories over the rest of the day today.
Because it's sprawling southwest Broward, people might think our home's brand new, it's got all the up-to-date codes, it's way inland, we're on the verge of the Everglades. I mean, we don't have to worry about a thing. Is that true or false?
Well, no, I think everyone within Broward County, from east to west, should be aware of Hurricane Floyd and be prepared to take whatever actions necessary to protect themselves from a high wind event.
If people spend the day-to-day preparing and then want to leave the area because they don't want to take any chances, which way do they go?
Well, we always tell people, if you feel uncomfortable, unsafe where you're at, to travel the shortest distance possible to friends, relatives, and to where you would feel safe. Above and beyond that, travel to hotel, motel accommodations within the region. And finally, if evacuation orders are issued, we will be opening public shelters so that will accommodate people that are in unsafe situations.
When will they be open?
They will be opened based upon the warnings from the National Hurricane Center of the hurricane tropical storm, and when we evaluate the need to issue evacuation orders.
At this point, what is the Hurricane Center telling you? Any warnings, if they were to be issued, would be later on? We were hearing a little bit, maybe as early as 11. Is your feeling that it would be later on in the afternoon as opposed to earlier?
I have no indications that there will be an imminent issuance of hurricane or tropical storm warnings from the Hurricane Center. However, that certainly is a possibility later on today, and that's the reason we're activating the EOC at 1 o'clock to be able to respond to those advisories.
And will you ever supersede the Hurricane Center in terms of heightening the level of awareness and heightening the level of warning here in terms of what you want your citizens to do, or would you wait for them?
We will, by and large, take actions based upon the National Hurricane Center's advisories. However, but we will evaluate the situation and independently take any actions that we feel is prudent and necessary.
Okay, and you've been listening to an advisory here from the Broward Emergency Operations Center. What basically he was saying is that they're going to take action here based on the advisories that we get from the Hurricane Center. And also now at 1 o'clock, this room right behind me here, this should begin to fill up. This is going to be filled up with people who are from the different municipalities within Broward County, the police departments, fire departments, and whatnot. These are the people here who are going to be making the decisions as to what is going to go on in the county, whether there's going to be evacuations and things of that nature. And once again, the officials here are saying that they are going to wait to hear the advisories from the Hurricane Center. Next one's coming at 11 o'clock, so in about 45 minutes or so. So they're waiting for that one. Once they get that, they're going to get on a conference call with all the municipalities in Broward, kind of let everyone know the information that they have, and then go from there. And then at 1 o'clock, once again, this whole place here is going to be activated. Let's take a look right over here in this area here. This over here is the Broward Rumor Control Hotline. A lot of operators in there. What these people are doing is they are ready to take calls if you have questions. That number, 954-831-4000. And we'll keep you up to date here from the Broward EOC. We're live in Plantation. I'm Ted Scouten, CBS 4 News.
Thank you very much, Ted.
And of course, we're still waiting for a lucky break, hoping that we dodge this huge bullet, but it doesn't look like that hopeful for the Bahamas. It's probably going to take a direct hit, at least parts of the islands are. And Jack Hambrick, last time we talked to him last night, he said people weren't even preparing. Let's see what it's like there today.
Are they getting ready at all, Jack, or what?
Ileana, Ken, amazingly, they're slowly beginning to prepare. In fact, in Nassau on Bay Street, which is one of the main avenues here, a lot of the tourist shops were open for business, only planning to close down this afternoon, but a lot of them were continuing business as usual. I'm actually at ZNS. It's the television network. I'm in their newsroom here in the Bahamas, and right in front of me is Jerome Sawyer. He runs the assignment desk here in the news department. Jerome, have we heard any reports from any of the southern islands, and what are we hearing so far about the weather and the conditions?
Well, at this point, we have received reports from islands in the central Bahamas, which will begin feeling effects by later today. They have overcast conditions, rain, seas, of course, are picking up. But for the most part, they are just concentrating right now on preparations, battening down the homes, moving people into shelters, those that need to be evacuated, especially off the coastline, because we are expecting some serious storm surge.
You've been covering this story for the past few days. Tell me, why have people been so slow and so relaxed in getting ready for this hurricane?
Well, I think when you talk about preparations, you need to talk about where the preparations are taking place. In the central Bahamas, in the southern Bahamas, they have been preparing. They are more familiar with hurricane conditions. They are the ones that are normally at risk first. I think here in Nassau in the north, people usually wait a little longer to see what's happening. It's been our experience every hurricane season that we are frightened a lot by these hurricanes. They're always coming close and they're turning away. Unfortunately, this time it seems that we are going to get some serious hurricane conditions, and I don't think a lot of people were expecting it until this point, until late last night, early this morning, when there was official word that, yes, we are directly in the path of the storm.
In your mind, many people here underprepared?
No, I think a lot of people are prepared. I think a lot of people are a bit nervous at this point. Hurricane Andrew was the last major hurricane we had come through in 1992. On the island of Eleuthera, there was extensive damage. 3 people actually were killed during that hurricane. I think we have become a little lax in monitoring these storms and preparing ourselves as we should. But I think for the most part, people are taking it seriously at this point.
I guess Dennis perhaps gave them a false sense of security.
Yeah, Dennis came through. It was a Category 1, brushed by the island of Abaco, minimal damage there. As we said, it was not as strong. People got the sense that maybe we were out of danger, and you have to realize also that we're midway through the season, and we're not accustomed to having a season so busy, so close together.
Okay, Jerome Sawyer, thank you very much, the assignment editor here at the news department at the Bahamian Broadcasting Network, ZNS. Once again, we've just been driving around through Paradise Island and also as well as Nassau proper, and we've been a lot of the hotels are vacant at this point. Most of the tourists have left or have prepared, but once again, a lot of people continuing life as usual here and not really preparing for this storm. And this storm is really at our back door at this point, so you would think that at some point this afternoon people would really start getting into high gear and getting ready for this storm because it is coming. Live in Nassau, Jack Hambrick, CBS 4 News.
Well, we can all get a false sense of security when these storms come so close and then skirt away. And you have to keep in mind, I think Tony Carper from Broward County was saying that he gets paid to be a pessimist. I would say sometimes it pays to be a pessimist, because if you have all this stuff left over, the hurricane goes off, you haven't really lost anything.
Right. Your bottled water will still be your bottled water. Your plywood can still stay in the garage.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that, and just be ready for, God forbid, the next time it comes around. Well, let's find out the exact status of the storm right now. CBS 4 meteorologist Bob Soper standing by with all the latest information. Bob, what does it look like now?
Well, Ken and Ileana, it's still marching slowly toward the west with maybe a slight lean to the north of west, but we're looking for a much more definitive turn than that to really get things moving. Here is a wide view, and you can see starting back here, going there, maybe slight lean to the north, but that's about the best we can manage at this point. You can see it just continues to move almost to the west. I think the big problem here, and what Jerry Jarrell mentioned a little while ago, is that if it keeps going west long enough, that will be a problem for the southeast coast because it won't have made the turn early enough. That's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for that expected turn. Hurricane force winds extend out from the center about 105 miles, and when we get all the way out to the edge, it's 290 miles from the center. We've got tropical storm force winds, so this is a huge storm, and it's packing big winds. It's symmetrical. It's got all the inflow situation. It's got outflow aloft, and that's exhausting the situation from the surface, and so it has a chance to keep its strength. It's now at 23.9 north, 71.4 west, 155 mile per hour winds. It's almost a Category 5 storm. It's moving west at 14. It's 500 miles east-southeast of Miami as of 8 a.m. and about 190 miles east of San Salvador in the Bahamas. But as we already heard, they're feeling the buffeting and the tropical storm force winds there. Hurricane warnings are in effect throughout the Bahamas from central to northwestern Bahama, and from Hallandale north to Flagler Beach. There is a hurricane watch in effect, but we think, and the Hurricane Center has alluded to the fact that they're probably going to extend that southward into Miami-Dade, so the watch will probably at 11 o'clock be extended to the south. Just be aware of that. Time to start checking your shutters, checking your preparation plans. Make sure you've got what you need, because you may need to put those shutters up. We're looking at the storm here. We're looking at a trough here. We're already seeing some southwesterly winds, but it's a very light flow coming out of the southwest and trying to nudge this thing. Maybe it is a little bit, but it really needs to get a little bit closer over in here. Here's the center now. It needs to be right about in there, and this needs to come down and be strong enough to nudge it. And I think that's all it's going to be able to do, because it's a very powerful storm, and it's going to have a problem moving it. You know, it would take Arnold Schwarzenegger to get in there and get underneath this one. This morning, tomorrow, it looks like it's going to be somewhere off our shoreline, so it's either going to be close to us or starting to have made that turn earlier. We hope it will make that turn in the next few hours, but if it doesn't, then we've got a problem. Morning on Wednesday, should be up around Cape Canaveral. Thursday, somewhere around Jacksonville, St. Augustine, on up into the Carolinas. So this is all very questionable. That's the most questionable there, by the way. That's why we have the broadest area of uncertainty. But morning Wednesday, morning Tuesday, looks like that will probably hold pretty true. So if you take the center of this track, it would come like this and eventually start churning. Now that means that the heavy winds are going to be over the peninsula. At least tropical storm force winds would be over the peninsula. Here it is again. There's Hurricane Floyd moving into the Bahamas. Behind it, following in its footsteps, there's Gert trying to move right in behind. So this one could move across the northern part of the Lesser Antilles, just as Floyd tried to do, and it is strengthening. It looks like it's probably already a hurricane. It looks pretty good, but it's right now we're still calling it a tropical storm. It's at 15.3 north at 38.1 west, 70-mile-per-hour winds, moving west at 20, and it's 1,415 miles east of the Lesser Antilles. Now on real-time radar, we have been ignoring this kind of this morning, but there are showers over eastern parts of Broward and Dade counties all the way down to near Homestead, and this stuff is generally moving inland toward the southwest off the ocean, so that's the way that stands right now. So watching Floyd as he continues to move generally in a westerly direction. We're waiting for that magic turn to the west-northwest, but it just has not happened yet. Back to you, Ileana and Ken.
Thank you very much, Bob. We'll check back with you in just a little bit.
Yeah, more on Hurricane Floyd and where it might be headed right after this. Stay with us.
I'm not just guarding the net. I'm protecting my team's honor. I can't call timeout to check my pad. So what's protecting me? Always Ultra with Flexi Wings. It's not just a thin version of a thick pad. The gel core can absorb 3 times more liquid than pads usually have to and turn it into gel. Pretty cool, huh? Always has me covered, so I can focus on keeping the net covered. Always Ultra. Always protecting.
Big news from the Sun Sentinel. More local news. Every section, every day. More about your area schools, your community park, the Feldman's wedding, the Lopez's baby, and the best in community events. More local news in the Sun Sentinel's all-new community news section. It's good news for you, challenging news for your dog. Sun Sentinel. More local news. Make that most. Toilet acting like Old Faithful? One call repairs it all. Introducing Total Care Home Maintenance Plans from ServiceLink, America's home repair and maintenance specialists. With one call, ServiceLink does it all. All this and more. We do everything under your roof, including your roof, all for one low monthly charge. Rover do it all over the carpet again. One call repairs it all. Call ServiceLink now, 1-877-LINK-ME-TOO, and see how one call repairs it all.
When the big storm threatens, turn to CBS 4 News Hurricane Network, working to keep you safe. And our CBS 4 weather team join forces with Channel 2 for open captioning for the hearing impaired, WQEA for CBS 4 information in Spanish. And when you can't watch CBS 4 News, listen to our radio partners, Magic, Light FM, Waxy, and in the Keys, US 1 and Conk FM. The CBS 4 News Hurricane Network, keeping you safe.
Valley workouts work. Join Bally Total Fitness for just $19 to start and no dues for 6 months. Call 1-800-FITNESS. Tone up.
19 to start.
Slim down.
No dues for 6 months.
Feel better.
Some long-term side effects may occur.
Call Bally Total Fitness today.
You've seen me presenting biographies of great people. Now I'm presenting a great home loan company, Metropolitan Mortgage. They've been making home loans for 50 years, and now they're better than ever. Bigger loans with surprisingly low interest rates, low payments for debt consolidation, and local offices to serve you, even if you've had credit or income problems. For a free, no-obligation inspection of your home, call 1-800-EASY-YES for Metropolitan Mortgage. 50 years of doing it right.
Work side by side with law professionals on every level. Doing online research, preparing documents, and helping to make a case work. These are the skills of today's paralegals. Become a paralegal with focused studies that fit your interest and a class schedule that fits your lifestyle. Call Atlantic Coast Institute in Fort Lauderdale at 800-581-8292 now.
Welcome back to our live continuing coverage as we follow the path of Hurricane Floyd. Still waiting for the storm to make that expected turn away up the coast and away from South Florida. We are hoping and keeping an eye on it.
And keeping all fingers crossed. Well, if you're planning to ride out the storm in a county shelter, here's what you need to know before you go. To find the shelter closest to you, call the Neighbors for Neighbors South Florida Hurricane Hotline in Miami-Dade County and the Keys. Dial 305-550-9944. That's 305-550-9944. Down in Broward and South Palm Beach counties, you can call without the area code, 550-9944. That's 550-9944. Red Cross officials want to remind you a shelter is not a hotel. That means you have to bring your own pillows, blankets, cots, or sleeping bags for yourself and the entire family. Bring your personal items, your medication. Remember, there's no one there who can get you your prescription, so bring it with you. Your eyeglasses, clothes, toiletries, things like hearing aids, baby needs, diapers, formula. Bring important papers such as your insurance papers, mortgage information, passports, birth certificates. Bundle them up, put them in plastic, and carry them with you. There are many things that you may not be able to bring to a shelter, like pets or firearms. Also, alcoholic beverages and smoking are all not permitted in shelters.
When we last talked to Jerry Gerald at the National Hurricane Center just a few minutes ago, he all but made it official that in the 11 o'clock advisory that hurricane watch now in effect from Broward County north will probably extend it down to include Miami-Dade County. So we want to go now live to CBS 4's Lisa Cabrera, who is checking things out at the Miami-Dade Emergency Operations Center. Let's see what they have to say.
Atlanta emergency management officials have been working yesterday and this morning discussing some of the possibilities. Mayor Alex Pinellas arrived about 30 minutes ago. We are expecting him to hold a news conference at 11:15. In the meantime, one idea that has come out of the discussions this morning is the possibility of voluntary evacuations later on this evening. We're told some people who live on the beach, who live in trailers, will be asked to voluntarily evacuate their residences. The biggest concern, as we heard Bob Soper talking about it earlier, is the fact that Floyd has not yet seemed to start that turn to the north. So, of course, Miami-Dade officials taking the threat of Floyd very seriously. And for people who are worried who live in Miami-Dade County, there is a phone number that you can call. The rumor control hotline number has been activated. That phone number is 305-598-7550. And for hearing impaired, 305-273-6711. Bell South Mobility users can call star 636, that's star OEM. Of course, Mayor Alex Pinellas here, we're expecting him to speak to the media right around 11:15. We're monitoring the latest discussions here at the EOC, but the bottom line now, EOC officials obviously taking Floyd very seriously. We'll keep you posted on all the latest developments.
Okay, Lisa, thanks. And we were talking just a few minutes ago. A lot of folks, I would imagine, are in a catch-22 situation. We are being urged to make preparations for our homes, but school's still in session. Most businesses are still business as usual. And you have to wonder how many people actually have the time to go out and start preparing right now. Let's hope that many people are let go from work and can get everything done.
Right, or call whomever you know who happens to be off today and ask if they could maybe give you a hand and maybe get the plywood that you may not have. And here's maybe a suggestion for the future, that if we happen to luck out and this just skirts by us with all our fingers crossed, hopefully that'll happen, maybe tomorrow you could pick some plywood up and keep it in the garage just to have on hand for the next time.
We're waiting for a news conference from the National Hurricane Center, and perhaps while we wait, we can tell you some preparations that you can make outside your home as well. We were talking about bringing in, for example, furniture that might be blown about during a hurricane. Those are things that obviously don't take that much time, and you can start doing that. If you can trim some of your trees, maybe some of the things that don't require as much time. Obviously, you probably will need help with the
all right,
storm shutters.
we're going to go right to the National Hurricane Center for this news conference right now.
Northwestern Bahamas and the Florida East Coast. Our forecast is essentially unchanged from the last several hours. We still expect the area of high pressure to the north of Floyd will weaken tonight and tomorrow when a trough approaches from the central United States. When that occurs, the track of the hurricane should change from west to west-northwest or northwest and bring the greatest threat of landfall in the United States to the area between central Florida and South Carolina. All of our forecast guidance is consistent with this expectation. On the other hand, our computer models do not have much experience in forecasting hurricanes as strong as Floyd. Our limited past experience with such storms indicates that they can continue to move to the west longer than the models indicate, possibly because they help maintain the area of high pressure to their north. Hurricane Gilbert was an example of such a storm. Gilbert moved westward much longer than any of the computer models forecast. Indeed, Floyd continues to move a little more westward than the models have suggested so far, and the current relatively rapid westward speed is also an indication that the area of high pressure to the north has not yet weakened. At this point, we think Floyd will turn more toward the northwest tonight when it is near the northwest Bahamas. However, if the high remains strong, then the turn would not occur until later, and this would place southeast Florida at risk of receiving hurricane conditions. If the turn does not occur by overnight, then there might be insufficient time for all preparations to be completed while conditions worsen on Tuesday. So while the greatest threat is north of southeast Florida, this hurricane's potential to be catastrophic demands special consideration. We believe that the prudent and cautious response is to extend the hurricane watch southward at 10:30 to include Dade County. Because Floyd is expected to turn toward the northwest, the hurricane watch is also extended northward to Brunswick, Georgia at 10:30 a.m. Hence, a hurricane watch is now in effect from Florida City in Dade County, Florida to Brunswick, Georgia. Now, I'm a little bit concerned about the counties down here. There seems to be a reluctance. The forecast says it's going to miss, but we've got to prepare for something more than that. Any preparations in South Florida should be completed today. If you wait until you know that the forecast is wrong, you waited too late. If you wait till tomorrow, you're not going to be able to complete the preparations. So I'm very concerned that we're not taking it serious enough, and I'm concerned about the area that was already in the watch, that we're not taking it serious enough soon enough.
And Jerry,
Take any questions.
Preparation specifically, what is it that you would like people to start doing now?
If you need to evacuate, if folks need to evacuate, they need to be told that soon that they need to evacuate. Today, they need to do that today. If you need to put up shutters, you need to do that today, because tomorrow you may not be able to do it because the winds, the outer winds, may be too strong to allow you to do that, plus the rain. It makes all these things much more difficult to do if we wait till later. So earlier is better, and the reason we put up a watch is we think the risk is too great. We think the risk of getting the hurricane, not the fringe, we think the risk of getting the hurricane is too great to ignore. So we think people have to prepare like the hurricane's going to hit you. Hope for the best, but you got to be prepared for the worst.
Jerry, this is Category 4 right now. What, if it continues on the path and it does hit the east coast of Florida or South Carolina, let's say, and it is a Category 4, talk about the destruction, the type of destruction we're looking at, and then also how that compares to Category 5, which it seems to be bordering on.
A Category 4, and in fact, we've had so little experience with Category 5s that it's hard for us to really distinguish between them. Category 4 is the most devastating hurricane we've ever had, the Category 4s, and that was Andrew, one that hit Galveston in 1900 that killed 6,000 people. Hugo is second only to Andrew in damage, but these are Category 4 hurricanes. To a large extent, it depends on where they hit. If they hit a populated area, then you've got one of these things that's off the scale in terms of damage, possibly fatalities. But if it hits in a sparsely populated area, and there are some between here and South Carolina, there are lots of sparsely populated targets, then you don't have a huge disaster, but you have just a lot of damage to whatever is there. So it's a disaster if it hits in the wrong place.
But in terms of the strength of the winds, if you're sitting in your house, let's say, and you're not directly on the beach and you're not in a so-called evacuated area, I mean, do the windows blow out? Do the walls come tumbling down?
Well, I think that's a good question, and once you get to a Category 3, that's about the place where homes began to be seriously damaged and you begin to lose a few roofs. By the time you get to a Category 4, most homes that receive that kind of wind will be essentially destroyed. Now, that doesn't mean you can't survive in there. In fact, you can. And for most people, if you're away from the water, that's still probably the safest place to be. If you can imagine being safe in a home that's torn apart. But that's still probably your best option, is to stay there if you're away from the water. So we would encourage people to evacuate that are in evacuation zones, and that's the counties that tell you that. And believe me, they've studied this extensively and they know what they're doing. So if you're told to evacuate, do it. Don't second guess anything. Now, if you're told that you don't need to evacuate, we don't think you ought to evacuate, because if you do, you get out in the traffic. We think your best bet is to stay in a well-built home, a normal home. If you're in a mobile home, it's different. Mobile homes are not built for this kind of wind, so you should.
Can you talk about the probabilities? What is the likelihood that Floyd might actually continue on this track and not make that turn in the middle of the night?
Yeah, let's see. I don't have that probability graphic up here. Well, these are probabilities, and this one is the 20% line. So the probability is 20% that it's at least 20% that it'll hit any of these points, and we're pretty much in that. So you're betting 1 out of 5. If you don't prepare, you're betting against 1 out of 5. Now, if you play the lottery, this is 20% is an extremely high probability, particularly if it means that your house is going to be blown down. And this is the probability that it'll come close to do that. So that's pretty high. Notice that the maximum probability is probably somewhere along in here, and it's probably not more than 30% for the worst case. So you're the difference between 20 and 30, and frankly, to me, that's not much different. So we do have what I consider to be a high probability, not 70 or 80%, but 20% is a high probability that you're going to get hit by a Category 4 hurricane. I mean, you don't walk across the street in front of traffic and you still probably have a 70 or 80% chance of making it across. It would be idiotic to walk across the street in those kinds of conditions.
Jerry, this situation you're talking about with the hurricane defining its own environment, essentially making its own weather, and not following the computer models, all your forecasting experience, what do you really think about that?
Well, I think we've seen evidence that this happens. I don't think any of us are ready to show you the mathematics of why it happens, or the physics of why it happens, but we're pretty sure that it happens, and there have been some simulations that suggest it should happen. But what happens is, if you realize that air that comes out of the top of the storm is very dry because it's had all the water wrung out of it. So it's very dry, it goes out and descends on the top of the high. So it's very warm air descending there, and that causes the pressure to rise in the high pressure area. Now, normally storms are so small compared to the size of the high that they don't have any effect on it. I mean, maybe they're changing it 0.1% or something, but this thing's almost as big as the high, so it does. There is logic that suggests that a storm this big could have a fairly profound effect on the strength of the high, and the fact that it's been going faster than any of our models suggest seems to suggest that there's something in there they're not accounting for, and that may well be it. This phenomena is not modeled well.
So you're a little worried about that.
Yeah, absolutely, and I worried enough to put a watch up down here.
Can you talk a little bit more about the timing? Are we still looking at tomorrow morning? We might first see the first signs of Hurricane Floyd.
Yeah, and I think by noon then things will probably be too serious for you to get much work done outside, and that's the reason that we would want to give people the rest of this day to be doing their preparations. If you put up shutters, you don't want to be out there in 20 or 30 mile per hour winds doing that. You want to do that when it's relatively light, like today. And also, you don't want to be out in the rain doing that.
Hey, Jerry, we were here not too long ago watching the development of Hurricane Dennis, and this time around, you know, sitting here, you sort of get a sense that it's almost like it's a more stressful situation. Do you feel that? Is it because this seems to be a really strong hurricane that looks to be making the beeline right for us and could be very, very catastrophic?
Yeah, with Dennis, you always had the hope that even if it hit somebody, it wasn't very strong. And you sort of had a half a storm. We didn't really have strong winds on the left side, the side that was closest to the U.S. coast and closest to the islands of the Bahamas. We really didn't have the strong winds. But this one, it's well developed already. It's a mature storm. It's symmetric. And winds are strong on both sides. So that's not some hope you have there. That's simply, it's not available to us. It is a strong storm. If it comes close to you, and it's huge, if it doesn't have to get really close, you get the effect of it. So there are all sorts of things that we could hope for with Dennis that are simply not available with this storm. And by the way, some of our models put Gert 5 or 6 days from now in the same position that Floyd is now. So we may be back here deja vuing all over again.
You mentioned that there seems to be a reluctance on the part of some of the people living in Miami-Dade and Broward counties. Why are you getting that sense, and how would you account for that?
I'm getting some feedback from the emergency management folks, and I'm not, I have no real way of gauging whether it's accurate or whether it represents a few people or a lot of people. If there is this reluctance, and I can imagine how it would be, because we're saying we don't really expect it to hit, but we're saying the risk is too great for you to take. I suppose it's everybody's choice to decide what risk is too great for them, but we think this is by no means a shoo-in, and you really need to be prepared. It's so inexpensive to prepare, and the cost is so great if you miss on the wrong side.
I know you're encouraging people to prepare now, but a lot of folks obviously weren't anticipating this. They're at work, their children are in school. Are you encouraging businesses perhaps to cooperate and allow employees to leave early? What would you recommend? Because obviously a lot of people may not easily be able to do that now.
Yeah, well, my people here have exactly the same problem, and where we can, we'll allow them to go home and at least start their preparations. So yeah, I think that's a good idea. I can imagine if I were operating a public store that's absolutely filled with people, I'd find it a little hard to let those folks go home. But where you can, then you probably ought to let people go that are going to go home and put up shutters and are going to provide for the safety of their families. And I realize there are all sorts of competing pressures on people to do this sort of thing.
But you are encouraging businesses to cooperate, and it's not too soon to allow.
Yeah, but who am I to encourage businesses to do anything?
Well, certainly what you say carries a lot of weight. So
perhaps do what you can. I would think is the logical thing here. People can work into the night to get their homes ready. It's not as easy, but they can do it. We're about out of time, I think, here.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Jerry Gerald, the director of the National Hurricane Center, so concerned that perhaps some South Floridians may not be taking the storm seriously. Did not wait till 11 o'clock to extend the watch. So Hurricane Watch is now in effect all the way from Florida City to Brunswick, Georgia. More on that right after this. Stay with us.
We've told you Chevrolet cars are trusted by more Americans than any other. And you know Chevy trucks are the most dependable, longest lasting on the road. There's just one more thing to remember. It's the clearance days of the Great Summer Drive-In. You can get $1,500 cash back on the 1999 Chevy Malibu, or get $2,500 cash back on the 1999 Blazer 4-door. A little security in an insecure world. It's the clearance days of the Great Summer Drive-In. See your local Chevrolet dealer today.
Honey, listen, PPO means access but bigger deductibles. A PHO offers a single hospital. An HMO is less money, but what's a PCP and a POS again?
You know, Marge joined Foundation Health 2 years ago, and she never has to deal with this alphabet soup.
Choosing the right health plan doesn't have to be so confusing. Ask any member of Foundation Health, all 6 million of them if you like. Call us. We have a simple solution to your health care needs. Foundation Health Plans.
Coffee, boss?
Thank you.
Introducing Bell South Solutions.
7 a.m. and we're off.
Get just the services you want and cash back.
All right, we got email. Yeah, as you were saying.
Call now and get local phone service and calling features. Then choose from Bell South wireless, internet, and paging.
Just check in the mailroom.
Together, they're a great deal.
Wonderful. I can't wait to tell my wife. I'll work with you. You know I'm hungry.
One bill and one number for customer service means less work for you.
She'll be back from lunch in 5 minutes. Okay, bye.
Well, we'll just have to wing it. We've done it before. Yeah.
Honey.
I'm sorry. Can I put you on hold?
Your 4 o'clock's here.
Oh, I gotta fly.
Call now and get $15 cash back for each new Bell South Solutions service you add. Dad.
What? Oh.
Call 1-877-642-8144 and get more done.
Work side by side with law professionals on every level. Doing online research, preparing documents, and helping to make a case work. These are the skills of today's paralegals. Become a paralegal with focused studies that fit your interest and a class schedule that fits your lifestyle. Call Atlantic Coast Institute in Fort Lauderdale at 800-581-8292 now.
What makes Kraft Singles so good? Kids know it's the taste. They don't know that 2 out of every 3 kids don't get the recommended amount of calcium. But with Kraft Singles, they get a good source of calcium and the taste they love. Kraft Singles, magic every single time.
Need cash yesterday? Call Metropolitan Mortgage today. Fast approvals, knowledgeable loan officers, low interest rates, surprisingly low payments, regardless of your credit or income. Metropolitan Mortgage, 1-800-EASY-YES.
Medical malpractice, wrongful death, workers' compensation, automobile accidents, nursing home abuse, Social Security disability, and all personal injuries. You have enough worries if you're dealing with one of these, so finding the right attorney shouldn't be one of them. Call LawNet today, an attorney referral service whose attorneys are specially selected based on their legal experience to handle your particular case. Call toll-free now, 1-888-LAW-NETT for the right attorney for you.
You're watching a special edition of CBS 4 News.
And you're looking at a live shot there from our CBS 4 News Broward cam. That's the New River in Fort Lauderdale. Look at that line of boats. You see those boat owners definitely heeding the advice and getting those boats in a line to shore to maybe dry dock them or at least get them into a safe location as the storm, Hurricane Floyd, continues to approach.
Yeah, and just minutes ago, the Hurricane Center extended the hurricane watch to Miami-Dade County. Let's check in with Bob Soper in Weather Control and get his take on that. Bob, we knew this was coming, but Jerry Gerald seems to be so concerned he didn't even wait till 11 o'clock.
Yeah, you know, it's always a factor of time, and once the watch goes up, you only have a certain limited number of hours of daylight left. And I think Jerry's thinking is, we're going to do it at 11 o'clock anyway. Why not go ahead and give people an additional 30 minutes to maybe get their work done at the office or pick up the kids from school or whatever, and get everything prepared for the home. I think that was a wise decision because he knew he was going to do it at 11 o'clock anyway. They've decided to extend that watch all the way to the south. The reason for that is not because we think that the storm is going to hit Miami-Dade County or even Broward County. It's the fact that the edges of it, some part of this storm is going to probably take a swipe at us. But the eye itself, the center of the storm with the toughest winds, will most likely stay offshore for southeastern Florida. But you know what? It's such a big storm, it doesn't matter. You're going to feel the effects. Tropical storm force winds, for sure. They're out almost 300 miles from the center and 100 miles out from the center hurricane force winds. So it doesn't have to get very much closer to give us those tropical storm force winds. And I think that was the thinking. Because it's a hurricane, they put up a hurricane watch. And so that's what we're doing. 36 to 48 hours from the time of the watch, we expect hurricane force conditions are possible in the hurricane watch area. And so that was the thinking there. And as you can see, this is a very symmetrical storm, very well wrapped up, very well defined. It's got some good exhausting over the top of it, and that helps these things to stay going as strong hurricanes. Still moving toward the west. It's at 24.1 north, 72.1 west. 155 mile per hour is still very, very strong, very dangerous Category 4 storm on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane scale. Moving west at 14 miles per hour. It's 455 miles east-southeast of Miami and about 180 miles east of San Salvador. So San Salvador is being hit now with, at least the central Bahamas being hit by those tropical storm force winds, and soon possibly hurricane force winds. So hurricane warnings in the central and northwestern Bahamas. From Brunswick, Georgia, down to Homestead now, we've got hurricane watch all along the east coast of Florida except for the Keys. That's the only spot that's kind of getting out of the deal. We've got this trough. We've been talking about it all morning. It needs to sink a little bit more to the south. We're starting to see a little bit more southwesterly wind here, but it's not strong enough yet. This is such a big, powerful hurricane. It's going to take a lot of impetus to move it. But I think with this coming down, it's a fairly strong trough, and I think that's what the thinking is from the Hurricane Center. That will provide us with just enough push to keep this thing offshore, but again, close enough that we'll get those tropical storm force winds. And by the way, Gert is now a hurricane out in the middle of the Atlantic. We've been watching that too. Here's what we think is going to happen. We've talked about where it was going to go, somewhere right along the coast of eastern Florida. Here is Gert out here, now just named a hurricane, and I'll give you a quick stat on that. 16.1 north, 40.1 west, 75 mile per hour winds. It's moving west at 20. It looks like it's going to follow the path of Floyd, come very close to the northern part of the Lesser Antilles, kind of the same path. So that's something we're keeping an eye on as far as that's concerned. But of course, Floyd's a whole lot closer to us. Back to you.
Yeah, you know, Jerry Gerald, just a few minutes ago, if you were watching, seemed to be urging local authorities to take action. He seems to be very concerned that if an evacuation order needs to be issued, it needs to be issued early. We're going to check in with the Miami-Dade Emergency Operations Center when we come back after this because we are awaiting word from Miami-Dade Mayor Alex Pinellas. So stay with us.
When the big storm threatens, turn to CBS 4 News Hurricane Network, working to keep you safe. And our CBS 4 weather team join forces with Channel 2 for open captioning for the hearing impaired, WQEA for CBS 4 information in Spanish. And when you can't watch CBS 4 News, listen to our radio partners, Magic, Light FM, Waxy, and in the Keys, US 1 and Conch FM. The CBS 4 News Hurricane Network, keeping you safe. Hurricane Season 99. The threat is real. The time to prepare is now. With the CBS 4 Sun Sentinel Hurricane Survival Guide. It's your best source for helpful hurricane information. Created with knowledge and care by the experts at the Sun Sentinel and CBS 4 meteorologist Brian Norcross. Get your CBS 4 Sun Sentinel Hurricane Survival Guide. Available at Radio Shack, Polo Tropical, and Tire Kingdom.
So let's hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
Do I smell stovetop stuffing?
It's a turkey!
Rumor has it my #1 side dish is being served with others. I can only hope. Ah, stovetop with chops. Splendid choice, madam. Stovetop dresses up any meal, and kids gobble it up. Even when you're serving chicken or meatloaf. Who needs turkey? Huh?
Dress up dinner tonight with Stovetop.
I don't want to go, but I gotta go.
So all this stuff is going?
Cluttered garage is a cluttered mind.
Introducing Bell South Solutions, an easy way to simplify and get cash back.
These?
Oh, too complicated. Hey, it's my mother.
Is she strong?
Call now and get local phone service and calling features, then choose from Bell South wireless, internet, and paging. Together, they're a great deal.
Save that.
It was a long time ago. I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, please.
Do you feel the new Greg? Oh, I should get that.
I don't think so.
Simpler is better.
Come on.
Get rid of the clutter with one bill and one number for customer service. Call 1-877-642-8141 and get $15 cash back for each new Bell South Solution service you add.
I can't talk now. We're working like dogs here. Clean and simple. The new Greg.
Yeah? Well, what does the new Greg plan to do about the driveway?
Call today and simplify your life.
What are you doing tomorrow?
And you are watching continuing coverage of Hurricane Floyd on CBS 4. We're following its every move and bringing you all the latest information available.
If you're just joining us, Miami-Dade County now joining Broward and the rest of North Florida in a hurricane watch. This is a time for you to get ready. Here are some preparations that you should be making outside your home right now, well before the storm arrives. First, bring in anything that could be picked up by the wind, like toys, garbage cans, patio furniture, any potted plants, your barbecue grill. If you have a TV antenna, you should take it down. Just make sure you unplug the TV set first. And for goodness sakes, don't let the antenna touch any power lines. Be very careful about that. If you have a pool, you can lower the water about a foot to compensate for heavy rains, but don't drain the pool totally. Draining it could make it pop out of the ground if the ground becomes saturated. You can also add extra chlorine to reduce contamination. Inspect your gutters and downspouts and remove any debris that could slow or block drainage. If you have trellises, take them down and store them. One thing you should not do right now is trim your trees, though. Garbage trucks won't pick up the trimmings this close to the storm, and branches left outside could just go airborne in high winds.
Well, as you prepare your home for the approaching storm, some other things that you should be doing: make sure to freeze water in plastic containers and freezer bags. Now, in case we have a power failure, at least you can move them to the refrigerator. You can move things like bottled water to the fridge and keep the food and the bottled water cold with those blocks of frozen ice. Don't forget to turn your refrigerator and freezer to the coldest settings for the same reason. It'll last and stay colder. Well, right now we're going to go to the Miami-Dade Emergency Operations Center. CBS 4's Lisa Cabrera standing by. She's been there since the middle of the night. And or actually, we will be going to her in just a second. But the important thing here that we have to emphasize, as Jerry Gerald emphasized before, please take heed. A lot of people, it seems, we're assuming based on the look on his face and the sound, the exasperation, is that people are not taking his advice. Take his advice. We now go to CBS 4's Lisa Cabrera, who's live at the Miami-Dade Emergency Operations Center. Lisa, what's happening there?
Ken, we've been waiting here all morning for Mayor Alex Pinellas to arrive. He is scheduled to start a news conference in just a couple of minutes right now. We've told the word out of this morning's meeting so far, the discussions between emergency management officials is the possibility of having voluntary evacuations. And now here comes the mayor. Let's go ahead and listen into what he has to say.
30 seconds, guys, 30 seconds.
Peter, you're right in the shot. Hey, Joe Alvarez.
Okay, just a few seconds now before we hear from Miami-Dade Mayor Alex Pinellas. And
10 seconds.
The National Hurricane Center was making it very clear that they're urging local authorities to take action. I'm sure that those local authorities, including the mayor, are listening. Let's see what they've decided based on the information coming out of the National Hurricane Center, which believes that this
tight
is a very
confines.
serious
We're dealing
threat.
with one of the most powerful storms ever to hit anywhere near the United States this century, and for that reason the county has to make preparations and announce some of those preparations at this given time. Joining us now is Miami-Dade Mayor Alex Pinellas, Miami-Dade Fire Director David Paulison, Miami-Dade Emergency Management Director Chuck Lanza, and Howard Lipman from the American Red Cross. Here's Miami-Dade Mayor Alex Pinellas. Mayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As we saw just a few moments ago, a hurricane watch has been extended to Miami-Dade County at 10:30, in fact 30 minutes before we anticipated it. Based on the 11 a.m. advisory, we are currently expecting tropical storm force winds to affect Miami-Dade County and other parts of South Florida as early as 9 a.m. tomorrow, and to sustain their presence in the South Florida area for several hours thereafter. As we all know, although this is still a Category 4 hurricane, it is only 1 mile off from being a Category 5 hurricane. This is something unlike we've seen in a long, long time. It is 5 times the size of Hurricane Andrew, which means that even if the storm were to veer to the north as projected, we will receive some impact in this community. The issue, of course, is when will Hurricane Floyd veer to the north? And I don't think anyone could answer that with any degree of certainty. We are hoping it will happen sooner than later. However, we simply cannot take the risk of it not turning to the north. And we need to start preparing this community now for the eventuality that it continues tracking to the west. As a result of that, I want to let the people of Miami-Dade County know that in all likelihood, we will be closing schools tomorrow. In all likelihood, we will be issuing evacuation orders later this afternoon. We're not sure yet if these are voluntary or mandatory orders or a combination thereof. We will make those decisions. Those of you, however, on the coastal areas, barrier islands, mobile homes, you could always expect to be the first ones to be evacuated, as is usually the case. We will also be making some decisions as it relates to shelters in the next few hours. And of course, we will be dealing with issues, dealing with governmental employees and making recommendations to private sector employees as well. I want to assure the people of Miami-Dade County that we've been working on this issue since late last night, well into this morning, and we are very much prepared if we need to issue evacuation orders early this afternoon and open the shelters. I've also been asked to relay from the American Red Cross a request that all employers with American Red Cross volunteers on staff to please release those employees immediately to respond for their assignments. Again, all employers in Miami-Dade County with American Red Cross volunteers on staff to please release those employees so they can respond for their assignments. And of course, the people of not only Miami-Dade County but to South Florida, let me reiterate that although we certainly don't want anyone to panic, please, if you're not prepared, this is the time to do it. We are working on a critically short period of time here with the northern veer or turn of the storm expected to take place perhaps late tonight or early tomorrow morning with insufficient time to prepare tomorrow. That's why we are preparing today, and we've got to prepare, quite frankly, for the worst. Hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst. And we ask you, the people of South Florida, to do the same thing. If you're not prepared, this is the time to do it with food supplies, water, supplies for your animals, for your children, medications, and other essential goods in anticipation of what may happen. Again, we are praying for the best, but we have to be prepared for the worst. And I want to reiterate what all the forecasters are saying. This is literally 1 mile away from being a Category 5 hurricane. These are not easy hurricanes to forecast and to model. And I think you've been able to tell by the most recent pronouncements by the forecasters that anything could happen. And the fact that the hurricane watch has now been extended south to Miami-Dade County clearly indicates that there should be some room for concern, not to panic, but room for concern. We will be prepared, and we will be back probably within an hour and a half or two with some more definitive answers on the issue of evacuations and shelters. Any questions?
How many people might be affected by this possible evacuation at this point?
Well, Peter, that all depends on the category. The a minimal evacuation of mobile homes, individuals who are electronically dependent for medical purposes, and barrier islands may only be a few thousand. Once you get into the Category 1 and Category 2 areas, you're talking about several hundreds of thousands of people, could be 200,000 people. Again, it depends to what level of category effect do we anticipate. Based on that, well, then we call for the evacuations.
You're extremely alarmed by this hurricane, the nature of it.
Well, I'm extremely concerned, and I think we all need to be concerned. Again, we're not panicking. We're prepared, but we have to be very concerned. And when you see forecasters who are concerned themselves, and they're not quite sure exactly when and whether the storm will turn, for us, it is a particular concern because we don't have a very large window of opportunity here. You're talking about a storm that may veer to the north in the middle of the night. You can't evacuate people at 3 in the morning. You either evacuate them by mid-evening today, or you basically have to wait for the morning. That's why we need to make some very difficult decisions here in the next couple hours.
Mr. Mayor, Miami-Dade residents went to work this morning without a hurricane watch. They're learning as they're at work, either in classes or at college, that they are now under a hurricane watch. What do you recommend they do?
Well, what I recommend, there's no reason for alarm today unless you're not prepared. I think if your home is properly prepared, there's no reason not to finish your workday. There's no reason not to finish your school hours. I think those, for people, however, who are not prepared, they may want to consider going home a few hours earlier, and certainly complete your preparations this evening. Plants that may be left out in the yard, lawn furniture, things of that nature, you deal with that this evening. Because again, based on the 11 a.m. advisory, we are not expecting the tropical storm force winds until 9 a.m. So it gives people a little bit of time. Not enough time really to evacuate a lot of people, but it does give people time to deal with their homes if they haven't done so. So for those who are at work right now or at school, I don't think anyone is in any danger, but certainly if these tracks continue the way they are, we would not recommend anyone going to school or going to work tomorrow.
When do you think people should start listening for some of the notices about evacuations? You said some may be mandatory, some may be voluntary. When should people start tuning in and really paying attention?
Well, I want to mention a couple of things. Some of the TV stations have been running evacuation shelter addresses. I would respectfully request that those be withdrawn at this time. First of all, shelters are not open, and secondly, we are updating the list of general population and special needs shelters at this time. We will have that available for you in about an hour and a half. I don't want people taking down addresses of shelters that may in fact not be open, so we would respectfully request that those be withdrawn. I would say that in about 2 hours you could expect some more information from us on the exact shelters and at what time we would be expecting them to open. Of course, that has to come hand in hand with an evacuation order of some sort, which we perhaps will be prepared to make within the next 2 hours.
People who live by the water need to maybe start at least thinking about plans.
Coastal communities, the barrier islands, especially those, you know, the Star Islands, Sunset Islands, all those islands in the Bay Area that we've dealt with before, and mobile home residents are the ones that need to be prepared, because typically that the first mandatory evacuation order deals with those residents. That is correct.
When do you think you'll be making a decision about schools, closing of the schools?
I have not spoken yet with the superintendent. I expect to get him on the phone very, very shortly. But I would expect at this point that will be one of the first decisions that will be made. For all intents and purposes, I think we could expect schools to be closed tomorrow, but we will finalize that decision as soon as I speak with the superintendent.
Movement of hundreds of thousands of youngsters. You're concerned about such a huge task.
Well, I'm not concerned with youngsters going home today from school after school. There's no concern on our minds about children going home in the due course of business today. Certainly, in light of the facts that and the circumstances, we don't recommend that anyone take their children to school tomorrow, public or private. That's why, in all likelihood, schools will be closed tomorrow. But there's no need to be concerned about children going home from school this afternoon or adults going home from work later today.
Based on the feedback that you're getting, are you concerned that residents of Miami-Dade County, too many of them, may already have assumed that this storm is swinging north?
Quite to the contrary. based on the feedback I'm getting, I think people are very much attuned with what's happening, and for the most part, they have been skeptical about these projections that the storm is going to turn north. Based on the activity we've seen at the supermarkets, at the grocery stores, at the hardware stores, people are preparing despite the forecast of the storm veering to the north. So that's the good news, but of course we ask those who have not prepared yet to do so. Sí, cómo no.
Okay, now just to recap what Miami-Dade Mayor Alex Pinellas was just talking about, he said that Miami-Dade County likely, but it hasn't been ordered yet, but likely will be closing all schools tomorrow in preparation for Hurricane Floyd. Coastal mobile homes, if the evacuations are ordered, or I should say if they are requested, those of you who live in coastal communities, the Bay Islands between Miami and Miami Beach, and those of you who live in mobile homes, you would be the first ones requested to go inland. And also the American Red Cross, if you happen to be an employer who has people who are part of the American Red Cross, you are requested to allow them to get to their assigned posts.
And the mayor's comments we should mention coming shortly after the National Hurricane Center extended the hurricane watch area all the way south to Florida City. So now Miami-Dade County is included, so is Broward, and up the North Florida coast up to Georgia. More on Hurricane Floyd and its track as we continue our live coverage after this.
Before you go out and rent a carpet shampooer, get the Dirt Devil Easy Steamer, the lightest, easiest, most compact carpet cleaner. The Easy Steamer gives you deep cleaning power you can see, with a motorized brush that agitates and lifts stains and everyday dirt right out of your carpet, upholstery, or stairs. For professional results at home, get the Easy Steamer, because nothing escapes the power of a Dirt Devil.
Ragtime. It was a century full of dreams, dance, music, and life. Now, it's Broadway's biggest musical, and it's coming to town. Ragtime, Broadway's most honored musical, including 4 1998 Tony Awards. Ragtime. Don't miss what every musical should be, and no other has ever been.
October 5th through the 23rd at the Broward Center for the Performing Arts. Tickets are available now. Presented by the Fort Lauderdale Broadway series.
Leaky roof ruining your love life? One call repairs it all. Introducing Total Care Home Maintenance Plans from ServiceLink, America's home repair and maintenance specialists. With one call, ServiceLink does it all. All this and more. We do everything under your roof, including your roof, all for one low monthly charge. Overdo it all over the carpet again. One call repairs it all. Call ServiceLink now, 1-877-LINK-ME-TO, and see how one call repairs it all.
These health plan brochures read like stereo instructions. Listen, for optimum outcomes and cost containment leading to job modification and team reintegration, how are we supposed to choose a health plan?
Well, we chose Foundation Health at my last job because everything was very straightforward, very simple.
Choosing the right health plan doesn't have to be so confusing. Ask any member of Foundation Health, all 6 million of them if you like. Call us. We have a simple solution to your health care needs. Foundation Health Plan.
Around here, we like to eat. And we're tired of feeling guilty because we like to eat things that taste good. The folks who make craft salad dressing must have read our minds. They've got a bunch of dressings called Light Done Right, with half the fat of the regular kind, but they taste better than anything light has a right to. Light Done Right. I guess they just know what we like. Around here, the dressing is craft.
Rally Furniture is overstocked. Our fall inventory has arrived too soon, and we have no space for it. We're desperate, and we're passing the savings on to you. We're practically giving away our leftover stock, and we're marking down the fall line at up to 70% off. Save on whole rooms or individual pieces. Now is your opportunity to save, save, save. Rally Furniture, 7900 Northwest 27th Avenue in the Northside Shopping Plaza, right next to the police station.
We've got a new Scott towel we think is pretty amazing. So we thought it made sense to test it under the toughest conditions.
We made a big mess.
Okay. You see, only new Scott towels have ridges, designed to pick up spills even quicker than you know who.
It's a winner! New Scott towels with ridges. Common sense on a roll.
You are watching continuing coverage of Hurricane Floyd on CBS 4. We are following its every move. And of course, we're bringing you the very latest information available.
And good to have you aboard at this slightly earlier hour, Jennifer Gould. And we want to make sure that people know exactly what numbers to call in case they're necessary. So why don't we start out with Miami-Dade Rumor Control. If you have any questions, these are the people to call. 305-598-7550. In case you need to contact these same folks and you are hearing impaired, the number to call with your TTY device, 305-273-6711, or on Bell South Mobility, that is star OEM, that is star 636.
And then for the Hurricane Floyd Rumor Control Hotline, a lot of people have a lot of concerns as well. You want to call this number to get the facts straight in Broward, the area code 954-831-4000.
Well, a couple of minutes ago, we were at the Miami-Dade County Emergency Operations Center. Miami-Dade County Mayor Alex Pinellas was talking just a few minutes ago, and what he is urging people is the following: to make sure you heed the warnings, take the advice of all the officials who are saying make sure you are prepared. This is a major storm, Hurricane Floyd is. He says that Miami-Dade County likely will close schools tomorrow. It hasn't been done yet, but likely Miami-Dade County will close schools tomorrow. Don't worry about getting your kids home today. The storm will not hit us today. It'll be fine. You can get them home safely at normal time. If you live in a coastal area, mobile home, if there are evacuations requested, you folks should be the first to make sure you get inland to a safe location. And if you're an employer and you happen to have employees who are volunteers with the American Red Cross, you are requested to allow them to get to their posts.
Obviously, want to take no chances here. You want to get prepared. Of course, you should have had this in place since June, and now is the time to finally, hopefully, have that plan into effect. And we're going to turn it over now to meteorologist Bob Soper, who's again going to tell us the reasons why we need to have that plan in effect starting June. Right, Bob?
Well, Jennifer and Ken, we know that many of us are procrastinators, but I hope that most of you have got your plans in order. You're thinking about what to do with your documents, and you've got your batteries and your bottled water, whatever you're going to have, your plans. That's the big thing. Use common sense in this deal. Here it is, the hurricane. It's a powerful hurricane, 105 miles out from the center. We have 155 mile per hour winds. I mean, that's hurricane force winds around the center, and as it continues to move toward the west, the big problem we're seeing here is if it moves much longer to the west, we'll be a little more affected by stronger winds. Now, if it turns to the northwest a little sooner, then that's a different story. But, you know, that's all remains to be seen. When it will start to make that turn, we're not real sure. A matter of 3 or 4 or 5, 6 hours could make all the difference in the world as to whether or not Miami-Dade or Broward County gets hit harder. But at this point, it is still moving generally toward the west, and you can see it's well formed. It's got lots of inflow here at the surface, and there's a good outflow at the aloft, and that those are all the ingredients that make a strong hurricane. Now Hurricane Floyd located at 24.1 north, 72.1 west, 155 mile per hour winds, moving west at 14. It's 455 miles east-southeast of Miami, and look at this pressure staying at 921 millibars. Bring that up because in Andrew the pressure was 922. This is 921. That makes it's as strong as Andrew, but much, much bigger, by about 5 times bigger. Hurricane warnings in effect for the central and northwestern Bahamas. We got that hurricane watch from Brunswick, Georgia, right down to Homestead, and that's going to continue until or unless they move it up to a warning. It's just a watch. A watch means hurricane conditions possible within 36 to 48 hours. Now, here's the moneymaker. This is the thing that we hope will come down. This is a little trough of upper level winds, the steering currents, if you will. As this drifts more to the southeast, we're going to see a little bit more of a southwesterly wind ahead of that, and that we think will help to nudge this hurricane offshore and eventually just move like this and parallel the coastline. None of this is for sure, folks. This is just the best we can do with information at hand. And as it continues to move on Tuesday, we should be somewhere around the northwestern Bahamas. On Wednesday, somewhere around the central coast of Florida. Thursday, somewhere around the northeast coast of Florida. So it's going to take some time over the next 3 days, and we don't expect a whole lot of weakening out of this particular storm. And there, out in the middle of the Atlantic, is Gert, following the same path as Floyd, at least it appears to be, and it is now a 75-mile-per-hour hurricane. More on Floyd right now. Back to you.
Bob, and we were talking about this just a second ago. The magnitude of this thing is absolutely unbelievable, and of course that's one of the reasons why I want to keep it tuned right here to CBS 4.
That's right, and we are going to be right back with more continuing coverage after this.
I sold insurance for 43 years up north. I made a good living at it. I sleep well at night knowing I never steered anybody wrong. I'm retired now, but I want to tell you something important about supplemental Medicare insurance. You don't need it. I never thought I'd say that about insurance, but it's true. That's why I have AvMed's Medicare plan. Supplemental insurance can cost about $100 a month. With the AvMed Medicare plan, I pay no monthly plan premiums and no deductibles. And AvMed has some of the best doctors in Florida. And I don't have to deal with clinics or anything like that. Don't take my word for it. Ask around. People who have AvMed swear by it, and not just because the price is right.
Call now for a free brochure.
Look, you need insurance for a lot of things. For your car, for your home. But when it comes to your health, you're better off with the AvMed Medicare plan.
And welcome back to CBS 4 News, continuing coverage of Hurricane Floyd. Let's go now to the Emergency Operations Center in Broward County, where CBS 4's Ted Scouten is standing by.
Ted, can you tell us how things are going over there right now?
Well, Jen, things really getting underway here right now. Right now, all of the leaders out here, the officials from the Emergency Operations Center, are all in a meeting. Let's talk to Todd LeDuc right now. Todd, what's going on in that meeting right now?
Basically, we have representatives from the county administrator's office and other senior management officials from county government who are digesting some of the latest information from the Hurricane Center, processing, weighing any necessary additional actions that may be necessary from county government to take. So at this point, that's still in the discussion stages. No decisions have been made.
Now, at this point, we're really not probably expecting any major announcements to come out unless something changes with the Hurricane Center, correct?
That's correct. Obviously, we rely on the Hurricane Center to provide us with accurate and timely information on the storm and its track. Once we have that information, then it becomes incumbent upon county government to take whatever actions, balancing the needs of the community and public safety versus not wanting to be premature with any actions. So we're trying to make sure that we make sure everyone is diligent and is preparing for this storm, but at the same sense that we don't sound an alarm too early, should that be the case.
Now, this is a tough one. We're noticing Miami-Dade as well as the Hurricane Center. Everyone concerned because it's not making that northern turn yet and getting everyone nervous with it coming due west still. What's it been like for y'all as you try and plan for something like this?
It's very difficult. We certainly are put in a position of having to be very conservative with this. Again, we're balancing not wanting to be reactionary, but at the same time, the storm is a very large storm, both in width and as well as magnitude and power. So we're going to make sure that whatever decisions are made, it's done with due prudence, but at the same time with enough warning and time that we can take the appropriate steps to make sure public safety is assured.
Okay, thanks a lot, Todd. And of course, 1 o'clock is going to be the next update from the center here. Also, if you have any questions, a quick number for y'all. It's area code 954-831-4000. That is a rumor control hotline here in Broward, 954-831-4000. If you have any questions regarding the storm, you can give that number a call. We're live in Broward County. I'm Ted Scouten, CBS 4 News.
All right, Ted, thank you very much. And of course, a lot of people will be dialing up that number. And of course, our continuous coverage of Hurricane Floyd will continue. CBS 4 News will be right back.
Valley workouts work. Of course, individual results may vary.
Join Valley Total Fitness for just $19 to start and no dues for 6 months. Call 1-800-FITNESS. Tone up. 19 to start. Slim down. No dues for 6 months. Feel better.
Some long-term side effects may occur.
Call Valley Total Fitness today.
You've seen me presenting biographies of great people. Now I'm presenting a great home loan company, Metropolitan Mortgage. They've been making home loans for 50 years, and now they're better than ever. Bigger loans with surprisingly low interest rates, low payments for debt consolidation, and local offices to serve you, even if you've had credit or income problems. For a free, no-obligation inspection of your home, call 1-800-EASY-YES for Metropolitan Mortgage. 50 years of doing it right.
Work side by side with law professionals on every level. Doing online research, preparing documents, and helping to make a case work. These are the skills of today's paralegals. Become a paralegal with focused studies that fit your interest and a class schedule that fits your lifestyle. Call Atlantic Coast Institute in Fort Lauderdale at 800-581-8292 now.
And you're watching continuing coverage of Hurricane Floyd on CBS 4. We're following its every move and bringing you all the latest information available.
Of course, the man with all the information is meteorologist Bob Soper, who is in weather control right now to bring us the very latest on what's going on with Hurricane Floyd. And Bob, what can you tell us at this hour?
Well, Jennifer and Ken, at this hour, this thing continues moving toward the west, and that makes us all very, very nervous. And plus, the size of this storm is so humongous that we are going to get some effects from it. I think maybe tides about 2 to 3 feet above normal, and we're also going to see some fairly decent rainfall out of this thing. Let me give you a quick view from the last 24 hours as this thing continues to move, as it is moving almost relentlessly toward the west. Now, we're hoping that it will make a move to the west-northwest in time, and to that end, let's talk to Jerry Gerald. Jerry, getting pretty tough there with the EOC officials and so on. This is a serious situation, and I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, it is getting tight, and what we're concerned with is that the turn may come too late, or it may fail to come in the middle of the night, and so then we wouldn't be able to get a hold of folks, and people wouldn't be able to complete their preparations. So that's why we sort of felt compelled to put the watch up to give people the rest of this day to prepare.
So now there's a chance for that, but do you still feel strongly enough that it may graze us, maybe move a little bit more to the west-northwest? I mean, things change, but in general, are most of the models in agreement now?
Yeah, things have not really changed. The meteorology hasn't changed much. I think it was the timing that changed. And so we still feel like that there's an excellent chance it'll turn, and hopefully the turn will be soon enough to clear the coast. But if it isn't, then we thought we'd be too late to get people prepared after. So we think people ought to be preparing now.
If it were to continue just a little bit too far to the west, when will we feel the most severe effects?
Well, by our forecast, we would probably be getting the beginning of tropical storm force winds sometime around noon tomorrow. But the problem is, if it moves faster to the west, that happens sooner too. And so that was the huge concern, is that on this worst case path, we might not have any daylight tomorrow to be working in. So now, when do we get the worst? Well, that's probably tomorrow night or the next morning.
Okay, so the higher storm surges, the most rainfall, the higher wind bands, probably not until late in the day tomorrow?
Yeah, or perhaps even Wednesday morning.
Okay. All right, Jerry Gerald, thank you very much, sir, the Director of the National Hurricane Center there for you. And we continue to watch and observe as this thing continues to just relentlessly move toward the west. It's one of those things that there's a big high up here to the north of it, and it's just getting underneath there and continuing to move it, move it, move it. But we are watching and waiting for that trough that we talk about so much, this one right here, move down here, give us a little more of a push from the southwest and kind of keep this thing offshore. Now remember, this is a very big storm, very strong storm. It's not going to be a big push, but it should keep it off the shore. It's at 24.1 north, 72.1 west, 155 mile per hour winds. It's moving west at 14. It's about 455 miles east-southeast of Miami. And there is a hurricane warning out for the northwest and central Bahamas, and that hurricane watch from Brunswick, Georgia down to Homestead. That's going to continue for some time. Once again, this is what we're looking for to make that definitive change. There's that upper level atmosphere kind of drifting down to the south, but it looks like it is definitely sturdy enough to move this thing offshore. But the timing is, Dr. Gerald says, very tough. As it continues to move toward the west, it may move a little too far to the west, then we're in the soup. And so that's what we're a little more concerned about almost than anything. Nonetheless, by tomorrow, should be around the northwestern Bahamas. By Wednesday, somewhere around the central coast, somewhere around the east, northeast coast by Thursday. And now, back behind this, what's coming up? We've got Hurricane Gert. Oh, my goodness. Can you believe that?
Bob, I was going to ask you a question. I wanted to ask you about Gert because everyone right now is focusing on Floyd, but it seems as though Gert is just curtailing right behind it the exact same pattern.
Well, you know, it looks like it's following right in that track. It's almost like Floyd made a railroad track for Gert, and Gert is going to likely follow almost exactly there. You can see it's moving west at 20 miles per hour pretty fast, and it's already got 75-mile-per-hour winds. It's a well-formed hurricane, just as is Floyd. So that's one of the problems we're looking at. But let's don't get too concerned about that one. It's 1,400 miles away from the Lesser Antilles, which makes it almost 3,000 miles away from us. So let's concern ourselves with Floyd more than Gert at this point.
All right, Bob.
Thank you very much, Bob. And we will be right back with more continuing coverage of Hurricane Floyd right after these messages.
We've told you Chevrolet cars are trusted by more Americans than any other. And you know Chevy trucks are the most dependable, longest lasting on the road. There's just one more thing to remember. It's the clearance days of the Great Summer Drive-In. You can get $1,500 cash back on the 1999 Chevy Malibu, or get $2,500 cash back on the 1999 Blazer 4-door. A little security in an insecure world. It's the clearance days of the Great Summer Drive-In. See your local Chevrolet dealer today.
Honey, listen, PPO means access but bigger deductibles. A PHO offers a single hospital. An HMO is less money, but what's a PCP and a POS again?
You know, Marge joined Foundation Health 2 years ago, and she never has to deal with this alphabet soup.
Choosing the right health plan doesn't have to be so confusing. Ask any member of Foundation Health, all 6 million of them if you like. Call us. We have a simple solution to your health care needs. Foundation Health Plans.
Coffee, boss?
Thank you.
Introducing Bell South Solutions.
7 a.m. and we're off.
Get just the services you want and cash back.
All right, we got email. Yeah, as you were saying.
Call now and get local phone service and calling features. Then choose from Bell South wireless, internet, and paging.
Just check in the mailroom.
Together, they're a great deal.
Wonderful. I can't wait to tell my wife. I'll work with you. You know I'm hungry.
One bill and one number for customer service means less work for you.
She'll be back from lunch in 5 minutes. Okay, bye.
Well, we'll just have to wing it. We've done it before. Yeah.
Honey.
I'm sorry. Can I put you on hold?
Your 4 o'clock's here.
Oh, I've got to fly.
Call now and get $15 cash back for each new Bell South Solutions service you add.
Dad.
What? Oh.
Call 1-877-642-8144 and get more done.
Welcome back. You're watching continuing coverage of Hurricane Floyd on CBS 4. We are following its every move, and we are bringing you, of course, the latest information as soon as it becomes available.
CBS 4's Stacy Santos is sticking close, wearing a tool belt and getting the plywood deals at Home Depot in Miami. Stacy, what is it looking like there? A lot of folks taking the advice to heart and making sure they buy their supplies at Home Depot and boarding up their windows?
And we're seeing that more and more, and as I was standing here, I was thinking you have to feel for the cashiers and the other workers here. We've been here since 3 this morning, and we've watched as people with the grocery carts load up and unload, and then they start doling out the cash. The supplies aren't cheap, but South Florida residents keep coming. This scramble for stuff, lots of necessities. Those like Jose Medina notice the franticness of it all. When you look at everybody's face here, a lot of tension or...
Yes, we sure do. We do have a lot of tension, especially after Andrew. Everybody knows what it's like. And we're real concerned that we want to stock up on a lot of things.
Now this would be the first hurricane for Gwen Saunders.
Well, a little bit, but I don't think we're losing our sanity yet. I think we're going to try to remain a little bit calm and prepare and be ready.
And for this man, it's all business when it comes to bordering up. And you're going to be busy today, huh?
Yes, I'm going to be very busy today. I have shutters at home, but the business, I don't have it.
For those who haven't made the all-important stops, now's the time. The plywood, the batteries, the flashlights and generators,
are being grabbed up fast.
It's better to be safe than sorry.
As news spreads about Hurricane Floyd, you not only see the crowds hitting Publix for the bottles and cases of water, but you can feel a tension that storm experts say is really right on track.
This is certainly a threat to Miami-Dade County. It's important that the message be given. I think the media is doing the right thing and getting the message out. I just want people to know that this week there is a potential for this storm to hit this area. We want them to know about it and be prepared for it.
There are still some, though, who say all this is just too much, too early.
Very overdone. I think this is mostly a reaction to media. People are reacting like cattle. There's nothing wrong out there yet. It's way too soon to react to this.
All right, well, after listening to Miami-Dade Mayor Alex Pinellas, we wanted to talk to some people who actually live on the water. David here just bought a few items. David, tell me, you actually have a condo on the water. Are you concerned at this point?
A little concerned with the wind, and I got 2 pieces of plywood for the windows on the balcony facing east.
Were you dreading coming here thinking about what you were going to face as far as how many people were going to show up trying to get supplies at this point?
No, not really. Everything is smooth so far, but, you know, we'll see in a few hours.
Pretty crowded, though, pretty busy. You know, can you feel the pace at all?
Absolutely, it's picking up. People are taking this a little more seriously now. The hurricane is getting closer. It may not hit us, but these are precautions that we can take now. It'll be easier in case we really do need them.
What kind of precautions are you taking? What kind of stuff are you doing?
Picking up emergency supplies, things that we'll need only if we definitely need them. We're picking up plywood, we're picking up Tapcon screws, we're picking up things that we might, you know, if we need them, we'll have them. We can always return them if we don't need them. So we're just doing this as precautions. It may be a case where we'll need them and we can't get them because everybody else has already got them. So it's not panic buying, but we're being careful about what we're buying, and also realizing that it's you know, it's not something that, you know, something that we can get now that we may not be able to get later when we do need it.
Sounds like a very smart move. Thank you so much. And we want to tell you, if you're thinking of coming to a hardware store or a Home Depot, we're told many are still stocked up. But here we're told that the propane fuel is gone, and that is for the big tanks. They're also low on these garbage cans here. These are excellent for holding drinking water and for bathing water. And we're also told that they ran out of plywood at midnight, but we just went outside and there was more plywood coming, so they are restocking. We are live in Little Havana. Stacey Santos, CBS 4 News.
All right, Stacey, thank you very much. And of course, we all learned in Hurricane Andrew that water quickly becomes a very precious commodity after a storm. So here are some tips you can take now to make sure you have enough water after the storm. You'll need to store, if possible, 1 gallon per person per day. That is for drinking, bathing, cooking, and flushing the toilet. Enough for 2 to 3 weeks. Now, it sounds like a lot, and it is, especially if you have a large family. But you don't have to buy it at the supermarket. You can sterilize your bathtubs, scrub them well, then sponge them with bleach, rinse well, and let dry. Close the drain, then seal around it with waterproof caulking. Then you can fill them up. You can use that water later for washing and flushing the toilet. Do the same thing with bottles, pots, and large containers. Wash, sponge, and bleach, rinse, and dry. That water can be used for drinking as well. You can also buy water purifying tablets at your local pharmacy or sporting goods store for use after the storm. And make sure you have unscented chlorine bleach on hand to disinfect any water that might be unsafe after the storm.
Well, Hurricane Floyd remains out there, so we will remain right here. CBS 4 News continuing coverage of Hurricane Floyd, or we will return with that right after this.
You're watching a special edition of CBS 4 News.
Work side by side with law professionals on every level. Doing online research, preparing documents, and helping to make a case work. These are the skills of today's paralegals. Become a paralegal with focused studies that fit your interest and a class schedule that fits your lifestyle. Call Atlantic Coast Institute in Fort Lauderdale at 800-581-8292 now.
What makes Kraft Singles so good? Kids know it's the taste. They don't know that 2 out of every 3 kids don't get the recommended amount of calcium. But with Kraft Singles, they get a good source of calcium and the taste they love. Kraft Singles, magic every single time.
Need cash yesterday? Call Metropolitan Mortgage today. Fast approvals, knowledgeable loan officers, low interest rates, surprisingly low payments, regardless of your credit or income. Metropolitan Mortgage, 1-800-EASY-YES.
Medical malpractice, wrongful death, workers' compensation, automobile accidents, nursing home abuse, Social Security disability, and all personal injuries. You have enough worries if you're dealing with one of these, so finding the right attorney shouldn't be one of them. Call LawNet today, an attorney referral service whose attorneys are specially selected based on their legal experience to handle your particular case. Call toll-free now, 1-888-LAW-NETT for the right attorney for you.
And you're watching continuing coverage of Hurricane Floyd on CBS 4. We're following its every move and bringing you the very latest information available.
And of course, no doubt a lot of people are scattering right now trying to get the necessary supplies. Evan Bacon is at Sedano's supermarket right now, where I'm sure it's pretty busy over there, Evan.
That's right, Jen. We got off to a slow start this morning, but taking a look in here, I can tell you that we are in full hurricane mode. Every single register all the way down the line is ringing. You can see the people to the left, they are backed up, 8, 9, 10 people long. They're all coming through the registers here. We've been watching what they've been buying. They've been buying gallon waters, they've been buying biscuit tins, 20-pound bags of rice, a lot of canned food, a lot of baby food, and candles and batteries for around the house. Everybody's pretty calm, but as the afternoon goes on, it seems to be becoming a little bit more chaotic. But they're getting the right idea. They're watching the track of the storm. They know it's becoming more of a threat, and they're taking appropriate action. So if you don't have everything in your house that you need to make it for a few days, here's what you need to do. You need to get the liquids, the water, the juice. Those are one of the most important things right off the bat. Get those canned foods also, because if your electricity goes out, you can't warm up anything. So these spaghetti and meatballs, the tuna fish, the soup you can warm up if you have some. Peanut butter is a good snack to have, some Nutri-Grain snacks. Don't forget about the animals, Alpo, cat food, dog food. You need to have that. And of course, plates so you don't need to wash all your silverware. And you never have enough toilet paper. Paper towels in the house, all those extra things. Come on out to the store. It might take you a while to get what you want because these people procrastinated a little bit. They're paying for it now. But in the next 24 hours, get out here, get all you can, and have it for when the weather turns bad. We're live at Sedano's in Westchester. Evan Bacon, CBS 4 News.
Hey, Evan, while those folks have their canned goods, and you're talking about making sure they have a can opener, how about making sure they have a manual can opener as opposed to the electric ones?
Absolutely. A lot of these things, some of the things here, I don't have it right now, but some of the new cans that you open have flip open lids, but many of them don't, so that is a good piece of advice, and you can get them right here at the store also. Well,
Evan, you were also talking about the pets, and I just want to make sure I say this. Some people, it's not just dogs and cats, but if you have fish or if you have some sort of marine animal that needs some sort of water filter or something, you need to have a backup generator or something for that little critter as well.
You bet you do.
And it doesn't hurt to get litter also, because cats have to go to the bathroom and dogs also, so have that also.
Or to the litter box, as the case may be. There you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Evan.
All right, we now go over to meteorologist Bob Soper, who's standing by in weather control with the very latest on Hurricane Floyd. Bob, what do we have right now in terms of statistics, coordinates?
Well, I tell you, we've got same, still moving toward the west at 14 miles per hour and getting ever so closer to us, although it's still 500 miles away, and the extent of the tropical storm force winds are out 290. So we have some time here to watch this and some time for it to start to make that move to the west-northwest. Now, this is a visible satellite image. Look at how these clouds are fluffed up right there in the center. That is the hurricane force winds right there. No wind at all. That's the eye. Out here, there's a tropical storm force right there, and they just continue. Now, you can see as the sun gets up a little higher, this visible imagery really shows a wrapped-up hurricane. There's your tropical storm force bands hitting the central Bahamas and even as far to the south as Puerto Rico. Underneath this thing, continuing to get some effect from it. There's Puerto Rico. You can see, watch this band right here. They've gotten some heavy rainfall out of this already. It's starting to ease up, though, as this moves a little bit more toward the west. And so it's moving away from those islands, but moving toward our friends in the Bahamas. There's that eye. Boy, it's really well formed, and this is a strong hurricane, Category 4, which is out of 5. That's not bad. That's a very strong, dangerous hurricane. And again, the winds about 105 miles out from the center. Those are the hurricane force winds. Out 290 miles from the center, we've got tropical storm force winds. So this is a very, very big, well-formed storm. It's got that exhaust coming out the top, and as that air comes out the top, it subsides, it sinks. And Jerry Gerald was talking about this earlier. There's a high up here that's moving this toward the west, and it's possible that that subsidence, that dropping air, is strengthening that high a little bit, and therefore keeping it moving a little bit more toward the west than we would hope for. But that's ifs and ands, and the research people will figure that out down the line. But here's the situation. Hurricane Floyd is at 24.1 north, 72.1 west, 155 mile per hour winds, moving west at 14. It has pressure slightly lower than Andrew. When it came through South Florida, it was 922 millibars. This pressure is slightly lower, and it is 455 miles east-southeast of Miami. So it's a good distance away. It probably won't give us any serious effects before like midday tomorrow. But meanwhile, we have a hurricane watch up from the Georgia-Florida border basically down to Homestead. So all of the east coast of Florida, including a small part of Georgia, under a hurricane watch, and then hurricane warning out for the folks in the Bahamas, from the northwest to the central Bahamas, and even still tropical storm warning continues for the southeastern Bahamas and the Turks and Caicos. Now here's what's going on. We've got the storm here. We've got high pressure up here. It's forcing it to the west, okay? That's what's happening now. We're looking at this trough coming down in the upper atmosphere. This is water vapor imagery, so you can see where that trough is, right there where the dividing line is between the water vapor and the darker area there. As this drifts down a little bit more in the southeast, it's going to allow a little bit more of a southwesterly push. Not a big push, but enough, we think, to turn this storm toward the west-northwest. Now, where does it turn? Does it come in real close here and turn, or does it get its act together up here and come down far enough so that when it makes its turn, it's turning, say, over Grand Bahama Island or maybe a little bit to the west of Grand Bahama Island? So that is the iffiness, and that is why Miami-Dade County has gone under a hurricane watch along with Broward County. Now, what we think over the next 3 days, Tuesday, somewhere around the northwestern Bahamas. Now, we're talking about early in the day, Tuesday, probably somewhere in here, we would be getting some tropical storm force winds on the peripheral of this big, big hurricane. On Wednesday, somewhere around central Florida or offshore. Now, the actual track takes it slightly offshore like that, and then would be the Carolinas? Don't know. Thursday is going to be the day when they're going to be really most concerned up in that part of the country from Georgia to North Carolina, and they don't really want to see this because they've been there and done that already. Here is Hurricane Gert following right on the heels of Floyd. You can see it's almost a duplicate of the track that Floyd's been taking. Now, there's no guarantee that that will continue. As a matter of fact, it may even turn northwest, but for now, it's following that track, 16.1 north, 40.1 west, 75 mile per hour winds moving west at 20, and it's 1,400 miles east of the Lesser Antilles. And there it is, big old Hurricane Floyd, and it is huge, 5 times bigger than Andrew at this time. Ken and Jennifer, it's a terribly dangerous storm.
Monster is what you can call it.
That's it.
Yeah, it's a good thing that we have you there keeping a track of things there, Bob Soper. We appreciate it. We'll check back with you in a little bit. Let's have our controller roll some of the video from earlier, guys, of the boats. All right, you're looking at video from about an hour and a half ago. That is videotape on your screen, but take a look at that parade of boats along the New River in Fort Lauderdale. This is a good time, if you're a boat owner, to get to your boat, get it in, at least safely docked, or if possible dry docked, get it in out of the water, because the storm surges are going to be unbelievable. Even if this hurricane does not strike us directly, you can be assured that with tropical storm force or potentially hurricane force winds, it could cause damage to boats in the water. So you might want to take this time that we have now to get the boat in.
The New River obviously very busy with boats there, and so is the Broward EOC. We're going to check in right now with CBS 4's Ted Scouten. He is live at the Broward Emergency Operations Center in Plantation right now. And Ted, and what is the very latest that they're saying about this?
Well, Jen, what they're saying is that people should do exactly what those boaters were doing. Those boaters are getting ready. They're getting their boats inland. People in Broward County are right now supposed to be preparing their homes, making sure that they have all the supplies that they need. That is the word here from the Emergency Management Center. Let's take a look right over here. This here is the rumor control hotline. It has been very, very busy between around 8 o'clock in the morning and maybe 10:30 or 11 or so. They got anywhere between 500 and 700 phone calls. It's an awful lot of phone calls they're getting here. Joining me now is Pernell Harden. Pernell is working with the rumor control hotline. Pernell, what kind of phone calls are you getting in there?
I'm getting mostly from the elderly concerned about where they can go to get their special needs, and also about their boarding up their houses.
Now, also, I know a lot of people have been talking about evacuations. Where are we supposed to go? What are we supposed to do? No evacuation order has been given yet, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so now once an evacuation order is given, then they'll be told the appropriate places to go?
Yes, that's correct. Then the shelters will begin to open up, and they will be directed as to where they should go at that time.
You know, as of this point, though, no evacuations ordered here in Broward County. Now, who should be calling you? What kind of questions should people be asking you? What are you there for?
I'm here to direct them as to what shelters they are open and where they could go at that particular time in their general area.
Okay, now a lot of this is going to be determined around 1 o'clock this afternoon is when we're supposed to get our next briefing from the Emergency Management Center here. That's when we're hoping to get more information as to if shelters are going to be opened, and that's when they're going to be making a lot of their decisions. Now, right here behind me, this is the area here where the Emergency Operations Office is set up. This is where people from municipalities all around Broward County are going to be gathering. They're all going to arrive here at 1 o'clock. These are the decision makers. These are the ones who are going to decide if there's going to be an evacuation, if schools are going to be closed, if government offices are going to be closed, if businesses are going to be closed. As of this point, no evacuations. Government offices are open, and so are schools. But these are the folks who are going to make those decisions. What they're doing is they're waiting to get the advisories from the Hurricane Center. Once they get those advisories, they all powwow, they all meet, trying to figure out what they're going to do next. And as we said, right now we're waiting until around 1 o'clock. That's when we're going to have our next update from the EOC. We're live in Plantation. I'm Ted Scouten, CBS 4 News.
All right, Ted, we'll be waiting to hear a word from that one. Thank you very much.
And right now we head back to CBS 4 meteorologist Bob Soper in Weather Control with the latest for us. Bob, what's going on?
Well, Ken and Jennifer, before we're going to go to Jerry Gerald in just a second, I just want to show you once again this visible loop that we have that really can show you the definition. Look how that swirls in there, and there's the eye, and it really is a big, big hurricane and something that we have to take a lot of interest in over South Florida. Now, Jerry, we're talking about this thing moving ever so closer to us. What's going to happen with it as it gets closest to the peninsula? Is it going to go over the peninsula? Is it going to go north-south? Will it stay offshore? What's the best guess on this?
Well, we think what's going to happen is it's going to come up and approach the coast and then turn and parallel the coast because of changes in the steering flow. But we're nervous about that because it may be that the high north of it is being influenced by the hurricane itself and is building and may not let it turn north. If it doesn't, then it comes right in on the coast, and that's you and me. That's right where we live.
I don't like that scenario at all.
Yeah.
It's a very powerful hurricane, and actually the hurricane force winds extend out so far from the center, it wouldn't have to get awfully close for us to feel hurricane force winds here.
No, and should it come right over either Dade or Broward, this could be more expensive and more devastating than Andrew. It's not a pretty sight to imagine in your mind.
As you watch this now, if it were to come over us, it looks like it's moving a lot slower in forward speed than Andrew did. So it could take some time over us and pump moisture and storm surge bigger than what we even saw with Andrew.
Yeah, well, consider that Andrew went by in about 4 or 5 hours because it was small, moving fast. This is just the opposite. It's huge, moving slow. So it can be over us for 24 hours, maybe even longer.
But we don't want to scare everybody too much now, do we?
No, we don't.
That trough still looks pretty good bet?
It does. I still think it's a good bet that it's going to turn and miss us, and then we're going to get sort of the left half of the storm, and our friends up in Broward and Palm Beach are going to get the left half of it. And so they're not really going to get the brunt of the storm. Now, that's our expectation, but you can't count on it.
No, I understand that. Sometimes nature has a different plan for these things, and we know you'll keep watching. We'll keep watching it with you during the day. Thank you, Jerry Gerald, Director of the National Hurricane Center. And we continue to watch and worry a little bit as this storm continues to move toward the west, as it just simply does not want to give up its path as it continues to move into the Bahamas. And here's a close-up view. You can see the enhancement here. The darker the reds and yellows, the more convection there is, the more rain there is. And the more convection there is, that's where the strongest weather is, right in there. And you can see the eye on the infrared pictures much more defined even than on the visible satellite picture we showed you a few minutes ago. But you can see it's not very far away. We're starting to see some just like hints of bands between Grand Bahama and the southeastern peninsula, although that's a long way out, and those are probably not even tropical storm force at this point. Probably more of the tropical storm force winds are over the Bahamas. Again, if you're tracking, it's 24.1 north, 72.1 west, and it's got 155-mile-per-hour winds. That's a Category 4 storm. Moving west at 14. We do not expect it to strengthen much beyond this now. I don't think it's going to make Category 5, but there it is, 455 miles east-southeast of Miami, and hurricane watches out for the Bahamas and for the coast of Florida from Brunswick, Georgia to Homestead. And you wanted to say something?
Yes, Bob, I just wanted to make sure that people understand this. Even if the hurricane does take a turn, and even if it does hit somewhere in central or northern Florida, we can still feel some sort of repercussions from that here.
Oh, absolutely. You see, the thing is, as you know, Jennifer, we've been talking about this thing. It's almost 300 miles out from the center to get tropical storm force winds. So this doesn't have much to go. It only needs to go about 150 to 200 miles to the west. And we're in tropical storm force winds, just that.
And when exactly could we start feeling some of that?
Best guess right now would be sometime after daybreak tomorrow, maybe even closer to midday, when we would get some of the more serious rain bands. And this will be one of those situations where, as you can see on the satellite picture, let me just show you.
Okay.
These are rain bands, right? I mean, bands. And you see there's space in there where there's nothing really going on. So you'll get this one, and then there'll be a little break. And then this one, and then there'll be a little less of a break. And then you get closer to the center, no break at all. But we don't think the center is going to be the situation as far as Miami-Dade or Broward is concerned. And as Jerry pointed out, we're looking at probably a turn that would parallel the coast. That would put the weak side of the storm over us, but still, that would be tropical storm force winds, and we have to be prepared for that, and I hope everybody will.
That's the reason why, of course, they made they added Miami-Dade today earlier on, right before the 11 o'clock advisory came in.
That's right. People should be definitely aware from Florida City all the way up to the Georgia-Florida border. Well, we want to thank you very much, Bob. We'll check back with you in a little bit. Right now, though, we go live to CBS 4's Stacey Santos, who's still sticking by that Home Depot in Miami. What's up there, Stacey?
Ken, been here since 3 this morning, and I can tell you if you're still planning on coming to a hardware store or Home Depot, they are pretty much fully stocked. Here at this Home Depot, we tried to find what they had still available. They have a lot of things, but one of the things they're low on is these garbage cans. They seem to be going fast. Those are used for drinking water. They're great for bathing water. They hold a lot. They are low. They plan on restocking those. They were low on plywood. At one point, they ran out during about midnight. They now are restocking those. Let me talk to the manager here, Gabriel Fernandez. Gabriel, tell me, I see a lot of plywood coming in and out. Is that the most popular item?
Yes, right. At this point, the plywood is one of the most common items. We're still receiving trucks on a continuous basis. We're receiving trucks from our distribution center. We're receiving trucks from other stores north.
Okay, tell me, we got only about a couple seconds left, but tell me something. What are the most important things? You need the batteries?
Well, the primary items, is to cover the windows. After that, the batteries, the flashlights are always very popular. And what you see now is people buying product after the storm.
Buying this kind of things. Okay, Gabriel Fernandez, manager, very busy manager of the Home Depot. Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, so everyone who wants to get here, the lines are crowded, but it's worth your while. We are live in Little Havana. Stacey Santos, CBS 4 News.
All right, Stacey, thank you very much, and we are going to take a little bit of a break right now.
That's right. When we come back from this break, though, we continue with our live coverage here on CBS 4. Steve?
When the big storm threatens, turn to CBS 4 News Hurricane Network, working to keep you safe. And our CBS 4 weather team join forces with Channel 2 for open captioning for the hearing impaired. WQEA for CBS 4 information in Spanish. And when you can't watch CBS 4 News, listen to our radio partners, Magic, Light FM, Waxy, and in the Keys, US 1 and Conch FM. The CBS 4 News Hurricane Network, keeping you safe.
Be gentle. Gentle, gentle. It seems like you're always telling your baby to be gentle. No, gentle.
But when you clean her, are you sure you're using a really gentle wipe? Pampers wipes. They're always feathery soft, and they're gentler than the other leading brand. So next time, follow your own advice. Be gentle and choose the gentler wipe. Pampers gently pamper the skin they're in.
Do I smell stovetop stuffing?
It's a turkey!
Rumor has it my #1 side dish is being served with others. I can only hope. Ah, stovetop with chops. Splendid choice, madam. Stovetop dresses up any meal, and kids gobble it up, even when you're serving chicken or meatloaf. Who needs turkey? Huh?
Dress up dinner tonight with Stovetop.
I don't want to go, but I gotta go.
So all this stuff is going?
Cluttered garage is a cluttered mind.
Introducing Bell South Solutions, an easy way to simplify and get cash back.
These?
Oh, too complicated. Hey, it's my mother.
Is she strong?
Call now and get local phone service and calling features, then choose from Bell South wireless, internet, and paging. Together, they're a great deal.
You save that.
It was a long time ago. I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, please.
Do you feel the new Greg? Oh, I should get that.
I don't think so.
Simpler is better.
Come on.
Get rid of the clutter with one bill and one number for customer service. Call 1-877-642-8141 and get $15 cash back for each new Bell South Solution service you add.
I can't talk now. We're working like dogs here. Clean and simple. The new Greg.
Yeah? Well, what does the new Greg plan to do about the driveway?
Call today and simplify your life.
What are you doing tomorrow?
Now, live. This is a special edition of CBS 4 News.
Good afternoon once again, everyone. I'm Steve Wolford along with Angela Ray as we reach the noon hour. CBS 4 News continuing coverage of Hurricane Floyd as it tracks across the Atlantic, still on a westerly motion.
The CBS 4 weather team, of course, working overtime to keep you abreast of what's going on. We are very fortunate to have Chief Meteorologist Brian Norcross with us. He is one of course, the leading hurricane experts in the United States. As a matter of fact, why don't we just kick it right over to Brian right now. Brian.
All right, Angela and Steve. First of all, why don't we go through once again where we stand with this hurricane, and then we can talk a little bit here about what this means, because as I've watched this morning, and I know Jerry Jarrell has came on at 10:30 this morning and expressed his extreme concern of some sense of wait and see going on about Hurricane Floyd. Now, we have nearly a Category 5 hurricane heading right towards South Florida. It's hard for me to imagine what we would want, what kind of threat we would want here before we would start to take definitive action. For you folks that are waiting to see, there is no time to wait to see. This is the time to take action, and we'll talk about exactly why that is in just a second. I just can't say that more strongly. I don't understand why there would be any pause here about trying to decide whether we're going to do something and prepare for the possibility of a hurricane. There is the possibility of a hurricane, period, end of story. It's time to move. So let's go ahead and look at what's going on out here. We do have a little bit of hopefulness in that we can see a slight bend to the north. If you look over here, look, the storm was just below 24 north 12 hours ago. Notice we're talking about 12 hours ago here, just below 24 north, and now it's between 24 and 25 north. That's a little bit of a move. That amount of move, though, if you just follow that direction, it takes a storm into this area here. The hurricane is that big. So we're clearly right in it if we don't get a very definitive move out of this thing. And, of course, that has not happened yet, and that's what Jerry Jarrell at the National Hurricane Center has been saying all along. The very, very close-up shot of the thing even shows you a stronger storm than that colored shot a moment ago. This is the business right in there. That is it. That's where the damage is going to be done in a very big way. Now, also, look out here. You see that part right in there? Very strong winds in that part of the hurricane as well. Not as much as this donut in the middle, but very strong winds out here. Very strong winds in these bands out in here as well. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about a hurricane. Look at the size of this now, just the part that I've drawn, and we got one more to draw out here, right up about like that. So take that distance to that distance. That's virtually the entire Bahamian island chain, which is the size of the state of Florida. That's why we're very concerned about the possibilities here of even the storm glancing by us, because in these bands there will be dangerous winds. It won't be sustained horrendous damage like we see in this donut in the middle, but dangerous winds, and that's why we need to take action. All right, just in case you're just joining us here, let's give you the 11 o'clock numbers. 24.1, 72.1, 155 mile an hour winds, which is a strong Category 4. Last night I misspoke and I said that was the Category 5 number. I have forever thought that Category 5 was 155 and greater. It is just greater than 155. Not that that's a pretty darn subtle distinction, but that is the accurate thing. That is the highest number in a Category 4. Moving west, now we know it is moving just slightly north of west, but for all practical purposes moving west. There's the pressure. That is stronger than Hurricane Andrew. That's a lower pressure than Hurricane Andrew, 921 millibars, 455 miles east-southeast of Miami. So just do the math there, folks. 14 miles an hour into 455, that comes out about 30 hours plus just a little bit. So that means tomorrow afternoon is when the storm would be in its closest vicinity to us. That's tomorrow afternoon. You saw how big the storm is. That means, in fact, let me get to that in 1 second, because we'll talk about that exact issue. Here you have the hurricane watch for the entire east coast of Florida, hurricane warning for the central and northern Bahamas, no changes there. It's this big dip in the jet stream, of course, that we're waiting to come along. It's the high pressure that's still sitting over top of the hurricane that is controlling it at the moment. We're going to update this in just a moment, but you can see the bend in the high pressure winds. It's coming around there, but the exact precise nature of that high pressure is the question. And if you've been with us this morning, what Jerry's been talking about with the idea of the hurricane taking control of this part of the atmosphere. The hurricane, we'll talk more about this in a little bit because I want you all to understand what the thinking is here. But the hurricane creates over top of it high pressure at a different level than this flow you're seeing right here. And the idea is, might that high created over top of the hurricane sort of thwart this low over here and kind of push back on the low and not allow the low to come in as strongly as the computer models are indicating. That is the major concern about that puts a little bit of doubt into the computer models. Now, let's go on and talk about here this future track issue and the size of it. Again, here's that size I was talking about. You notice essentially the size of the Bahamian island chain, including the Turks and Caicos, larger than the state of Florida if you look at that orange. Now, this part in here are the hurricane force winds. Now, again, let's talk about where it might be. If we're talking about tomorrow afternoon, that's in this area here, right in the center of our possible future tracks, you see that the hurricane force winds are just offshore in that situation, and we are well in the tropical storm force winds, and the tropical storm force winds have been blowing all morning. What that tells you is that nothing is going to happen around here tomorrow morning in terms of hurricane preparation during most of the daylight morning hours. It'll be blowing too hard. What the protocol is and what it was, think back to Hurricane Andrew, folks. Think back to midnight on Saturday or Sunday night, midnight Sunday night. That's when everybody was in their place and nobody moved after midnight. Midnight was when the tropical storm force winds arrived. The problem is, in this case, the tropical storm force winds extend out so much further into the front of the hurricane that they're going to arrive that much sooner than the business part of the hurricane would arrive, the worst of it, if it ever did arrive, and even if it doesn't. The point is, under tropical storm force winds over 40 miles per hour, bridges closed, there's no police, there's no fire, there's no Coast Guard. Driving is dangerous. It's dangerous. It can tip over tall vehicles because the gusts can be up in the 60 or 70 mile an hour range. So nothing is going to be able to be done tomorrow. No trash can be picked up. You can't be out maneuvering shutters. Nothing should be planned for tomorrow. That means that everything has to be accomplished today. Nothing, you know, we just got to think of midnight tonight, okay, and everything is accomplished today. So I think I've said it about the best I can say it, that I don't understand why anybody would have any reluctance. I've been disappointed, actually, in our government here in Dade and Broward County for not taking a more strenuous stance today to make folks understand that if they're going to take action, it has to happen today. The hurricane is just too big to not do that. Not that all action has to be taken for a Hurricane Andrew type storm coming over, But if you're going to have things that are going to take some time, there's no choice but to do them. And I want to just close with this thought. How stupid are you going to feel if you don't put up your hurricane shutters and a branch gets blown across your window in a 60 or 70 mile an hour wind gust tomorrow, even if we had a best case situation, and it's just tropical storm force winds and you get some branch coming along, knocks out your sliding glass door or your plate glass window, and the rain comes in and ruins your property, and it makes a big mess of your house because essentially you were too lazy to put up the hurricane shutters today. You're going to feel like an absolute idiot. It doesn't make any sense to me. On my house, the hurricane shutters are up. On most of my friends' houses that I've been able to consult with, the hurricane shutters are going up. There is no reason that I know of why you wouldn't go ahead and take action to protect your property at this point. As far as protecting your person, that's a different story. We do have time to maneuver on that and get you into a safe place. But we don't have time because it's going to get dark and you can't be fooling with shutters once the wind starts blowing tomorrow. So right now, we don't want anybody panicking and going out of town. If you feel uncomfortable and you want to get to a safe place, go to a hotel, go to a friend's house, go ahead and go. Why not? Go for a visit. But as far as taking action for property, for boats, for shutters, for things that you can't do once it starts getting kind of breezy, now is the time, this afternoon is the time to do it. All right, I may have left something out, some kind of thought out there, Angela and Steve, if you have any thoughts, but I wanted to get that said here, kind of off the top.
Well, one thing I certainly appreciate, Brian, is that you didn't sugarcoat anything, and we're not going to do that here at CBS 4. We're going to give it to you straight, and as Brian says, it is just important right now to take this very, very seriously. Get those shutters up now. You know, get it done now.
Brian, are you still there? We still have Brian? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Brian. One of the interesting things that ties into what you were saying is the hurricane watch was posted for Miami-Dade. At the same time, it was posted for Brunswick, Georgia. So the lead time that Brunswick, Georgia has is way ahead of what Miami-Dade would have.
Well, I think, and we'll talk to Jerry Gerald here in just a few minutes once again. I think that the hurricane watch was put up for Miami-Dade late. I think that Jerry will admit that it was put up late, certainly way beyond their curve. Remember, what the timing on a hurricane watch is 36 hours before the arrival of tropical storm force winds. If tropical storm force winds are going to arrive here tomorrow morning, 36 hours is last night. Okay, so the hurricane watch was put up late. I think what happened was the Hurricane Center saw that our governmental agencies here and people in general were not springing into action. They can look at the clock as well as we can. They know how long it takes to move boats and to get people that are sensitive to power outages and those kind of things in place. And I think they put it up just to kind of kick them in the rear end and say, come on, let's get going here. This is a spectacular hurricane that has the potential to be the hurricane of all time.
Why didn't
somewhere that it hits, and I'm not sure. I mean, we'll see. I think that people saw that the models, the hurricane forecasters, are almost stewing in their own intelligence out there because they're so good, and they have been so good lately with the track. They didn't put up anything for Dennis, and indeed Dennis didn't come.
But that goes to another point, Brian. The modeling information on a storm this size isn't up to par of, say, a storm like Dennis.
Well, there is some concern about that, Steve. It's a more subjective concern because it is such a strong entity in the atmosphere that maybe the models don't understand how much influence a major hurricane of this size has. Maybe. No question the model's alternative, although I will tell you that some of the models do take it in right into Palm Beach County. That's the leftmost model. The rightmost model takes it to the Carolinas. Their forecast track is is further north up the coast, but swinging just dangerously close to the Florida coast all the way up. And the slightest bit of a turn to the left is going to bring just very bad conditions all the way down here. So, I mean, it's too close to call is really the bottom line. I think that's just what we have to say. It is too close to call. And in fact, I understand Jerry Jail is with us right now. Jerry, let me see if I can get you up here from the National Hurricane Center. Do we have a few folks in the control room? If you can put Jerry on.
There he is.
There you are,
Yeah.
Jerry. I have been beating the drum here, Jerry, and I know you have since we talked earlier this morning and before that. Too close to call, is that your line as well?
Absolutely, and you have a little bit of daylight today. You have a half a day left. I would urge people to make their preparations now. Don't put it off. If you put it off tomorrow morning, you may be certain, but you may be certain of the wrong thing.
Well,
it may be too late to prepare.
Well, I just went through for the folks at home our wind field chart, and the idea, if you bring the wind field on in to your forecast position tomorrow, it looks to me like the winds are already blowing in the morning where you're not putting up shutters, you're not moving any boats, you're not even moving any small vehicles potentially by tomorrow morning.
Well, that's right. The way I see it, if it comes straight at us and doesn't turn, then it's also faster. So everything happens sooner. So you wouldn't be able to, if you need to put up shutters, you wouldn't be able to do it tomorrow morning. If you don't need to put them up, then the conditions would be okay. So it's the kind of thing that says you got to do it tonight.
Or during the day today, if it's some kind of action you have to take during the day. Jerry, why do you think there has been the reluctance of some folks in general, but especially, as I said just a moment ago, our folks in government here, not to get out and pound the drum harder? I mean, we've been through this before, and I saw more action out of Hurricane Dennis than I've seen out of this spectacular, nearly Category 5 hurricane that's aiming at us.
Well, I suspect it's partly because...
Is it because you guys are too good?
The forecasts have been optimistic,
Yeah.
and I think that's been part of the problem.
Yeah, you guys in general have been so good, I think, that people are saying, but you know, we're looking at, let's do the math here. I just did a little calculation. Looks to me like it's about 30 to 36 hours away if it were to come straight on, so that's tomorrow afternoon. When does the weather really start deteriorating here?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Okay, when do you think we're really going to see deteriorated weather here if it were to not turn as nicely as it might?
Then I think we have something like till noon tomorrow. But in that scenario, you don't need to put up shutters.
Right.
And so that's the problem with this is if you assume that one, then there's no urgency at all. If you assume the other one, it's got to be done today.
Right. Well, let's pick up on the idea. I mean, just because we talk a lot about computer models, the idea of, and they have been reasonably good in this one, it seems to me so far, although now we're seeing more divergence, I guess, in the 36-hour time frame looking ahead, about this very strong hurricane creating this high pressure over it, and whether that might be such a dynamic force in the atmosphere to, in some sense, counteract this low pressure that we're counting on to steer this thing away.
Yeah, we rarely see these huge storms, very intense storms here. Gilbert was one of those cases, but you see it frequently in the Pacific. And if it's big compared to the size of the high pressure area that's moving it, it begins to influence the high pressure area, and it can actually make that high pressure area stronger. And if it makes it stronger, then the net result is that it's sort of forcing itself more westerly than it would have otherwise. And we do seem to see some evidence of that. It's consistently moved westerly west faster than our computer models have suggested, hinting that there's something going on that the computer models are not taking into account.
Right.
And I suspect that's it.
The models were actually slowing it down about this point, weren't they?
Right.
And in actual fact, it's now, and 14, and it doesn't sound much difference between 2 and 14, but boy, if you multiply that out over a day, that's hours, that's vital hours of preparation time, seems to me.
It's half the distance out there is how much it is. So it's a huge number, and it could mean that by the time we look out tomorrow morning, if you haven't prepared, you won't have time to prepare then, and you're stuck with what you've got done so far.
All right, Jerry, we're seeing a slight lean to the north here. It's gone up a degree or so. Do you think that is the beginning of a turn, or do you think that's just one of those things that we just can't hang our hat on that?
It's very slight, and I think that's a little too significant to latch on to, too insignificant to latch on to. I think we're going to see a bigger change than that when it really starts to turn.
Well, and when yesterday I was saying that if we don't see a turn by this afternoon, then we're going to start getting nervous. What's the time frame is your feeling now with the latest information when we need to see that turn?
Well, that's part of why we put up the watch, because we've decided now that that's going to happen a little farther west because it moved faster, and it may be tonight. It may be after people have gone to sleep.
I said a moment ago, and I spoke for you, and I don't know that it was true, and I want you to be able to speak for yourself, that part of the reason you put up a watch was to motivate people here in Miami-Dade County to get going, that not having anything up maybe made them think, oh, I don't have to worry about anything here.
Well, I don't recall us really talking about that, but what we were saying is that we think now it's time for people to prepare.
Right, right.
Before we didn't necessarily, now we do think we should.
All right, okay. All right, that's why I wanted you to say it. All right, Jerry, of course, we'll stay in close touch with you. They say drink cold water, by the way.
Okay.
Okay, believe me, I've been down that road many times.
Okay.
All right, Jerry, thank you. All right, Jerry Jarrell at the National Hurricane Center, and you know, we continue on the same path here of waiting to see if this thing is going to turn, and once again, just to re-emphasize, there is no reason to wait to prepare. There's
Brian,
just no reason.
Brian, I have a question. I thought yesterday we were waiting today for some system north of us to kick in that would actually move Floyd. Has that was it a high pressure
No,
system?
it's the low. That's the low. That's that dip in the jet stream that we were talking about. Here on our future track, you can kind of see it up in here. These are winds that are blowing pretty good out of the southwest like that. We have that high pressure that is something like this. Now, what Jerry was talking about, he was saying it in a little different way than I was, but the net result is the same. The hurricane generates excess high pressure over it. And if essentially it adds to this high, the question is to what extent? And the fear is that the computer models have not taken into account that effect, making this high stronger here. And what the strength of the high means is how strong is this flow. So the fact that the hurricane down here is moving a little faster along the bottom side of this high, the question is, does that mean that this high is stronger than forecast? If it's stronger than forecast, that may also mean that it noses out here further than forecast. And that would retard the timing on the turn. You know, that would bring a turn up here. I mean, I'm drawing it over us, so I don't mean to do that especially. But in other words, turn it slower than, or later than it would if the high were back in this area, back in here, where it might turn it up in like that. So that's what it's all coming. I mean, this is still dipping down.
Okay.
The question is whether there's going to be some kind of a blocking thing in here that's not going to allow this wind flow to really come down in here like we want it and push it away and push it on up the coast.
Hey, Brian, while you still have that up there, give us a little meteorology 101, if you would, because highs and lows turn in different directions, and
Right.
I don't think a lot of people really understand the kind of influence that these weather systems have on each other and the dynamics that it's going to play when the storm begins to move.
Yeah, a high pressure system rotates in a clockwise direction. Now this one actually is very elongated, so it goes out that way, and then the flow is coming back in this way. So that's what's driving the hurricane in a generally westerly fashion. Low pressure systems, it's just way up in Canada. It's a huge system, so it's going this way. So there's a low way up there, but it's rotating around in a counterclockwise fashion. So it's that counterclockwise flow like this that we're counting on dipping on down. The problem is that this is a weather system as well. And now we're talking, by the way, I mean, everybody's out there, you may be out there going, wait a minute, I thought a hurricane was a low. At the surface, it is a low, but above it, there's a high. And what the way that works is a hurricane is like a chimney, and the air rushes in at the bottom. If you ever lived up north, folks down here may not appreciate this so much of having a fireplace and having smoke up your house. But in a fireplace, you have a fire there that heats the air in the fireplace and makes it rise up the chimney. Well, the air flows in from the house, through cracks in the house and through open windows, into the fireplace, goes up the chimney, and then goes out. Well, the high above it pulls the air out of the top of the hurricane, and it gets sucked in the bottom, and it's that sucked in air at the bottom that's the wind that we experience at the surface of the earth. So it goes in and it whips around the center of the storm, goes up, and then gets pulled out in high pressure at the top. Well, so if we talk about just the upper level stuff, which is what we were talking about here a second ago, these are all upper level systems here, this high, this low over here, and now we're talking about the high above the hurricane that maybe influences this high further north here and maybe strengthens it. Now, you know, we're all into maybe land here, and that's why I want to say again that I don't understand, since we have no definite absolute for sure where it's going on, and the downside here is so potentially horrendous that the idea that we would wait and see anything doesn't make any kind of sense to me.
Yeah, it's a bit befuddling. Okay, Brian, thanks a lot. We'll check back with you in a little bit. And of course, Miami-Dade and Broward Emergency Operations Centers have been up and running. Let's go to CBS 4's Alita Haytayan. She's at the Broward Emergency Operations Center. Alita.
Angela, officials here have decided to go into full activation, which basically means that this room behind me will fill up around 1 o'clock this afternoon. All different people from the different municipalities in Broward County will be here. And these officials just got off the telephone with the National Weather Center, and to join us now with some of that information is Todd LeDuc. He's been filling us in all morning. What can you tell us happened during that conversation for people in Broward County that'd like to know?
Sure. Basically, the Hurricane Center provided additional information about the storm. Not a significant amount has changed since the early morning advisories. We're still taking this very seriously. We still are expecting that we're going to have some type of wind storm out of this, as well as heavy rains. The storm is so big, and the projection is margin of error, that we are still looking very seriously that we need to be ready to move and issue different orders should we need to either later this afternoon or this evening. So we're gearing up. We're bringing in basically all the support functions, everything from mass care and shelters to the school board and busing, etc. So we want to make sure that we're ready to go if we need to give an order for either evacuation. At this point, that's not being considered. We are just telling people that they need to stay close to the TV and at the same time to make preparations for the storm itself.
Talk a little bit about those shelters. You said they're not open right now, and you want to make sure that people know that. At what point will you open them?
Basically, once we have been placed under a hurricane warning, which changes from the expectation that we may have hurricane force winds and storm to the expectation that we will have. Now, that has not happened yet, and if it does happen, we would be notified by the Hurricane Center. We then would bring in the county administration and a lot of the folks that are here to support that function to determine what best activities and response we would need to take. So until we get to if we do get to a warning, would not make that decision. But certainly if you have questions, you can call the hurricane hotline here at Broward County, which is 954-831-4000, and we'll be happy to either update or answer any questions or concerns you have.
Okay, and for people that right now, today, the day is to prepare. Where Brian Norcross was just talking a little bit about put those hurricane shutters up, don't wait. You've pretty much been saying the same thing about that. Why is that so important for today?
Basically, this is a fairly fast-moving storm. It's a large storm from both Fire Rescue, Broward County Fire Rescue, and Broward County Emergency Management. We want to get the word out that you don't want to wait to the 11th hour, particularly in the morning or during tomorrow. You may not have much time to do that. So a lot of stuff to be done, particularly if you have to do shopping and gassing up the car. The lines are only getting worse. So we encourage people, get the shutters up today, take the necessary steps and precautions today so you don't get caught basically needing to, at the last minute, make preparations that may not come to fruition.
And for those people who do all of that today, the next question is, where do I go? Should I leave? And if I leave, where do I go? What do you suggest at this point?
Right now, we're not under any evacuation. We don't anticipate at this point having an evacuation order. In fact, we're telling folks that if you head north, that appears to be at some point where the storm is going to be heading. So by all intents and means, the best purpose or best thing that you could do probably is just to stay put. Board up and lock yourself down and get a good book and movie and just ride this storm out. So, but definitely stay tuned to the TV and radio for updates.
And you'll let us know basically when that time is, when it's time to move and which direction you should be going.
We certainly will. And again, we have the hotline up if there's any questions, or if you have missed the updates, please call in and we'll keep everyone informed to the best of our abilities.
Okay, let's give people that hotline number again.
Sure. In Broward County, it's area code 954-831-4000. And again, that's the Broward County Rumor Control Hotline.
Okay, 954-831-4000. So if people do have questions, they can call right here. You can talk to them about shutters. You can talk to them about what kind of supplies that they need. We can even talk to them about where they possibly need to go, what the closest shelter will be. All that kind of information you can get right here. And that number again is 954-831-4000. We are in Broward County. Right now we are waiting for some of those officials to come back out and brief us. We're expecting that to happen around 1:15. They will tell us a little bit more about what their conversation conversation with the Weather Center was. Thank you so much for joining us. In Broward County, Alita Haytayan, CBS 4 News.
All right, thank you, Alita. We're also keeping an eye on school closures. If they happen, we'll be sure to let you know. And as long as we're up in Broward right now, let's put the number out for Broward County Schools. Activated a 24-hour hotline. The number on your screen, 954-765-7005. I'll repeat it, 954-765-7005. And at 2 o'clock this afternoon, Broward schools will make a decision about whether or not to open tomorrow. So stay with us. We'll let you know what that decision is. And that phone number that you see on the screen right now is for school-related questions only.
Yeah, let's check in now with CBS 4's Gary Nelson. He is live at the Miami-Dade Emergency Operations Center to tell us what's happening there. Gary.
Well, Steve and Angela, a little while ago, Brian Norcross was talking about the pickle that the Miami-Dade emergency managers have themselves in now because of that late alert that was raised by forecasters. Forecasters, the managers here believe, have put them in a heck of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Damned if they urge folks to go out and prepare for a hurricane that turns and essentially poses no threat here, and damned to eternity if they fail to urge folks to prepare, and indeed that hurricane comes in and impacts significantly on Miami-Dade County. So the official word for Miami-Dade County residents at this hour is that you should comport yourself as if you are under the hurricane watch that you are, that hurricane conditions are possible here. Within the next day or so, your hurricane plan should be in place, and because, as Brian pointed out, those winds could begin to arrive by daybreak tomorrow, you might want to have all of your preparations in order before you go to bed tonight. Now, a lot of decisions are going to have to be made here in Miami-Dade County in the next few hours. Just a short while ago, Miami-Dade Mayor Alex Pinellas talked about some of them.
In all likelihood, we will be closing schools tomorrow. In all likelihood, we will be issuing evacuation orders later this afternoon. We're not sure yet if these are voluntary or mandatory orders or a combination thereof. We will make those decisions. Those of you, however, on the coastal areas, barrier islands, mobile homes, you could always expect to be the first ones to be evacuated, as is usually the case. We will also be making some decisions as it relates to shelters in the next few hours. And of course, we will be dealing with issues, dealing with governmental employees and making recommendations to private sector employees as well. Although we certainly don't want anyone to panic, please, if you're not prepared, this is the time to do it.
There, the mayor's audio finally dwindled away. Don't panic, the official word here in Miami-Dade County, but be prepared. The mayor pointing out that with all probability, school will be canceled in Miami-Dade County for tomorrow. That announcement for sure is expected about 2 o'clock this afternoon, when the mayor will again address the people of Miami-Dade. You should have your hurricane plans in place. You should be rushing them to completion before you go to bed tonight, perhaps, recognizing the possibility that we could see some gusting winds here come daybreak tomorrow. Now, the rumor control number here in Miami-Dade County is available to you. All of your questions regarding evacuation and where you go if an evacuation is ordered. None has been at this point. And the number is 305-598-7550. 598-7550. That's the latest. We're standing by for a 2 o'clock update here in Miami-Dade County. We're live at the Miami-Dade Emergency Operations Center. Gary Nelson, CBS 4 News.
Gary, thank you. And we want to just clue you in on a couple of things coming up. At 12:30, we are expecting a presser with the Federal Emergency Management Administration. Of course, FEMA, we're going to take you to that as soon as possible.
That office being mobilized. Also at 1 o'clock, we're expecting at least some comments or a statement, possibly a press conference from Governor Jeb Bush. So the ball is rolling now, albeit late for perhaps Miami-Dade, but things are starting to fall into place.
And we need you to make sure things are falling in place for you. CBS 4 continuing team coverage of Hurricane Floyd. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Hurricane season 99. The threat is real. The time to prepare is now with the CBS 4 Sun Sentinel Hurricane Survival Guide. It's your best source for helpful hurricane information, created with knowledge and care by the experts at the Sun Sentinel and CBS 4 meteorologist Brian Norcross. Get your CBS 4 Sun Sentinel Hurricane Survival Guide, available at Radio Shack, Polo Tropical, and Tire Kingdom.
So let's hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
This Hurricane 99 info is brought to you by Radio Shack.
I'm CBS 4 meteorologist Brian Norcross. Prepare your home for a hurricane. Trim trees now so the wind can blow through them easily. Inspect the roof for loose tiles. Know the location of the main electric breaker, water valve, and gas valve. And photograph your home and personal belongings in case you need it for the insurance company.
This Hurricane 99 info was brought to you by Radio Shack.
Save on whole rooms or individual pieces. Now is your opportunity to save, save, save. Rally Furniture, 7900 Northwest 27th Avenue in the Northside Shopping Plaza, right next to the police station.
If you can't watch CBS 4 News this morning, but still want to hear all the news, listen to our special reports weekday mornings with Lee Davalos on Magic 102.7 FM.
Good morning. It's Tuesday. At 9, Bob's Garage calls. It's your transmission. At 11, you find last month's electric bill in your purse. At 3, your son reminds you that he starts basketball practice tomorrow. At 3:01, your worst suspicions are confirmed. At 4, you enter National Cash Advance. They hold your personal check until your next payday, and you get cash, no waiting. At 8, all is well. Well, almost. National Cash Advance. Cash at the speed of your life.
Honey, listen, PPO means access but bigger deductibles. A PHO offers a single hospital. An HMO is less money, but what's a PCP and a POS again?
You know, Marge joined Foundation Health 2 years ago, and she never has to deal with this alphabet soup.
Choosing the right health plan doesn't have to be so confusing. Ask any member of Foundation Health, all 6 million of them if you like. Call us. We have a simple solution to your health care needs. Foundation Health Plans.
You're watching a special edition of CBS 4 News.
Continuing coverage of Hurricane Floyd right here on CBS 4. And you know, as Hurricane Floyd approaches, we want to give you a list of hurricane supplies you need to have handy. First, a supply of water. That is enough to last you at least a couple of weeks. Plan on having at least 2 liters of water per person per day for everyone in your household. That could be a lot of water if you have a large household. Also have some non-perishable foods. This is the only time I know that I purchase potted meats, but you know what, it works. Make sure you have plenty of batteries for your flashlights, radios, that kind of stuff, clock if you need to. You should also have a first aid kit handy and a sufficient supply of any medications you or anyone else in your house is going to need.
Also, you can track Hurricane Floyd with our Hurricane Survival Guide. You can pick up one at any Radio Shack, Pollo Tropical, or Tire Kingdom.
You know, I was in the store yesterday getting ready and was stopped by a lot of people. And you know, no one there was panicked. Not yesterday. They were very calm. They were getting their little groceries. But, of course, the question I was constantly asked is it going to hit? I don't know, but let's be ready, right?
Well, I should also point out that it was about mid-last week that you were the one who showed up here with about 10 gallons of water.
Exactly.
A lot of people are making preparations to one degree or another, whether it's buying plywood or just making sure they have a few things like a manual can opener, among other things. So we've got Stacy Santos. She's joining us live right now at the Miami Home Depot to give us a look at the preparations out there. Stacy.
Steve and Angela, I heard you earlier talking about getting those shutters up. Well, it seems every hour now, more and more people are taking it seriously. And one of the things they're focused on, right here, the plywood. People are buying this. We can't see enough people walk by and buy this stuff. And also another popular item right here, and I just bought some, is this plastic sheeting. Can you see it over here? They tell us that this is great for covering the furniture. So take a look at this. We're seeing more and more of these boxes going out. Take a look at this package. The scramble for stuff, lots of necessities. Those like Jose Medina notice the franticness of it all. When you look at everybody's face here, a lot of tension or?
Yes, we sure do. We have a lot of tension, especially after Andrew. Everybody knows what it's like. And we're real concerned and we want to stock up on a lot of things.
Now this would be the first hurricane for Gwen Saunders.
Well, a little bit, but I don't think we're losing our sanity yet. I think we're going to try to remain a little bit calm and prepare and be ready.
And for this man, it's all business when it comes to bordering up. And you're going to be busy today, huh?
Yes, I'm going to be very busy today. I have shutters at home, but the business, I don't have it.
For those who haven't made the all-important stops, now's the time. The plywood, the batteries, the flashlights and generators are being grabbed up fast.
It's better to be safe than sorry.
As news spreads about Hurricane Floyd, you not only see the crowds hitting Publix for the bottles and cases of water, but you can feel a tension. Tension that storm experts say is really right on track.
This is certainly a threat to Miami-Dade County. It's important that the message be given. I think the media is doing the right thing in getting the message out. I just want people to know that this week there is a potential for this storm to hit this area. We want them to know about it and be prepared for it.
There are still some, though, who say all this is just too much, too early.
Very overdone. I think this is mostly a reaction to media. People are reacting like cattle. There's nothing wrong out there yet. It's way too soon to react.
A lot of lives are not necessarily what we're doing here in Washington, but what's going on in your local communities and at your state governments. You need to be watching very carefully what these folks give you in terms of instructions and the evacuations that you should be doing. This is a very serious storm. It may be the worst storm that we've had in many, many years. According to what they're telling us at the Hurricane Center, it could either go into the Florida coast or perhaps, but it looks like right now it's headed north up towards South Carolina and could actually skirt up that coast. So people up and down that coastline should be taking all the precautions that they can, and specifically listening to you, the media. You have a large responsibility here to make sure that we put out exact and accurate information and that the people along the coast get the instructions that are being issued by the local governments. We would remind you that last month or last few weeks ago during Hurricane Dennis, on the Outer Banks of North Carolina, some folks didn't follow the instructions or the directions of the state government and the local government, and they got trapped out there. Bridges washed out, waters washed out, and it became quite a rescue mission for the state of North Carolina, getting in there to resupply those. And we urge you to follow the instructions of your state government and your local government, and this is a very serious storm, and to pay attention to it. There's a lot of activities that are going on right now in terms of getting the country ready to support the local governments and the state governments in these areas involved. And to do that part, I'm going to call Bruce Bauman up here to ask you to inform you about what that effort is.
Morning, I'm Bruce Bauman. I'm Director of Operations with FEMA. A number of things that we're taking action on right now. We're working with the states. The states are turning on their emergency operations centers. Currently, the Florida Emergency Operations Center is at 24-hour operations. The state of Georgia is going to 24-hour operations this afternoon. The state of South Carolina and the state of North Carolina are also at 24-hour operations. We have turned on our Regional Operations Center in Atlanta. We've turned on our operations center here at FEMA headquarters 24 hours. We have all of our federal agencies that are coming in to assist us in readying teams and commodities that could be delivered out to the field should they be necessary. Right now we have 3 management teams that we have deployed or in the process of deploying down to our regional office in Atlanta. They are really the emergency response teams. They're the management teams that could be sent to each one of the potentially affected states. We're also putting on alert emergency medical teams, search and rescue teams, readying our supplies at our logistics centers in Atlanta, looking at things like emergency power, water, ice, cots, tents, things like that that might be needed as a result of this hurricane. Next, Jane.
Seem to be edging a little bit to the north. We asked Jerry Jarrell, is this the beginning of the turn? Jerry said, well, we don't want to hang our hat on it because they do indeed wobble and it just doesn't seem like a definitive move. Well, here is the late satellite picture where we have a really good view, and I think you can see that the storm has made a little bit of a lean back to the left, which is the direction we don't want it going. There's where the eye is there, and here's where it was, and it kind of went up and then kind of took a lean back to the left. So the National Hurricane Center is still carrying a west motion. It looks to, even though it was slightly north of west, the way hurricanes work is they always wobble a little bit back and forth. So you never know when you first see a move in one direction if that's actually part of a turn or if that's just the nature of a wobble. But in any case, it seems like we still have this hurricane moving directly in this threatening way towards South Florida. We have not seen the turn that we had hoped we would see by midday today. Now the thinking is the turn will come later on today into tonight. So what that tells us is that it has the potential of coming ever so much closer, and what that leads us to is now is the time to prepare, because there is not going to be any time after today.
Is that low we talked about in Canada, is that affecting the turn at all when it turns?
Well, that is what will affect the turn. Just give me just 1 second here, and I'll go on down to show you that exactly. Here we are. Now, here's the system we're talking about. See the big dip in the jet stream right there? The low is actually centered right in there. You can kind of see the center of the spin, but it's responsible for this dip in the jet stream there. You can see the flow developing pretty good in there. That's that strong southwest flow. But if you look down in here over Florida, notice we see a very weak little flow, and it actually is sort of kind of going like that, if anything. We're just not getting under that influence of this strong flow developing in the atmosphere. And we're just getting a little more nervous about the fact that that's not happening. We're also getting a little nervous just looking at this, that this slow center seems to be heading that way more than it's heading this way, and I'd like to see it dipping south a little more. But still, the computers are indeed indicating that we are going to get a strong flow there. It's just a matter of when that's going to happen.
Brian, we need to take a very quick break, but please stay there, as you will. Don't even have to say that. We'll get back and get the very latest on this storm, and we've got some other advisories coming up also. So stay with us. CBS 4 News continuing coverage of Hurricane Floyd. We'll be right back.
CBS 4 Hurricane Hotline. One phone number, important information. Call toll-free in Broward, Miami-Dade. Get storm coordinates, distance, and strike possibilities direct from CBS 4's Brian Norcross. Be safe, be informed. CBS 4 Hurricane Hotline.
Investing is a serious business, not to be taken lightly. So why go with an unknown brokerage or discount firm? Go with a professional investment consulting team, backed by the resources of Wheat First Union. The Hirsch Arnold team has the credentials and the experience to help you reach your financial goals. Mitch Hirsch and Ken Arnold have advised some of the area's most successful families and businesses. Whether you're looking for mutual funds, stocks, bonds, or retirement plan rollovers, contact the Hirsch Arnold team for professional investment guidance and strategy.
Now our first denture cleanser keeps dentures feeling clean all day. New Fix-It-Dent with ProGuard, a breakthrough tablet and bath system. First, place your dentures into the bath and release the power of ProGuard to get them 4 times cleaner. Then you lift the inner basket to help seal in the clean with the ProGuard barrier, protecting against plaque and odor-causing bacteria from morning till night. Fix-It-Dent with ProGuard. Start cleaner, stay cleaner.
There are 3 words you'll be hearing a lot of in the coming months, 3 words that describe in a nutshell the difference between original Medicare plans and the one plan you can be sure has your own best interest at heart. Those words are not-for-profit. The difference is truly that simple. You see, with a traditional profit-driven health plan, the overriding priority is, well, making money. And why not? They have an army of investors and shareholders ready to sell off their stock if the company suddenly gets a little too generous with its members. That doesn't instill a lot of confidence, does it? Well, here are 3 more words for you. AvMed Medicare Preferred. AvMed is Florida's oldest and largest not-for-profit health plan. They don't make decisions based on pleasing a group of stockholders. AvMed's priority is the health and well-being of their members. But don't take my word for it. Call AvMed yourself. You'll get a free brochure on AvMed Medicare Preferred, the not-for-profit health plan.
Closed captioning is brought to you by the University of Miami Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center, a leader in providing research, breakthroughs, new treatments, and hope.
Do you have the next $1 million idea, invention, or perhaps an improvement to an existing product and just don't know how to get started? Do you believe your idea or invention has merit and fulfills a need? Do you think a manufacturer would want to produce and market your product and pay you royalties? If the answer is yes, call the professionals at Universal Consulting Service for your free inventor's information kit. They can help. Call now.
So I get this mail from Progressive saying they have a smart new way to shop for auto insurance.
Progressive, can I help you?
They give you their rates plus the rates of several other companies. I wonder whose rates are going to be lowest.
It looks like you could save over $200 if you went with...
What? You're an insurance company?
Hey, we know how hard it is to shop for auto insurance. A lot of times we're the lowest. Sometimes we're not.
That's not what I expected from an insurance company. And then he said, well, maybe you should.
Call 1-800-AUTO-PRO or your authorized independent agent.
Depression can be devastating. It makes you sad and steals away life's pleasures. It robs you of your sleep and saps your energy. It even kills your interest in sex. It affects you and it hurts the people around you. If you have these symptoms, you may be suffering from depression and need help. The Baumel Eisner Institute is testing a research medication for depression. Call us now, 1-800-755-1999. There is hope through research.
You asked for it, you got it. Modern Age's Great Escape Sale is back. Furnish your home and get a dream vacation.
Make a purchase of $9.99 or more, and Modern Age will fly you and a guest to one of 6 fabulous destinations like Acapulco or Hilton Head. It's not a contest. You'll automatically qualify with a purchase.
Shop today for new furniture, and round-trip airfare for 2 is on us. Modern Age, where beautiful homes begin.
Meteorologist Brian Norcross and real-time radar, only on CBS 4 News. Now, live. This is a special edition of CBS 4 News.
Welcome back. I'm Steve Wolford along with Angela Ray as we continue live CBS 4 News, continuing coverage of Hurricane Floyd, which is a very dangerous storm this afternoon.
Yeah, we want to take you live now to CBS 4's Phil Lipoff. He's at the beach in Fort Lauderdale, where we understand, Phil, the surf is getting pretty rough out there. Gosh, look at you.
Yeah. Thanks for that vote of confidence, Angela. I can tell you this much. About 5 minutes ago, I was getting ready to say to you, boy, look at how beautiful it is here in Fort Lauderdale. Not the case anymore. Take a look behind me. Just within the last 5 minutes, it started to rain fairly hard here. It's coming right off the ocean. You see a chop out there on the ocean, only just slightly more than on a regular day here. Take a look down the beach, though. This is in part because it just started to rain, but there hasn't been many more people here throughout the day either. It could be for 2 reasons. One, today is a work day. Also, Hurricane Floyd. Now, you've been listening to Brian Norcross, one of the leading experts in the country on hurricanes, and also the folks in Washington you just heard tell you there is no better reason to be prepared than how big this storm is. It is a monster, much bigger than Hurricane Andrew was. Yet, we still see people out here on the beach today taking a swim, surfing,
Phil, we apologize. Phil, we're going to have to interrupt you. We need to head to a press conference now.
The Broward EOC is now giving us some information on what it will be doing.
The Board of County Commissioners for Broward County. Commissioner?
Thank you.
Okay. It came out during the Broward EOC meeting was that they're going to get ready for winds of 1 degree or another no matter what, and that's probably the rule of thumb at this point.
Yeah, I listened to that with interest on what they're talking about there, and I wish that they had been more definitive because they said, for instance, that the winds are projected to be 61 miles per hour, and winds are never projected to be 61 miles per hour. That comes out of a computer program and assumes that the storm doesn't move an inch one way or the other off of a line, you know, and we all know that they wobble, and they wobble 30 or 40 miles, and 30 or 40 miles in a hurricane can make the difference between winds of 50 miles an hour and 75 miles per hour. So I wish that they had been stronger in their statement. I was pleased that they finally have sprung into action there and seem to be proceeding as if we're going to have a hurricane, which is the only choice we have. We may not end up having a full-scale hurricane here. It may happen. We hope it doesn't happen, although when you look at the satellite picture, it's just annoying us and concerning us ever so much more because it seems to be heading in a just due westerly direction right at the central Bahamas, and we just don't see up here yet any strong flow that we're waiting to see. We'll see it in these clouds. They're moving a little bit, but boy, just not very much. As a matter of fact, this movement is more associated with the outflow from the hurricane than it is associated with this system we're waiting to drop down. So on one hand, they said that. On the other hand, they said that originally Hurricane Andrew was forecast to go into Fort Lauderdale. It ended up going into Homestead. Which was not exactly a completely accurate statement, but in any case, the point is that we don't know for sure, plus or minus 50 miles, where the storm is going, but they want to hang their hat on the fact that the computer forecast 61-mile-an-hour winds. So it's taken them a little while, I think, but they're coming around. They're thinking and understanding that we have to proceed right now, today, as if we're going to have a significant hurricane event here, because if we don't, we're going to run out of time. So I'll tell you what, since we haven't done it in a while, why don't I just continue on here and we'll go through where we stand for folks that are just tuning in, because I suspect that a lot of folks are just getting the word. Here is what we call the visible satellite picture. This is just like a photograph from space, and what we see in here is an extremely well-developed storm right around the eye. I mean, you could hardly ever see a more classic-looking hurricane. The ominous part of this is that we see the little bit of a turn back to the left. Follow that eye, and it's turned back to the left, which of course is not the direction that we want to see it turn. So, I mean, our friends over in the Bahamas over there are going to be in rough shape. There's San Salvador right there, and it looks like at least part of that eye wall is going to go right over San Salvador unless something happens. Up here, of course, Eleuthera, and there's New Providence right on the edge of your screen where Nassau is. Here are the numbers as of the late advisory, and within 30 minutes or sooner we'll have new numbers: 24.1, 72.1. So there's the wind, still 155 miles per hour. I haven't seen any reports out of the aircraft. Have we gotten any reports out of the aircraft there? We're going to check on our printer here to see if anything's come in. West at 14, incredibly low pressure. That's lower than Hurricane Andrew, just slightly. Hurricane Andrew was 922. All right, and once again, the hurricane warnings, of course, for the Bahamas, the hurricane watches for the entire east coast of Florida up to Brunswick, Georgia, but not including the Keys. Here we have the wind flow. Once again, just to review what it is we're waiting for. There it is. That's that dip in the jet stream. No, we don't have any late reports from the aircraft. I'm not sure what the aircraft schedule is. Usually they're in about 2 o'clock, so maybe we have to wait a little bit longer. There's the dip we're waiting for. We want that to dip all the way down here and to push this high, which is coming around like this, out of the way, and therefore take over the flow and create essentially a river of air up that way and catch the hurricane and push it on up to our north. Of course, who knows what might happen when if it eventually hits land up north. But in any case, for our sakes, that's what we're looking to happen. It has not happened yet. That's the southern extent right there of this river of air. So the point is that the hurricane is going to get closer to us before that process ever starts, and it's going to get dangerously close, we do believe. Now, so as far as exactly how big it is and what that means, is to show you this graphic, and in some sense I think this is the most important graphic. What the yellow blob is, and you know we show this all the time and we rarely explain it. What the yellow blob is there is about a 60% chance that the hurricane is going to stay within that blob, statistically speaking. About. It's not exact, but that's to give you an idea. So 60% of the time when the Hurricane Center makes a forecast that puts the thing here on Tuesday and there on Wednesday and there on Thursday, 60% of the time it stays within that. 40% of the time it doesn't. So that raises even more concern. But the point is that if the hurricane ends up in this area here on Tuesday, kind of to the left side, clearly hurricane force winds there are going to be right on top of us. It's going to be a very close call if it gets to the left side here. If it gets way to the left side, they're going to be slam on top of us. But even if it's out here in the Bahamas, we're going to be with winds in the near hurricane force. And let me say that somehow when the Broward administrator said that their little computer tracking program said projected 61-mile-an-hour winds. Well, if we have 61-mile-an-hour sustained winds, we're going to have gusts of over hurricane force. Gusts are normally about 30%, 20 to 30% higher than the sustained wind value. And we see all the time in these weak tornadoes that we have around here that have winds of about hurricane force, flipping over cars and doing all kinds of damage. So we anticipate that even in that scenario that they were talking about, that we would have winds that would be potentially threatening. So, you know, all of this tells us that with all the uncertainties involved, that we have no option here but to take the rest of today and to go ahead and be prepared. And that's the bottom line here, and we need to talk more about what those steps need to be, I think, is what we should be doing at this point. Angela and Steve.
All right, thank you, Brian.
3 miles, if you just hold on 1 second. Let me speak here for 1 second while we get you punched up in the back. All right, I can see you on TV, so why don't we just talk here, even though you're not in my monitor here. Miles, do we have any reports? We're looking at the satellite picture, and this thing is clearly actually leaned back a little to the left, if anything, heading right down the pike due west. Anything from the aircraft, any indications here of when we're going to start to see this turn we're anticipating?
No, I haven't seen any indications of the turn that we're anticipating. However, the computer guidance models that we've learned to rely on so much do indicate this turn is going to take place. Our forecast is calling for the turn to take place, but as we've said many times now, the center of the hurricane is going to get very close to the coast of Florida before the turn takes place, so it's a real hairy situation.
Miles, comparing, and I haven't had a chance to do this, we've been so busy here, I know that you guys do this all the time, comparing where the hurricane is now with where you were projecting it. Is it slightly to the left, or is it right on your line, or you know, how is the track working out?
It's within 1/10 of a degree. It's within 6 miles of our forecast track at this point.
Okay.
So it's right on.
All right. So I mean, we can. That's a good sign. We like that because the forecast, in other words, was anticipating this motion, as scary as the motion is. The forecast was anticipating this continued westerly motion until later tonight?
That's right.
Okay.
Right.
At that point, and as you see it right now, how close are we going to get here to having hurricane force winds? I mean, you got to watch up at some point. If you think it's going to happen, you've got to put up a warning, clearly, for some place here on the coast, someplace time later today, I would think, if you think it's going to come edge closer to the coast. How close do we think we're going to get?
Well, if our forecast track is correct, the hurricane force winds are going to stay offshore, but they're going to be very close. They could be 25 miles or 50 miles offshore, and that's awful close for government work.
Let's talk about the timing on the possibility of a hurricane warning here. Wouldn't you have to put it up if you think that there's some chance it might not turn later on this afternoon?
I think that we're going to be having a very serious discussion in the next couple of hours about putting up a hurricane warning for some portion of the Florida coast at 5 p.m. That's the plan right now.
And if it's going to be a tough call. I don't envy you guys out there making these kind of decisions, because with it still coming on, as we've been saying here, there is no option but to make believe that it's actually coming this way, wouldn't you say?
That's correct. That's why we put up the hurricane watch for Dade County. We had previously left it out, but when we took another look at it and we realized that by the time this turn takes place, or if it doesn't take place as expected, it's going to be too late to do anything, that we thought we ought to go ahead and put up the watch, and we may have to do the same thing with a warning later on today.
All right, Miles, of course, the rumor control numbers, it's not surprising that you can't get through. There is no way to maintain a phone bank for 4 million people, and that's what we have here in this metropolitan area. So that's the fact of the matter. So what we need people to do is put their preparations into effect. Watch us here. We'll try and answer every question you need. All right, here's the story. The important stuff here is this. The coordinates, 24.2. What were the coordinates at 11 o'clock? 24.1. Okay, so one little tick. Is this the 11 o'clock advisory? All right. So one little tick to the north, which represents 6 miles, so that's insignificant. Still moving west, but now west near 15 miles per hour, which gives us even a little more concern, because the faster the storm moves to the west, that's an indication, if you were watching us earlier, that the high pressure system to the north is strong, driving the hurricane on the south side of it to the west. The faster it moves to the west, the further west it might get before it makes the turn, even if the turn materializes as expected. So it's only 1 mile per hour, but we would much prefer see it going the other way. And if you think about it, 1 mile per hour over a day is 24 miles. And 24 miles, if you only have the hurricane force winds offshore, as Miles Lawrence said a little while ago, perhaps 25 to 50 miles, that 24 miles is a significant amount. I understand that my friend Ed Rappaport is standing by at the National Hurricane Center. Ed, are you with us, Ed?
Yeah.
Hi, how are you doing? Dr. Ed Rappaport. Ed, I just got the advisory, the 2 p.m. advisory here. noticing the increase in westerly motion slightly, I mean from 14 to 15. But were we not originally thinking that we would expect a slower movement by this time, or was that going to happen a little later?
Yeah, your summary is right on. We have some concern because not only has the westward motion not decreased, but it's actually increased a little, and that does suggest, as you indicated, that that high to the north has remained anchored there. It's not weakening quite yet.
Yesterday, from the aircraft, we had the data out there showing the center of the high along 71, and already we're at 72 here, and we're not seeing the turn, which maybe is another indication that the weather pattern is not exactly as, or it's evolving, one or the other, not exactly as we thought or evolving. Is that a fair assessment?
Right. It's, of course, complicated by having such a big storm, which may be changing its own environment, keeping that ridge to the north longer than what most of the computer models have suggested would occur.
Now, when are we going to get the next set of new model information, new data from the aircraft, you know, something that we could say, okay, now we have, well, we just got a vortex message here, and it's 926, so it has come up slightly, although we still have a monster hurricane, obviously.
Right, well, the 926 may not be completely accurate. It's possible, from what we've seen, that they didn't hit the center of the eye with the song.
I see.
But we do expect more model data, obviously, this afternoon. And if there's a change, it would be in our 5 o'clock advisory.
Okay. All right. Ed Rappaport, of course, will stay in close touch with you here. That's going to be a very critical advisory on a lot of fronts, including warnings obviously have to go up for somewhere at that point because it's just getting too close to not put the warnings up.
That's right. The storm is so big that we'll probably have to do warnings here pretty shortly.
Okay. All right. You think they might even be before 5?
I don't think so. We'll wait and see what kind of new computer guidance we get.
Okay. All right. Ed Rappaport at the National Hurricane Center. Thank you very much. All right. So that's the news. Let me send it back to you now. And I think, you know, the bottom line here is the National Hurricane Center will indeed give us sort of their overview, their thinking behind it, and whatnot. This is all GERD information coming in here, by the way. Let me just confirm indeed it is. So that's what they're doing. And anyway, Deputy Director Max Mayfield is standing by out there now, and he's going to give us kind of the background thinking on why they're putting up whatever warnings they're doing. So let's go to Max Mayfield, Deputy Director of the National Hurricane Center. All right, they're coming up 30 seconds later, obviously, Max. Just getting ready. Let me just tell you while we're waiting here a moment about the new GERD information. GERD is now in fact, I'll tell you what I can do. It's an 85-mile-an-hour hurricane, and I think I have time. Well, I don't have time. I'll get it for you when we come back. All right, now let's go to Max Mayfield at the National Hurricane Center.
Well, good afternoon. This is the update on Hurricane Floyd. I suspect after I have a little briefing here that there will be several questions I'll be glad to try to answer. At 4:30 this afternoon, Hurricane Floyd remains an extremely dangerous hurricane. The maximum sustained winds are still near 155 miles per hour. This makes this a borderline Category 4, Category 5 hurricane. It's a little bit stronger than Hurricane Andrew, but what is even more important is that it is much larger, at least 3 times as large as Hurricane Andrew was when it hit the southeast Florida coast in 1992. If this hurricane were to make a direct hit on the Florida coast, we would expect extensive, actually extreme to even catastrophic damage if it were to make a direct hit. Now, the important thing here is the track forecast, and the track forecast is basically unchanged. The motion this afternoon has actually picked up a little bit. It's moving a little bit north to due west, about 16 miles per hour. So we have not seen a slowdown in the forward motion. We have not seen a turn towards the north. We still think that it will gradually turn up towards the northwest and then north in response to this broad trough that you can see on the satellite imagery here over the central United States. That is indeed moving eastward. That should begin to steer the hurricane more towards the northwest. The best dynamical computer models that we have indeed indicate that it will parallel the Florida East Coast, and we're becoming very concerned with Georgia and the Carolinas at the longer time frame. At the present time, we have hurricane warnings up for the central and northwestern Bahamas, And at 5 o'clock, we are going to upgrade the hurricane watch for the Florida East Coast to a hurricane warning. This hurricane warning will go from Florida City all the way up to just south of Brunswick, Georgia. And then we have a hurricane watch that will be put in effect for the Georgia coast from Brunswick, Georgia up to Savannah. That hurricane watch will likely be extended northward as time goes as well. For the southeast Florida area, we're obviously very, very concerned that we have not seen any slowdown in that forward motion. It's moving toward the west in response to a ridge of high pressure to the north of the hurricane. The data that we're looking at says that it's nearing the western extent of the ridge, and it should begin to turn up towards the northwest. It is not doing that. Sometimes when you have a very large hurricane like we have here, also like we had in Hurricane Gilbert back in 1988, these large and very powerful hurricanes can tend to build the ridge themselves and influence the environment themselves to the north of the hurricane, and that may be delaying this turn to the northwest. That's why that we've been in consultation with all the forecast offices on the Florida East Coast. We've been in contact with the emergency management community both in Tallahassee and elsewhere along the Florida East Coast. I know a lot of actions are already underway. A lot of evacuations have already been ordered. This is absolutely the right thing to do. Now, on our current forecast track, the core of this hurricane is still forecast to remain just offshore. However, even here in Miami-Dade County, that's only about 50 miles offshore, and that's just too close for comfort. Therefore, since the hurricane warning is going to be put into effect, we urge everyone to go ahead and make your preparations to protect your life and property. Plan as if the core of this hurricane were going to hit you. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Walk us through for South Florida.
Okay, the question.
All right, that's the word from Max Mayfield at the National Hurricane Center. If you guys in the control room, I think we could take some of these questions from out there. We may get to actually learn a little more. It's very important information that we're getting from Max. Can we go back to him?
290 miles.
Let's go ahead and back to Max
away
Mayfield.
from the center of the hurricane. So you can see that these outer rain bands go out almost 300 miles. So I would expect that even during the evening, we may have some of these light bands like we had a couple of this afternoon. Those are really just sort of nuisance showers. I wouldn't get too concerned about those. But early tomorrow morning, conditions should start to deteriorate depending on how close the the hurricane actually gets to us. The effects here in southeast Florida will really depend on the exact track that the hurricane takes. The penalty for not taking these making these preparations tonight is just too great.
When do you think it's going to start making the shift towards the north?
Well, we haven't really changed the reasoning here on our forecast track, and the track is pretty much the same. We're bringing it here somewhere just a little south or very near Grand Bahama Island within 24 hours. Now, if it's 50 or 100 miles to the left of that, the southeast Florida coast has a real problem here. We have uncertainties in the forecast, especially when we have a hurricane that is going to turn up to the north like this one is, and it will eventually do that. But the timing is so uncertainty that we just can't gamble with people's lives, and therefore the hurricane warning has been issued. Yes.
Best scenario with this hurricane, with the eye coming just off the shoreline, best scenario, what could the east coast of Florida expect?
Well, the best scenario would be to have it go ahead and turn up to the northwest, eventually north, and just have the trends of the hurricane skirt the Florida East Coast. If we're lucky, if that were to happen, we'd only have tropical storm force winds along the coastline. And I might just share some of the different solutions we have from the computer models. In fact, the three most sophisticated models that we have, the National Weather Service model, the model developed up at the NOAA lab at Princeton University, the Geophysical Fluid Dynamics lab. That computer model brings it into the Northern Bahamas and then slowly turns it northward and accelerates it up into Charleston, South Carolina. The United Kingdom model, the European model that we look at, that's a very good large-scale model. It also turns it up more towards the north and has it making landfall near the South Carolina-North Carolina border. The Department of Defense, the Navy NOGAPS model actually has it turning even sharper to the north and skirting the outer banks of North Carolina. So that's the kind of scatter that we're looking at. We have some less sophisticated models that actually drive the hurricane into the Central Florida coast. we're still very concerned. This is so large and so powerful that we're somewhat concerned that it is building the ridge to the north on its own, and the models may not be sophisticated enough to account for that. So that's why we just can't afford to gamble or bet the farm on that turn to the north. You know, we just can't bet on that perfect forecast.
When would we know? When would we have a pretty good idea that if it weren't a turn, worst case scenario, when would we have a pretty good idea it's going to go right?
Well, I really don't think we're going to know until it really makes a turn. I think that even tomorrow, this time, I still think it's going to be in the northern Bahamas. And it may not even begin to turn until then, significantly. I mean, that's really what our forecast. We've had it in or near the northern Bahamas, you know, for a few days now. This is a little bit to the left of that, but not significantly. But it's just too close for comfort. And the wise thing to do is go ahead and, you know, it's great to pray for the best, but you need to prepare for the worst. And go ahead and batten down the hatches and be prepared as if this hurricane were going to make a direct hit. Anything else? You let me off easy.
We'll start feeling, based on the predictions now, what time? You said early morning. What time?
Okay, it depends totally again on the track, but it's a good question. You know, we talk a lot about the uncertainty of the track forecast. I think we've done a good job for years on the uncertainty of the track forecast, and everyone in the media, even here in Miami now, is showing these cones of uncertainty. That's exactly the message we want to convey to people. There is uncertainty. That's really good. We have uncertainty in the track forecast. We also have uncertainty in the intensity forecast, although this one is so strong, and I really think we will see some fluctuations in intensity here. It's still a very, very strong Category 4 hurricane, so the intensity is not in question here. To answer your question, we also have limitations in estimating the radius of tropical storm force and hurricane force winds. We're looking at satellite imagery, we're looking at buoy information, we're looking at the dropping zones for the aircraft. Our best guess is that those tropical storm force winds on some of these outer rain bands on the northwest side will be arriving in here tomorrow morning. We may get some of these outer rain bands and get some of the tropical storm force winds. Those bands will probably get out and dissipate, and then new bands form, so you may have some breaks in there. But people should be prepared, at least, for the arrival of tropical storm force winds early tomorrow morning.
All right, Deputy Director Max Mayfield, National Hurricane Center, where we have some of the new information actually to show you graphically, and we're working on it right now. Dave, I'm on a different computer, so as soon as you can display that, go ahead and display it, all right? But let me show you just on the satellite picture. This is a current satellite picture. Shows you where clearly the center of the hurricane is. Now, here's what the difference is. What they had done previously on the previous track is they had the eye more or less over Abaco tomorrow. Now it's moved over about 50 miles to the west. But as we were discussing before, that 50 miles is really the gap between the hurricane force winds. So when the hurricane force winds, yes, earlier, on the earlier forecast, were forecast to be in an area like that. But now, with the eye here, they're forecast to be in an area like that. So again, we'll do this graphically and maybe more clear, but I think you get the idea that now with the track forecast to go like this, make kind of a hard right, perhaps near Andros Island, we're going to be that much closer to hurricane force winds. All right, we're good to go here with the graphic. I don't think so. There it is. Okay, so here is the actual analysis now from the computer that shows the hurricane force winds right in there, shows the tropical storm force winds. Now, right there's Grand Bahama kind of under that Tuesday, right in there. If we move the center of this over to there, you can see clearly that the hurricane force winds are right on our doorstep in that kind of situation. The tropical storm force winds even perhaps include some of the Keys, in fact do include the Keys at that time, at least many of the Keys. So that's the story, and we are not really surprised about that, because if you recall, the situation has been that the storm has been moving that much more quickly to the west, so it just put itself a little further west than was forecast to be picked up by the strong southwesterly flow that we're anticipating coming up here very soon. Now, let me tell you what, let me just go to another computer, since it is, you guys in the control room, tell me what you want to do. Or what, do you want me to get the graphics together and you go do something else temporarily? All right, tell you what, we'll take a break. We're going to get our information together. We don't have all of the advisory in yet, but we do have the key elements. We'll show you all the elements that we do have when we come back from the commercial break. We'll see you in just a minute.
All right, as Brian mentioned, this is not only
Out of the National Weather Service office in Key West now, tropical storm warnings will be issued for the middle and upper Keys as of 5 p.m. This is more information on Hurricane Floyd coming in right now. But with the folks in the Keys have been asking for information. We said we would see what this advisory shows, how close it's going to come. And as just a moment ago, I said that possibility existed indeed. They are issuing tropical storm warnings for the middle and upper Keys. They're talking about this possibility of large swells over the upper Keys on the Atlantic side, as well as, of course, the whole southeast coast, producing minor coastal flooding, and also the possibility of Florida Bay being pushed south. So tropical storm warnings, we'll have to see exactly what Monroe County government decides they want to do with that, but that is the fact. Tropical storm warnings being issued for the Keys at 5 o'clock. All right, back to you.
Thank you so much, Brian. I hope the lines at places like Home Depot and the supermarket are getting a little longer as we are really beginning to take this seriously. Please, if you haven't gotten your house in order, literally, you need to do so now.
Let's go to CBS 4's Julie Auclair. She's joining us live at the Home Depot in Miami, and looks like there's a lot of folks out there getting ready, Julie.
There are a lot of people here, Stephen. There are a lot of supplies that we're going to need if Hurricane Floyd hits us. Batteries, flashlights, shutters, plywood, and people have been flocking to this Home Depot in Oakwood Plaza in Hollywood all day today. They are putting plywood onto the back of their cars. You can see all the plywood here behind me as people are struggling to get ready. They want to make sure they are ready to ride out the storm if Hurricane Floyd hits us. The lines are growing, Home Depot becoming more and more crowded as the day goes on, customers rushing in to stock up on storm supplies.
We're here, we have no choice. We've got a hurricane, so we try and prepare.
What are you stocking up on? What do you have in your car?
Batteries, flashlights, just little incidentals, some things to cover the windows.
As the demand grows, employees continue to stock the shelves, putting out more tape, batteries, flashlights, rain ponchos, just to name a few of the essentials. And the most popular item in the store today, generators. This is where they used to be. They are completely sold out except for this one, the only generator left in the store, and the person who wants to pay $798 can own it. And plywood is scarce as well. These shelves totally empty. But the trucks keep coming, delivering more plywood, and if you don't mind waiting in line a couple of hours, you'll eventually get some. And all of these supplies adding up, Mary Thomas watching the total grow as she purchases tape, garbage bags, and flashlights for the Salvation Army. $187.90, that's a lot of money to spend on Hurricane Floyd, isn't it?
Yes, it is a lot of money. A lot of money. We'll be spending more before it's over with because we have to get water and other stuff for them too as well. So we were spending more than that. That's only half of what we'll be spending today.
And back out live now in the parking lot of Home Depot here in Hollywood, where people are continuing to load plywood into the back of their cars, making sure they will be prepared. They need to board up their windows tonight just in case Hurricane Floyd does hit us. And don't worry, if you don't have the supplies you need yet, Home Depot will be open for 24 hours. It may close at some point tomorrow afternoon, but it is open all throughout the night tonight. And come soon, though, because although supplies are stocked up now, they will continue to dwindle as the night goes on. Reporting live in Hollywood, Julie Auclair, CBS 4 News.
Okay, Julie, thanks a lot. And let's give you another list of the supplies you need to have ready to go. A supply of water that's enough to last you at least for 2 weeks. Now, plan on having at least 2 liters of water per person per day for everyone in your household. Have some non-perishable foods. We're talking some canned goods. You need a little can opener to open all that stuff. Yeah. Batteries for flashlights and radios. You also should have a first aid kit, very handy, and a sufficient supply of any medications you or anyone else in your household uses.
Okay, let's move ahead now to the Hurricane Survival Guide. This has a lot of information that Angela just mentioned. It expanded on that a little bit. Also will allow you to track the storm right along with our own Brian Norcross and Bob Soper, Dave Rexroth, the meteorological team back there. You can pick them up at any Tire Kingdom, Pollo Tropical, or Radio Shack locations around South Florida.
And an important part of what we do here at CBS 4 News is Neighbors for Neighbors. This organization was born out of Hurricane Andrew, and we are up and running in full swing. CBS 4's Michelle Gillen is manning the phone banks. Michelle, what's going on there now?
Well,
we're getting a lot of calls, and I think the concern here is that in the last few hours, the phone calls have somewhat shifted from questions and confusion to a little bit of panic, particularly for some of our elderly residents, particularly with some of the different wordings of the evacuations. It can be confusing for any one of us. Even for myself, as an investigative reporter calling county officials, I get a lot of, I'm not sure, I don't know. For example, to be clear, in Broward County, the evacuated zones, the order is calling for the evacuations to be at 8 p.m. And shelters in Broward County, at least at this hour, will not open until 8 p.m. Staff should be arriving at 6, but the doors, I am told, will not be open until 8 p.m. Well, why the difference with Dade County? Dade County, the affected areas under evacuation order for 6 p.m. Shelters opening at 6 p.m. So I know that's left some people wondering why the difference, and when I've asked Broward officials, they say, we don't know. But at least we can just give you that information, and I'm not sure that before the night's out that maybe the Broward hours might even change. Everyone's waiting for the 5 o'clock advisory, but right now it is 8 p.m., and everyone wants you to take that very, very seriously. We know and we hope that everyone, of course, is thinking of their loved ones and doing everything you can to prepare. But I guess we really want to talk about maybe thinking about just some friends or acquaintances, because now is the time that can make a huge difference in someone's life. And Lynn Cameron from Neighbors for Neighbors is here. She's seen it firsthand, and we want to thank you for all the volunteers who called in earlier today after we talked with you. We were able to match some folks up. And now we want to just basically say, if you're getting your family together, think about maybe that person 3 floors up who's 80 and has no way of living without electricity, because unfortunately, possibly in the next few days, that could be a reality.
Yes, it could, and I think that the most important thing you can do right now is look around your neighborhood. Try to think if there is somebody who's vulnerable, if you know somebody that you can help. It is a terrifying thing to go through a storm like this. We get calls from people who say that they do have family here, but they're fighting with them. Something like that is going on. This is a time to get through that and to get over that and maybe mend some relationships and maybe make some new friends if you meet somebody in your neighborhood that you can take in. It's so important that we reach out to each other. That's how Neighbors for Neighbors began. And I think that's the most important thing we can do. Disaster seems to help us find each other.
Well, and also, now is the time to do preventative action that could potentially even save a life 2 or 3 days from now. I also know there's a lot of anxiety, and we're trying to get you answers on it, and some of it's going to be, we're just going to have to see it as it happens. There's a lot of concern, for example, with the first row evacuations at 6 p.m. That is a time of day where we've got traffic. Many people are just getting out of the offices around that hour, and I know there's concern about that.
There's tremendous concern, mostly because people are afraid to be out on the road. They're not sure when.
Bathroom, but she says there is glass block. Now, that's certainly a heavier kind of grade than a window, but she wants to know if that is a safe area if she would have to use it.
Well, it's as you say, Steve, it's better than a window. It's not as good as a wall. If that's the safest place, it depends on what we get here. If we end up getting a Category 1 type hurricane, you know, where we're expecting winds in the 75 or 80 mile an hour range, maybe 90 mile an hour range, I wouldn't be too concerned about that for myself. I mean, that would be just my opinion. Clearly, a closet interior that did not have a glass block wall would be safer.
Okay, here's a question from Brad Thompson. Is it safe to go outside in the eye of a hurricane? Brad.
Well, it's safe to go outside in the eye, with the exception of the fact that conceivably power lines have been knocked down and dangerous things have occurred outside. I mean, if you're in the eye, and with any luck here, we're not going to be in the eye. But if you are, the winds are calm, the weather is not the problem, except that in 1926, in the Great Miami Hurricane in 1926, more people were killed after the eye because they were outside, and the debris that had been knocked down in the first part suddenly was flying around in 140 mile an hour winds, and that killed numerous people. So in that sense, it's not dangerous, and that's why we normally say, sit tight, let's let the whole thing get over with. Why take a chance on something bad happening?
And we certainly hope Brad is not disappointed if we don't see the eye of Floyd this time around. Back into more of what will be happening here, Brian. We have a question about wind direction and exactly, you know, as far as depending, I guess, on how far north the storm travels, what directions the winds that we do experience, whether they're tropical storm strength, hurricane strength, will they be coming from?
Well, all right, well, let's take a look at our graphic here. And if you don't mind, I think I'll just go ahead and give you the full package, because now we have the full information from the 5 o'clock advisory. Here we have the, you can see obviously the direction of rotation of the lower level winds coming around like that. So if the storm actually does come along and make a path where it gets up near Andros Island, say, and then takes a turn to the north and ends up somewhere in there, then we're going to have a north, first of all, when the storm is down to the south, we're going to have kind of a northeast wind coming in here. And then when it gets up to the north, we're going to have a more north wind coming in. And as if it does indeed track up the coast, then we're going to have more of a west wind coming in around the storm. Now, the problem is, of course, that if it doesn't make that nice turn and it ends up very close to us, then at some point we're going to have a very, very strong east wind, and that very strong east wind is what is a storm surge wind. East and southeast winds are storm surge winds for us. So if the eye is south of us and close to the coast, that's when the storm surge is going to occur. So at the current projection, the storm surge is going to be worse to the north, because the thinking is that the storm will make the turn somewhere in here, who knows where. But if it doesn't make the turn, it ends up being kind of to our south, then we're into storm surge situations, and then we have to be much more concerned for flooding water from the ocean and the bays and up the New River and all the other flood-prone areas. Now let's go to the close-up view here of our visible satellite picture, and we are still looking at absolutely as classical a hurricane as we have ever seen, a more classical hurricane than Hurricane Andrew, as a matter of fact, because Hurricane Andrew didn't have these outer bands in it with the same ferocity that this one does, a very symmetric kind of spiral there. So what that's telling us is that wind is flowing in at the lower levels of the atmosphere from all sides, which allows the hurricane to, in some sense, run on all cylinders. It's when part of the wind flow, called the inflow, gets cut off that often diminishes the strength of the hurricane. Right now we have nothing obvious that would diminish the strength of the hurricane beyond just the natural fluctuations in its strength. And right now it looks like it's going through another strengthening stage. Here are the numbers: 24.2, 73.7. There are the winds, 155. West at 16. And that, of all the numbers that we see, is the number that we like the least, because unless this thing slows down, it's not making the turn. It has to slow down to make the turn. That's just the way they work. And now it's increasing in speed, and we'll talk more about why that's of concern in just a moment. And there's that pressure, 923 millibars, essentially exactly what Hurricane Andrew was, but in this tremendously large circulation. It's just hard to imagine that strong a hurricane of this size. Of course, we've seen them before a few times, but we're talking about the ones that we've seen before of this size are the catastrophic hurricanes of all time. And if it maintains this and it hits the coast somewhere, that's what we're going to see. Here you see the hurricane warnings. Now, of course, still for the Bahamas, but also now hurricane warnings for the whole east coast of Florida. What that is telling you is the National Hurricane Center is saying that everybody on the East Coast needs to go in full speed preparation for this mega hurricane that's coming in the direction of Florida. Because the slightest deviation, even though they're trying to put the center offshore and keep it offshore, the slightest deviation brings catastrophic hurricane winds over the Florida coast, as opposed to just plain old damaging hurricane winds. And there you see the tropical storm warning in effect for the Florida Keys north of the 7 Mile Bridge. Tropical storm warning meaning that tropical storm conditions are expected, and that's winds up to 70 miles an hour, 70, 75 miles an hour. Less than 74 technically, but the point is boaters and other people in vulnerable situations in the Keys are going to need to take action to get to a safe place. Now here is the situation that we've been looking at, same situation, and we're looking especially right now at this streak of wind coming down. You see the clouds there? We're going to see what that does to this wind flow. If things work out properly, that will push the wind flow down a little bit, and that will help to start the turn of the hurricane. You can see it's going to take a little while for that to happen and for that to reach the base of the turn. When it reaches the base of the turn, that's when we expect the base to no longer be up in here, but to now be down in here, and we'll see if that does indeed work out. Here is that wind flow as we look at it in detail. There it is. Here's the high to the north, and our concern being that with the speed increasing from 14 earlier to 16 now, that is an indication this high is strong and stronger, because the high is in some sense the driving push in this direction behind moving the hurricane to the west. So with that increase, perhaps the high is stronger, although all the computer models do indicate a turn. And that's why the National Hurricane Center is still thinking that while we have a hurricane warning, the hope is that it isn't going to be a hurricane warning for a catastrophic hurricane here, that it will turn. But boy, it is still going to be, it's even closer to call now than it was earlier today. We have not improved the situation on the 5 o'clock advisory. We have made it a closer call for not having an all-time memorable hurricane here. Still the thinking is here on our future track, you see that the edge of the future track puts the storm in the worst possible place. The worst place for us for a hurricane is to bring the storm into South Dade like Hurricane Andrew, a big storm like this. So just to give you an idea, in 1926, the storm came over essentially Perrine, south of Dadeland, and Hollywood and Dania were substantially destroyed, and Fort Lauderdale had tremendous damage because it was this size of a hurricane, or close to this size, maybe not quite this big, but on these dimensions. So that's the worst case for us, is right in there, and that is within the realm of possibility here. Obviously, more cases are over to the right, and that's what we're very hopeful for, and we're going to watch every single 15 minutes so we get a new satellite picture to see if we can detect this turn happening. But clearly, the situation is dire enough that all preparations need to be taking place. Now, I know a lot of folks are sitting at home thinking, okay, what does that mean for me, assuming you don't have hurricane shutters to put up, especially people in high-rises? If you're in a high-rise, you need to be making plans for where you're going to go, because a storm like this, the slightest little deviation, your high-rise is not going to be safe. We've seen over and over again upper floors of high-rises destroyed because the winds are that much stronger that far above the ground. So folks in high-rises, folks on those islands in the bay, it's just clear now. There is no reason, though, to wait it out. If you want to get up early in the morning and you know where you're going to go, then looks like you're going to be okay. But, I mean, we're talking about getting up at 5 a.m. tomorrow to make your move. We don't think anybody, we want to focus on a time period of about 8 a.m. in the morning where no one should be trying to move anywhere after about that time. Now, we may have to revise that, and we may have to, especially since the storm is picking up speed, we may actually have to make that sooner. But right now, we're thinking about 8 a.m. for the drop-dead time, so to speak, like we were talking about in Andrew at midnight. 8 a.m. is the time that everybody is in place where they're going to be until this thing goes on by in whatever fashion it goes on by. So what that means in a practical sense is either you plan to get up early in the morning, maybe even in the middle of the night, and make your move, or it means you plan to go tonight. And people with good sense, I think, are going to get in place, get in their hotel rooms, get at their friend's house, get set up, do everything you need to do here before you go to bed tonight, and just be in place tomorrow. That seems like the most common sense thing to do. So that's where we stand right now, and all we can do is talk about the issues, what folks need to be doing, and watch for that turn, which indeed we do not expect until very late tonight. Angela and Steve.
All right, thank you, Brian. We'll see you in a few minutes.
All right, we want to go now to CBS 4's Jim Barry. He's in our newsroom to tell us a whole lot of stuff we need to know about evacuations. Jim.
A lot of evacuations and a lot of notices that we're getting in our fax lines here in the CBS 4 newsroom, so let me bring you up to date. First of all, in case you didn't hear the word from Miami-Dade Mayor Alex Pinellas, these areas he has ordered mandatory evacuations for beginning at 6 p.m. tonight. They are all coastal areas in Miami-Dade: Bal Harbor, Bay Harbor Islands, Indian Creek Village, Surfside, North Bay Village, Miami Beach, all the Venetian Islands, Key Biscayne. In addition to these areas, also evacuations ordered in about 50 minutes in the Port of Miami, Fisher Island, Golden Beach, Sunny Isles, Star Island, all of the Biscayne Bay Islands, Brickell Key, and the North Bay Islands. Now, those are the evacuations for Miami-Dade. As for Broward, a little less extended.
There, we still have a strong hurricane producing hurricane force winds over the Hollywood area. So that's why in all of South Florida, all preparations for the arrival of a hurricane need to be taken here, even if it doesn't come directly over us, and we are very hopeful that it is not going to do that. The other thing I want to look at here while we're looking at the satellite picture is look at the track. It's going west-west and a little bit of a northwest nudge there toward the end. Can you make that out? Right there.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a hopeful thing. Yeah. Now, again, we saw that one time before and it bent back to the left. but that's what we're focusing on. Every 15 minutes we get a new one of those satellite pictures in there.
How much of that does a trend make? Because you've mentioned wobble, and we see that, but when will you start to get confident that turn is actually taking place?
I think we need to look at this for a good 6 hours or so to see that happening. Normally, they'll average out the last 6, 12 hours to come up with the direction of the storm. That's why very often, if you're plotting very precisely the points that the National Hurricane Center puts out, you go, wait a minute, it's actually moving a little bit south of due west, and they're saying it's moving west. Well, they're averaging out over a longer period of time to take out any potential for a misleading wobble.
I have a couple of viewers here who are interested in traveling, and they're a little concerned. One person says they are planning on coming here on the 16th. Should they call it off? Somebody else says, you know, bringing a boat down in the next few weeks. Advice?
Well, you know, common sense applies here. Obviously, if a couple weeks from now, this is all going to be over. Next week, we may be standing here dealing with Hurricane Gert. You know, I'm not saying it's coming here. I'm just saying it's following Floyd, and who knows. But if the weather's good, take your boat. If the weather's good, take your trip. If not, do the hurricane stuff you need to do.
Brian, to a more immediate nature, as far as where people, in which direction they should evacuate to. I've got some friends that have decided to head for Fort Myers, and my parents are heading north. I'm trying to talk them out of going up north right now. So, what's your best advice on that?
Well, you need to get on the phone with them.
Yes.
They're not using common sense.
Crying out loud.
I mean, the hurricane is heading north.
Right.
I wouldn't think I would be heading north. Heading to Fort Myers is not a bad plan, although we don't think that this is going to turn into a catastrophic event here. We think that people are going to be plenty safe in Miami-Dade and Broward County. If we're talking about visitors, we just assume they leave and go away and not be a problem for us. But if we're talking about residents, we would prefer that residents stay put right here so that after the storm they can go back and take care of something that happened at their house. There's nothing worse, if you recall, after Hurricane Andrew, than people that left and then they couldn't get back, and then it was a big mess. So we would prefer that residents stay right in the county they live in a safe area, out of the evacuation areas that have been designated by Dade and Broward County, but stay put locally so that when this is all over, you can get back, and if you have a problem, deal with it. If you don't have a problem, then life goes on.
Sal Martoreno asks you, is Florida safer when the hurricane is on a more north-northwest path versus a pure westerly path?
Say it again, though. Is who safer?
Let's see. Is Florida safer when the hurricane is on a more north-northwest path?
Oh, I see where they're going.
Westerly path. Yeah.
Yes, the answer to that question is yes. Again, to the satellite picture here, because if we're tracking up along the coast, first of all, as we look at the hurricane, you know, and let's say it moves along and it then gets on that line there somehow, the left side of the storm, this quadrant right in here, is indeed the weaker side because the winds are going that way. They're not going the same way that the hurricane is moving. So that's the first thing. The winds are actually weaker on the left side, and you can even see that on the satellite picture, I think, that the orange is kind of fatter on this side than it is on that side. So the answer to that question is yes, that if you got to be on one side or other of a hurricane, you want to be on the left side. But when you're talking about, and the other thing is that you don't have significant storm surge on the left side. The storm surge happens on the right side. In other words, if it's tracking up the coast on the offshore side. However, we're talking about a monster hurricane, 155-mile-an-hour winds here, and bad thing has happened on all sides of those kind of storms.
Brian, this isn't really a question anyone has posed for you. It's more of a comment, and I wanted you to hear it. Someone writes in, "You are knight in shining armor during Andrew. We would not have survived that night. We were so scared up to now we were unable to personally thank you." And then they went on to ask, what can they expect from Floyd? And you have been telling them that from the very beginning, so I just wanted you to hear that comment.
All right, thank you, Angela, very much. Then thank you, whoever wrote that in.
We'll second that, buddy. We're glad to have you here. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back at the top of the hour and just begin to recap and take you through this. CBS 4 News continuing coverage of Hurricane.
Seen what's developed today and where we stand. First of all, right to the satellite picture, and here you see the hurricane moving on this westerly path. Now, a little bit of hopeful news as we see a little bit of a jog more to the west-northwest toward the end, but if you look at that closely, you'll also see that it jogged kind of down temporarily and then it moved back up. So as of right now, we're just considering this a due west path right through there, and right now we can see that the worst of this hurricane is approaching San Salvador Island in the Bahamas. Now, obviously, if it continued on that path, this would be the worst possible situation for us here in South Florida, but we still do not think that that's going to happen. Let's look at the close-up to really get a feel for the wobble in the thing. And there you see, as it's getting dark, this is like a photograph from space. And you can see it goes up, and the up is at the end. But watch, here it goes kind of up and then down and then up. That's the general nature of the wobble. Here's 25 north, there's 24 north. So we're right in between the two there. There's San Salvador Island, there's Cat Key, here's Eleuthera here. So these places are all going to get hammered by this 155 mile per hour hurricane. This is going to rank with the all-time worst hurricanes ever to hit in the Bahamas. Now, how about South Florida? We'll look into that here in just a moment, but let's give you the late numbers. 24.2, 73.7, 155 mile an hour winds, moving west at 16, and that increased westerly speed is probably the number that has us the most concerned. And there's the pressure, 923 millibars, essentially exactly what Hurricane Andrew was when it came ashore, 370 miles away. So do the arithmetic here, 16 miles an hour into 370 miles there, and you see you get 22, 23 miles, 22 or 23 hours out. So we're talking about the center, if it were to come straight on, arriving this time tomorrow or tomorrow afternoon. But the tropical storm force winds extend so much further out. And we'll get to that. I'll show you exactly how far out they extend. Hurricane warnings for the Bahamas and for the entire eastern coast of Florida, but not for the Keys. Tropical storm warnings in the Keys, because the thinking is the storm will be up in this area somewhere, and just sort of the backlash side of this very large hurricane will affect from the 7 Mile Bridge north. Now, as far as what's going to turn this storm, here's the thing we've been watching all day. We'll look at this in some detail. Look at this coming out of Canada, this wind flowing strongly here. And you can look at the low pressure system over here and look around it, and you're going to see little lobes. There's a lobe there, if you look very, very closely. Each one of those lobes kind of pushes this river of air a little further south. And then also, right in here, we have what's called a jet streak. That's an area of very strong winds. And when that makes it around the bottom, we think that that will indeed push the river even further south. So what we're hoping for here is all that's going to happen in time to turn this thing before it gets to Florida. Unfortunately, we think it's very unlikely to make that turn before it gets into the Bahamas, and we are very fearful for what is going to happen there. So here's what we have in terms of the wind flow. This deep area of low pressure here trying to come down, but the problem is, and remember I mentioned a second ago, the thing that had us most concerned was the 16 mile an hour movement to the west, because it's high pressure up in here that drives that westward movement. And the fact that the forward speed went from 14 earlier to 16 now suggests that possibly this high is stronger than has been forecast. And the strength of the high has everything to do with how far west the storm goes before it turns up there. A stronger high keeps it further south. A weaker high maybe has a weakness in here like this and allows it to turn sooner. So that's what has us the most concerned, but the latest analysis from the National Hurricane Center shows something very much like we've drawn here, with the high becoming weak enough to take it to our north before it gets here all the way to us, but it's going to come so close that we need to behave as if we knew that it were coming right here. So here is the size of the storm that I was talking about. There you see how far out the winds extend in all directions here. Now just look at our possible future tracks here. Clearly, if it's to the left side and it ends up over in here, then we have big, big problems, because that's going to put the core of this thing, and the worst of it is right about like that, right on our coast. And I mean, that's the most fearful situation. If it ends up, and there are obviously more possibilities than the worst situation for us, in the Bahamas, which is slightly the most likely out in there, then the hurricane force winds will be over the coast, but not the inner core hurricane force winds, and of course will be well into the tropical storm force winds here. If we get very lucky and it stays in the far eastern Bahamas, then we could miss the hurricane force winds, but we'd still be in the tropical storm force winds, likely with hurricane force gusts. So that's where we stand with the possibilities there. In any case, with a storm this large, There's nothing to do here but to take full action. And as you've talked about, Angela and Steve, with folks just getting home now, I think what we need to do is go into what those actions are and what the government has said in terms of evacuations. And so we'll go through that process now, and we'll check in with the National Hurricane Center in just a few minutes.
Okay, thank you so much, Brian, and we want to encourage you, just keep a pen and paper handy. I know we're throwing a lot of information out to you, but it's important information. We're giving you phone numbers, we're giving you a lot of stuff, so please just jot everything down. You never know when you may need it tonight.
One of the things we're doing, if you look right down on the bottom of the screen, we're trying to crawl a lot of cancellation information, advisories, shelter openings, any kind of closures. But again, the thing to remember at this point, we've got evacuation orders underway now for coastal Broward, coastal Miami-Dade. So heads up on this. It is a strong storm, and we're going to follow where it goes.
Yeah, and definitely we're getting a lot of new information off the wires. We want to check in with the CBS 4's Jim Barry in the newsroom with more on that. Jim.
Okay, Angela, thank you very much. Our list is certainly getting longer as we get more information here into the CBS 4 newsroom. Let me start with the evacuation orders in Miami-Dade and Broward County. You're looking at a map of the evacuation zones, and Miami-Dade Mayor Alex Pinellas emphasizing what those evacuation zones were earlier. I think we have a list of all of them. Essentially, they are all of the coastal areas in Miami-Dade, and we'll get to those in a minute. Here's a list of all of the Miami-Dade shelters open just a few moments ago, and the list has been expanded to include some new facilities, so check this list. Here we go. Citrus Grove Elementary, Hammocks Middle, Hialeah Miami Lakes Senior High, Miami Coral Park Senior High, Michael Kropp Senior High. Also, Charles Drew Middle. These are new shelters which have just been added to the list. Barbara Goldman Senior High, North Miami Senior High, Southwood Middle School in Southwest Dade and Southeast Dade, and also Orchard Elementary. In addition to that, some other Dade shelters: Jose Marti Middle, Shenandoah Elementary, Miami Edison Senior High, and Highland Oaks Middle. All of these shelters open right now, just a few moments ago. Also, a list of shelters open in Broward County, and we'll get to those. There are also some special needs shelters open in Miami-Dade County. We just gave you a list of all of the general population shelters. Let's go to the special needs list if we have that. If not, we'll move on and tell you about some of the shelters in Broward County. 12 shelters open there. Tradewinds Elementary, Deerfield Beach High School. Here are the Broward County shelters now. Ely High School, Coral Springs High, Boyd Anderson, Dillard, Piper High School, and also Fox Trail Elementary School. All of these Broward shelters open as of 8 p.m. tonight. And also Silver Trail Elementary, Panther Run Elementary School, Hall High School, and Watkins Elementary. We also have some information about Broward County evacuation areas, and that list is also updated here in the CBS 4 newsroom. Let's go to the information about the Broward County evacuation zones. It basically covers all of the coastal areas in Broward County. So essentially, all of the coastal areas in Broward and Miami-Dade, you are ordered to evacuate immediately. Also, some information about the airports. Miami-Dade Airport right now is still open, but they're advising that you check with your individual airline to see if your flights are still going in or out of Dade County. And it says only passengers or people picking up passengers should be at the airport. Schools in Miami-Dade, Broward, and Monroe counties, public schools I'm speaking about now, all closed tomorrow. Also, Carrollton School in Coconut Grove closed, and I'm certain many other private schools will be closed tomorrow. And finally, in case you're away from your television and you want to keep track of CBS 4's hurricane coverage, you can do that on the radio because we are simulcasting with 3 radio stations. Waxy 790 AM is simulcasting our broadcast round the clock. 101.5 Light FM and Magic 102.7 simulcasting our coverage at the top of the hour for 10 minutes. So even if you're away from your television set for a while, you can still keep track of CBS 4's hurricane coverage. For now, live from the newsroom, I'm Jim Barry. Back to you.
Thank you, Jim.
Let's go back to Brian Norcross in Weather Control for another update for us. Brian.
All right, we're going to go out to the National Hurricane Center. Max Mayfield is standing by with us here. All right, Max, here we go. Still coming, although we do see a little bit of a jog to the north maybe, but we're not hanging any hats on that, I guess.
No, you just can't look at that short-term motion.
Right.
We'd love to see it slow down and make a definitive turn, but it hasn't done that yet.
Well, I think that I was talking about that earlier, that if it behaves properly, that the signal that it's going to turn may be the fact that it's not going 60 miles an hour anymore.
That's right, but still, even in our forecast right here, and we are turning it, it still comes in the northern Bahamas, and that's dangerously close to the Florida East Coast.
All right, let's talk once again, because here we are, 6 o'clock now. A lot of folks just getting home and have not been involved in our discussions earlier about the timing of when, if folks are going to leave the beaches and go and go to their some safe place inland, where they might, when they need to have gone by. In other words, when will we say this is the time that no more should we be driving?
Well, normally you like to have all your preparations done before the arrival of tropical storm force winds. Some of the low-lying roads can get cut off, the high-profile vehicles. You really don't want to be out in your car when you have sustained tropical storm force winds. Now, we've talked about the uncertainties in the track forecast. The media is doing an outstanding job on talking about the uncertainty in that track forecast. We know we have a very powerful storm as far as intensity goes, but there are also some uncertainties in estimating the radius of hurricane force and tropical storm force winds. Our best guess at that, looking at some of the aircraft measurements, both from the instruments that they release from the aircraft and the flight level winds and the observations in the Bahamas, our best guess is that these winds will extend out about 100 or so about 200 miles or so to the northwest, but only about a little bit less than that southwest. So it really depends on the exact track of the hurricane as to when that gets here. Our best guess is around 8 o'clock or so tomorrow morning.
All right, so we'll still go with that time frame. Well, what that means is that folks really, in a practical sense, because if everybody waited till tomorrow morning, we couldn't possibly get all those people off the road in that amount of time.
That's right. If you can make your preparations tonight, please go ahead and do them tonight.
All right, Max Mayfield, thanks very much. We'll check back with you, of course. All right, let's go back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Brian.
We want to take you now to Broward County Sheriff Ken Jenny. We understand he's live at the Broward EOC. Your family to actually sit in front of the TV, listen to me, Steve, Brian, Jim Barry, all of us disseminating this information, and have them, with pen and pad, write something down. Exactly.
In fact, we'll go ahead and get started on some of these shelters that are available, and I believe we've got the Broward Special Needs Shelter that we can put up.
Or a number at least.
There it is. Okay, that's right. This is the non-emergency number for special needs, 765-4321. That's in Broward, and that's the number we saw Sheriff Jenny say a moment ago. Call this number instead of 911.
And we also want to encourage you, if you have any questions, if you just feel at your wit's end, you need to just talk to someone. I know Steve and I and Brian, all of us here at CBS 4, we're here for you, but sometimes you may just want to pick up the phone and talk one-on-one with someone. You can do that. You can call Neighbors for Neighbors at 305-597-4404. We have a lot of people manning the phone banks there. We really care about you. We understand this is a high anxiety time for you, and we really want to help you get through this. We have some valuable information they can give you up there. Once again, the number, and keep this number handy at all times, 305-597-4404. Also, if you feel compelled to just come on in and volunteer and help out your fellow neighbors, you can also give them a call. We would love to have you.
Okay, we've got some evacuation information for you now. This is the Miami-Dade evacuation zones, and basically what Mayor Pinella said a moment ago is coastal Miami-Dade, head for the hills. Go for higher ground, get out of there, make your plans now. And then as far as anything inland, if we can leave that up there for just a second, anything west of coastal Miami-Dade, that would be like Cutler Ridge Road, some of the coastal streets that would be in low-lying areas that might be affected if we're talking about a sizable storm surge in the event that this storm would take a more westerly course, which it's not forecast to do right now.
Okay, we want to go to CBS 4's Dr. Deanna Light. She's at Coral Park Senior High in West Miami-Dade. Doctor. You there, Doc?
I'm here.
Okay. Hi.
Okay. Hi. I'm here at Coral Park Senior High School on Southwest 16th Street. We're one of the sites for evacuation. We have a few people showing up. Not too many, though. It's kind of like right now the Maytag repairman, sort of lonely. But in a few hours, more people will start coming, and throughout the night and into the morning, more people will come. Right now, they tell us that about 2,000 people can come here for shelter. And I have Rita Mayer from the American Red Cross with me. What should people bring?
Well, they need to bring whatever they need to bring them to be comfortable, such as blankets, comforters, pillows, anything that they need to sleep in.
Food, water.
Food, and anything, and any snacks whatever they need to tide them over for the duration. We don't supply bedding or anything like that, so they need to make sure that they have all of that, and medicines, whatever that they need as far as medicines, and no pets are allowed. That's the only thing.
Okay, and who can come here?
Anyone, unless they have a serious medical problem, then they need to go to a special needs shelter.
Okay, you think we'll start seeing a lot more people within the next few hours or more in the morning?
I think we'll start seeing a little bit pick up tonight, but probably a heavier flow in the morning, yeah.
Okay. So if you have any questions, watch CBS 4 News. We'll keep you up to date. And for now, back to you in the studio.
Okay, Doctor, and one thing we certainly want to, we don't want to see this happen, is everybody leaving all at once, which I know Brian and some of the people at the National Hurricane Center expressed concern that everybody's going to get on the highway early in the morning,
We'll
and
be
it's going to
looking
be
at one big traffic
it'll
jam.
be a mess. So try to get everything, you know, in place now and decide, well, we're under mandatory evacuation, let's head, you know, somewhere else, but try and get on the road as soon as possible.
And the other thing to consider is by 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, the weather conditions could have deteriorated to the point where it really won't be a good idea for you to be out traveling.
Right.
So if you're gonna hit the road and go somewhere in your car, be making plans to do that now and to get to where you want to be as quickly as possible before tomorrow morning, because the weather could start to get really nasty.
Yeah, and I'm really concerned about our elderly residents here. You know, if you know someone who lives in the general vicinity and you've maybe said hi a couple of times, you know what? Go by, knock on the door, see how they're doing. If they need medication, let's call a pharmacy now to get them as much medication as we can. If we need to take them to a special needs shelter, or if you think, you know, you would like to take responsibility and take them with you, that's fine. But please, we got to help our neighbors, and we got to do it now.
If you're just joining us, just getting home from work, the situation right now, we're looking at a hurricane watch in the middle and upper Keys, and we're looking at hurricane warnings posted right now from basically Florida City all the way up to Brunswick, Georgia. So the entire Florida coast is the entire Florida coast is looking right now at possible hurricane conditions.
Yeah, so, you know, hopefully, I know you've been at work, but hopefully you've had someone at home during the day, or maybe you did this last night. You started preparing, getting the house ready, and of course, everything you're going to need, the water, the supplies, the batteries, just everything. If not, run to the store now, get to Home Depot. I'm sure there's still some stuff there now, but time is definitely of the essence, and we want you to take this very seriously.
And I want to back up a second. I misspoke. It is a tropical storm watch in effect for the middle and upper Keys. So I don't want to get any bad information out there. So we'll fix that. We'll take a quick break. Back with Brian Norcross in just a moment.
We heard there about this 9 a.m. Time frame in the morning. I don't like using 9 a.m. In fact, I'm a little nervous. We've been saying 8 a.m. as the cutoff time where all activity needs to cease, and you need to be where you're going to be until this thing goes on by. And I'm a little nervous about even 8 a.m. So I'm afraid that folks in Broward are too locked into their computer and not thinking about the possibilities here. And I'd like them to be, you know, give us a little more safety margin. And the earlier we get as the time to have in our minds as when we're going to be in place, then the safer we're going to be. It just stands to reason. So let's focus on 8 a.m. for now for all of South Florida as to be in place. What that means is that if you're going to move your boat, it must happen this evening, because they're going to eventually lock down the bridges in the overnight hours, and then no bridges will be open, so you won't be able to move up and down the intercoastal waterways there. So that's the story there. All right, let's again, because we know we have a lot of folks coming on home, let's go ahead to the satellite picture, and you guys just interrupt me if we get Jack Hambrick in the Bahamas. Here we see the movement of the storm, and we focus on the eye here. Well, I'll tell you what, since before I get started here, Jack Hambrick is with us now. Let's go ahead to Jack.
Brian, the mood here has changed dramatically over the past 12 hours. This morning we were in Nassau. A lot of the stores were open. We actually drove by construction sites where the construction workers were at work like it was just any other day. But as the day has progressed, people have become a little bit frightened, I can tell you. Listening to the radio, they are now just really urging people to get everything done before nightfall, to get all the supplies they need, because obviously once the sun goes down, the winds are supposed to pick up somewhat. They really haven't done much to speak of at this point. But a lot of people here in the Bahamas are not really prepared, at least here in Nassau. Anyway, a lot of people thought that perhaps this storm would do like so many others and simply pass them by, skirt by them, much like Dennis did a couple of weeks ago. But now people are really starting to become frightened, and they're trying to get prepared the best they can. Hurricane Floyd is bearing down on the Bahamas, but are Bahamians ready? Many fear they are not. And Nassau residents have waited until the last minute to prepare. There are long lines at gas stations, and the roadways are clogged with people trying to secure their homes. One familiar problem has already emerged, and that is price gouging. There are reports that a single sheet of plywood is going for $50, $60, $70. The price of water in some places has doubled, tripled, and quadrupled. The government has made appeals on radio and on television asking shop owners not to gouge their customers, but with the storm bearing down on the Bahamas, there is little that they can do at this point. Bahamians have had a very relaxed attitude about this storm. Even as Floyd was making its approach, many shops in Nassau remained open, fearless or foolish. The Bahamian government fears that since it has been so long since a major hurricane has hit here, residents have been lulled into a false sense of security. And just a few minutes ago, I listened to the radio report where government officials said that they will deal with the shop owners that are involved in price gouging. They will do all the investigations that they need to do after the storm comes through, after they deal with that. Obviously, right now, the priority is getting people into shelters or making sure that people are safe and prepared as best they can be at this point. The projection is that we're hearing is the storm should roll through Nassau at about 4 o'clock this morning, give or take a half an hour or so, but that's what they're projecting at this point, so they want everybody ready. The airport here in Nassau is going to close at 8:30 tonight. That's when the last flight will leave. However, there really aren't any flights coming or going at this point, but officially the airport will close at 8:30. So
Jack.
People right now, go ahead, Angela.
Jack, you arrived there at what time last night?
It was about 6.
About 6, and from 6 o'clock Sunday to basically 6 o'clock today, tell me, what's the biggest change you've seen? Is it atmospheric? Is it the pace, people picking up the pace? What would you say?
I would say the pace. I mean, this afternoon from about 1 o'clock on, you could tell there was just so much traffic that seemed to come out of nowhere that you didn't see this morning. Just people racing to the hardware store, to the grocery store.
Did you get caught up in some of the traffic?
Need. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's there's no freeways here to speak of, so it's mostly 2-lane roads, and they are just jammed, which adds to all the confusion and all of the stress for all of the people that are trying to get ready.
Jack, how do you explain, we've been watching this storm now for the better part of 2 days, how do you explain the fact that only in the last few hours have the people on Nassau really started to move?
Steve, when you ask the Bahamians here that question, a lot of them kind of laugh because they have a much different attitude about hurricanes than we do. In South Florida, we had Hurricane Andrew still fresh on our minds, even though that was back in 1992. Andrew really didn't have much of an impact here in this part of the Bahamas, but like Dennis came through a couple of weeks ago, it just skirted here, so they've kind of had some near misses, so they've kind of been lulled, as I said in the story, lulled into a false sense of security that perhaps a lot of people think that because a storm comes over the Bahama Bank, which is very shallow, that they tend to weaken, which may be true to some extent, but that doesn't mean you can't get a very damaging storm.
Yeah, the frenetic pace is definitely heightened now. Jack Hambrick live in Nassau, Bahamas. We thank you so much and ask you to be careful. We'll check in with you a little later on.
We'll take a quick break, back with more of our CBS 4 News continuing coverage of Hurricane.
Just a reminder, if you are heading out to do whatever you need to be doing this evening, if you tune in to AM 790, Waxy Radio AM 790, they are simulcasting us full-time. Complete everything we say on television you'll hear on the radio. That's the first thing. Or you can tune in to Light FM, 101.5 Light FM on your FM dial, and they'll have the information, our signal for the 10 minutes at the top of the hour, and then Magic 102.7 at the bottom of the hour. So those are your options. Waxy 790, Light 101.5, and Magic 102.7, so you can keep up to date even if you're out and about. All right, now let's get back to the satellite picture that we were dealing with earlier, and we can address this issue about the sort of crazy Bahamians there. That in some sense, they have to be real unlucky to get a real bad hit, but there's where Jack Hambrick is. And as it stands right now, here's what's got to happen. This is the bad part of the hurricane right in there. So within that line. So that's what's got to hit them if they're going to get the worst of it. Now the thinking is that the storm is going to come up very close to them and make a turn, so it's going to be a close call. Obviously, the longer the island, the better chance it is of getting hit. Also, a coastline is just very, very receptive because you don't have to be so unlucky. If you're a little speck in the middle of the ocean, it's just tougher to get hit. Now let's go to the real close-up picture and really get a feel for what this eye has been doing. You see it kind of go up and then down and up, and we clearly, as it's getting dark out there now, you can still make out where the eye is, but notice that it's definitely made a little bit of a move. Now we're looking at it so close up. I mean, a few years ago we never had this kind of technology, so it's an exaggerated movement. The fact is it stayed here within 1 degree all the way across, so we're still calling that essentially a due west movement. So here are the numbers. These are the 5 o'clock numbers now, and just before 8 o'clock we'll have a new set. 24.2, 73.7. There's the 155-mile-an-hour winds moving west at 16. And there you see the pressure, 923 millibars. And we're going to continue to watch that. I mean, we are now, if that storm comes ashore at that pressure, we're talking about a storm in the top 5 hurricanes of all time. But we don't know that it's going to come ashore that strong. They often do fluctuate, and sometimes they do weaken when they come closer to the shore. But the point is, with a 155-mile-an-hour hurricane, this would have to weaken so dramatically in an unexpected way to not be just a tremendously damaging storm wherever this thing does to make a direct hit. Here are the hurricane warnings, the central and northern Bahamas, and then the whole east coast of Florida, not including the Florida Keys. In the Florida Keys, a tropical storm warning is in effect from the 7-mile bridge on up to essentially to Florida City or Homestead, but it's really for the middle and upper Keys. Tropical storm warning. What that means is, and the reason it's been posted, is if we end up with a hurricane in this area here, with the winds rotating around it like this, over that part of the Keys, tropical storm conditions of winds between 40 and 74 miles per hour are anticipated during the day tomorrow. So you folks that live in vulnerable housing or on boats down there don't want to be in the boat when all that begins in the early morning hours tomorrow. Now here's the situation looking downstream once again, looking at this low pressure dip in the atmosphere, and that's what we're counting on to push on further south. Now we've been watching this little feature here. You see that bright white area? That's called a jet streak, an area of strong winds pushing south. To see if that doesn't kind of dig this trough. It's called a trough digging further south. So what we would like is this to come down here like this, put a good forcing in the atmosphere, a good strong river of air to push the thing away from the Florida coast. Of course, even if it does push it away from the Florida coast, we have the whole rest of the east coast of the U.S. that may be affected, but in the immediate view of it, let's just get it away from the Florida coast. Unfortunately, it does not look like there's anything that's going to turn it soon enough to keep it a good part of this incredible hurricane out of the Bahamas, at least some part of the Bahamas. So here it is graphically now. There's the dip. We're waiting for that to sink further on down to the south, and we'll just be watching it through the evening. We get one of these satellite pictures every half hour, and we can do a little different analysis. And we're watching the forward speed. Again, the high pressure here to the north is driving this storm to the west. The stronger the high, the faster the storm moves. Hurricane Gert is moving out there in the middle of the Atlantic at, I think, 18 miles an hour. Now it was moving 20 because it's got even a stronger high over top of it. That's way, way out in the Atlantic. But this one is pushing this thing at 16. That's a very good clip. That's about what Andrew was moving at. Andrew at some points was actually moving a little bit faster. But what the thinking is with this very strong low coming in here, it's going to counteract that thing, push it back a little bit, provide that opportunity for the storm to turn to the north. But with it still moving at 16, that just means that that is not happening yet. So that's the number that we're going to watch very, very closely. Here you see the future track, and this also shows you the size of those winds. So it's just very, very clear here that if the storm ends up close to us, we're going to be under the fierce winds. If it ends up a little bit further out, we're still going to be under strong winds. So we just can't avoid the idea now that we're going to be under very strong winds. I just wanted to show you one other thing, which is our track of the hurricane. And you see it moving to the north, and then it takes this almost west path, just slightly north of west. And of course, we need it to make that turn here. And the thinking is that it will continue in this very scary path until perhaps sometime late tonight, and then make the turn. So hopefully we get up in the morning, and we're talking about getting up in the morning very early tomorrow, just to be sure that turn has been made, because if it hasn't been made, then we're in big trouble. We think we're going to have a problem here anyway, but if it doesn't turn and we get some part of it or some part of the Florida coast gets this direct hit, this is potentially beyond a Hurricane Andrew in terms of devastation because of the size of it. It wouldn't be like, okay, where can I go to get away from it? There's no place to go because it's so big, it's going to take up a huge hunk of the Florida coast or of the coast wherever it comes ashore. The thinking is it will parallel the coast, but we just don't know exactly how close it's going to come. So that's what we know about the status of the storm right now.
Thank you, Brian.
Of course, a lot of advisories being issued from governmental agencies, so let's go right to CBS 4's Gary Nelson. He's joining us at Miami-Dade EOC with more on what's happening there. Gary.
Emergency managers in Miami-Dade County are speaking in very urgent tones tonight. Mayor Alex Pinellas a short while ago called Floyd a very serious threat to Miami-Dade County residents, a hurricane that has left us very little time to get ready. He has ordered the mandatory evacuations of some 275,000 residents living along the coast and in mobile homes and those needing special care. He has suggested the evacuations of another 400,000 residents. Here is some of what the mayor had to say a short while ago.
Again, let me reiterate to the people of Miami-Dade County and South Florida that this is a very, very serious threat to South Florida. We are hoping and praying that Floyd will in fact turn to the north, but now the projections have it turning so close to the coast of Florida that there is literally no room to spare. There is no time to spare. As a consequence, we cannot begin our preparations once we know whether it's turned or not, because we may not know that for a fact until 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. We have to prepare our evacuation procedures tonight, and that's why we've made this decision. Mandatory evacuations of all coastal areas, mobile homes, etc., and voluntary evacuations of the other areas that I mentioned.
All right, so if you live along any of the beaches, any of the Barrier Islands, Key Biscayne, Brickell Key, you're under a mandatory evacuation, mobile home residents as well. Folks who live generally along the water east of West Dixie Highway, Biscayne Boulevard, South Bay Shore through the city, and east of Old Cutler on down south, you folks are recommended to evacuate. You are in a voluntary evacuation zone. Free buses are running throughout those areas now. At a bus stop near you, there'll be a little sign on it saying Hurricane Evacuation Pickup Zone. You can go down, wait there with your basic essentials, a blanket under your arm and a pillow, take your prescription medicines with you and whatnot, and go to a shelter tonight if you are in those areas that have been recommended to. Bridges will be locked down in Miami-Dade County in the down position beginning at 11 o'clock tonight. All non-essential Miami-Dade County employees have been told to stay home tomorrow. All private businesses in Miami-Dade County have been strongly urged to close tomorrow. Keep your employees home. Do not expose them to possible danger traveling to and from work as tropical force, storm force, and gale force winds begin to kick up here. Let's take a look at some of the shelters that have been fixed for you tonight in Miami-Dade County. In North Miami-Dade, Charles Drew Middle, Hialeah Miami Lakes Senior, Barbara Goldman Senior High School. As we continue along to the next graphic, Orchard Villa Elementary, Citrus Grove Middle School, Miami Coral Park Senior. Moving along, 14 shelters have been open tonight. Hammocks Middle School, Southwood Middle, Michael Kropp Senior, that's way up in the northeastern area, and 4 special needs shelters have also been opened around Miami-Dade County. Do we have the graphic for that? We do not, but folks who are on oxygen, have special medical needs, that sort of thing, there are shelters for you. Please call the Miami-Dade Emergency Operations Center and they can tell you exactly where to go if you have those special needs, and we have that telephone number for you as well. Actually, they're the special needs shelters. I'm glad we got that turned around. Jose Marti Middle. The last thing you need to do when you need oxygen is to look up the Emergency Operations Center number and make a phone call. So there are the special need shelters that have been open for you in Miami-Dade County. And there's the number to call here in Miami-Dade if you have any question at all. 305-598-6900. 7550. There are a bank of operators here standing by to take your call. They want to hear your questions. They want to help you out, as you have been urgently urged to take preparations tonight in advance of Hurricane Floyd, which has been deemed a very, very serious threat to Miami-Dade County. We're live at the Miami-Dade Emergency Operations Center. Gary Nelson, CBS 4 News.
All right, Gary, thank you very much. Good to have him there, and it'll be a long night.
It'll be a long night, and we'll have continuing coverage of Hurricane Floyd in just a moment. Stay with us.
Eventually, a wobble is going to turn into a real live turn. Let's take a look at it. We just this second loaded the new satellite pictures in that have come in since we were on last. And no, I think the answer to that is not much, because you can see in that last picture, it looks like it's kind of bent back a little bit to the left again. So it's staying over these are 12 hours here. So it's right about 24 north there. It's nearing 25 north, but staying within 1 degree of heading due west. So I don't see anything to be optimistic about there. We were hopeful. We had like 2 pictures in a row that it kind of looked like it was making a turn, but it does not seem that that's the case. And let's just do a little calculating here. There's where the center is now. Now let's let it go back and get a bead on it here 12 hours ago. Does that sound seem about right? One more time here to, well, it's a little bit too far. About there. Okay, so let's take that distance and then add it on and add it on, something like that. So if that's 12 hours, here's where it is now. So we have about 24 hours out there. So we're talking about, if the center were to come ashore, it would come ashore about 6 or 7 o'clock tomorrow night, if the center were to. Now, we don't expect that's going to happen once again. We do expect some kind of turn in here somewhere. But the point is that the winds associated with extend way out in here. So if we add that distance to the winds, you can see we're only about 12 hours away from those winds reaching us. And that's why 12 hours from now would be 7 o'clock in the morning. So we've been saying 8 o'clock. But and as I said last hour, 8 o'clock may even be too optimistic. The winds may actually start blowing closer to 7 o'clock. So that's why we're urging everybody to take their action tonight and not count on taking action around here tomorrow. Here are the latest numbers on it. The key ones, 155-mile-an-hour winds, west at 16. If we don't see that 16 number come down, then we're going to be very, very, very concerned, because that means that the hurricane is racing ahead faster than this business from the west would come and pick it up. So that's what we're very concerned about. There's the pressure, 923 millibars, 370 miles or so east-southeast of Miami. There you see the hurricane warning area, and of course what we're most interested in here is the whole east coast of Florida under a hurricane warning. And in this case, what a hurricane warning means really is all preparation for the arrival of a hurricane should take place immediately. No more delay. A watch means get ready to prepare. A warning means get it underway. And we have been late in this process all the way along here. So this is going to be a difficult thing for some people that have complicated things to prepare. But in any case, this means full preparation mode for the entire east coast of Florida. Tropical storm warning means full preparation mode for tropical storm force winds in the middle and upper Keys. Now, for some folks in the Keys, that means nothing. For other folks in the Keys that live on boats or in mobile homes or whatever, that means a little bit of taking care there for absolute sure. But anyway, tropical storm force warnings in effect for the middle and the upper Keys. Now, just a quick look at this, just to check the latest satellite picture. And why don't we make a mark on here where we see the black in there?
Yeah.
That's an indication of where these winds are. So let's make a mark and just remember that the winds are sort of in the Paducah-Memphis area, that line between the black and the light there. And let's just see if we notice here as we go through the night tonight, if that line migrates a little further south, indicating that the winds are that this area of low pressure is digging further south. So kind of Paducah-Memphis, we'll kind of keep an eye on that. And also we'll watch these clouds down in here, and if you watch them, you'll see they're not really moving that way. And we want to see these clouds in the Gulf of Mexico moving in this way, in a big way, and that'll mean we're getting that good southwest flow that'll push the hurricane on off a little bit to the north.
Brian, are we also looking for those extra lobes you were talking about by that trough?
Well, the extra lobes that are up in here, the one there and one there, they're the things that are going to kind of help dig this trough further to the south. So, but looking at that measurement we're looking at right along there, that's sort of an indication of where the edge of it is right now, the business part of it. So we'll watch and see if the lobes and the other features that come along in that jet stream there that we're looking to dig it to the south indeed materialize. But really, the key thing that's telling us what's going on is the speed of the storm. Right now it's still at 16, and at 8 o'clock in less than an hour from now we'll see if the latest measurements slow it down at all. If they do, that gives us a little optimism that it's approaching the end of this high pressure system, and that will be what will turn it to the north, because the high is the strongest right under the middle of it. And then, but the middle can actually sort of be a box like this. It doesn't have to be just a point. So we're waiting for the point where it starts weakening, therefore slowing the hurricane, therefore allowing it to turn. So, you know, nothing is clear until we actually see that that part of the foreseen future happen that we're waiting on. And just again, if you just haven't seen this before, here you see the hurricane force winds. Now, here is the actual center of the storm. And you see where the worst of this is. If the storm is moving in this westerly direction, this shows you that the worst of it is on the right side, which for us, if the storm does not come directly at us like that, and let's just hope that doesn't happen, but if it doesn't do that, then the worst of it, the biggest part of the strong winds, are going to be on that side. This side is a smaller side to the storm, but still we're threading the needle here. I mean, this thing has got to stay way offshore if we're not going to get some very, very strong winds. I mean, the fact is we're just dealing with such a huge and powerful hurricane here that it's not like these other storms, this Aaron and Dennis and all these other ones, that and even George, as a matter of fact. When George came up through the Keys, I mean, it was a whole different scale of storm that we were dealing with. So here, we talk about the strong side and the weak side, but the weak side is so much stronger than Hurricane George was when it went through the Keys that we're talking about just a whole different level of event. Again, if you haven't heard me say it before, if this storm comes ashore at this strength, wherever it comes ashore, it's going to rank up there in the top 5 hurricanes of all time, possibly even exceeding Hurricane Andrew, and probably, depending on where it hits, obviously, it could very easily exceed Hurricane Andrew in damage. And Hurricane Andrew, at the time of the event, was the worst natural disaster in the history of the United States, ×3, almost ×4. So, and this has clearly the potential to far exceed Hurricane Andrew. If it were to come into South Florida, it would very easily do that. Again, we don't expect the worst of it here. We're just going to be ready for anything that might happen, and that means full hurricane preparation.
Brian, I know during Andrew there was a lot of damage caused by tornadoes being spawned by the storm. Is there any way that reconnaissance planes can judge, say, by water spouts, if there are tornadoes or water spouts being fostered or launched by the storm?
Ken, you have to define tornadoes. In Hurricane Andrew, the kind of tornadoes that we normally think about a tornado, it's a thunderstorm, the tornado drops down, the kind that hit in Kansas, and we get the little versions here. We don't have those in hurricanes in general here. Sometimes, very occasionally, but that was not what did the damage in Hurricane Andrew. What did the damage in Hurricane Andrew were streaks of damage caused by eddies that spun up because of the ferocious winds. Those ferocious winds run into buildings, they run into trees, and just like on a breezy day you see leaves spinning, it's just a severe version of that. So this is a phenomena that happens when extremely strong winds interact with the ground and with the trees and other things and buildings that are at the ground level. So it's not something that you really detect as part of the storm. It's more an interaction kind of phenomenon. What happens is the spinning, in a normal day, we call those little spinning things eddies, and if one encounters you, we call that, oh, we had a gust. And the gust might be 20 or 30% stronger than the wind. Well, if the wind is 20 miles an hour and it's 20% stronger, now the gust is 24 miles an hour, you don't even hardly notice it, a little gust. if the wind is 150 miles per hour and it's 20% higher, now you're talking about 180 mile an hour winds in those eddies, and that can do this tremendous damage, because if a building, I mean, obviously most buildings can't withstand 150 miles an hour very well, but if you take a lower number, say it can withstand 100 miles an hour, but it can't withstand 120 or 130. The gusts may do the damage where just the sustained winds don't. So that's what we saw on Andrew, is we crossed those damage thresholds with those spin-up eddies that went flying off of buildings and just caught in the wind flow. Sometimes just what's called shear in the wind flow itself can cause something to spin up, and it's just that much faster, and then the damage is done by that spinning air mass that moves along.
Well, how about this? We have sunset happening right now. Could a storm like this Hurricane Floyd continue to grow in the dark? My thought is that it did. See, now I was in New York at that time, but my thought is that it takes the sun to heat the water to cause the rising vapors. That's why I'm not a meteorologist.
The ocean is the ocean is the ocean, and the sun really affects it very, very little. The issue here is really that as this hurricane moves on along here, let me move on to the, well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to change the graphics here so I can get to the storm. All right, because in here, the Gulf Stream, you know, runs right in here. This is all the Gulf Stream in between us and the Bahama Bank. Obviously, out over the Bahamas, the water is very, very warm as well. There's some nonsense about the Bahama Bank having some inhibiting effect on hurricanes, and that's absolutely craziness. But in any case, there's lots and lots of warm water being fed in here all the time, day and night. So there is no cooling effect at all from that might happen day or night. That's not a relevant issue in a hurricane. All right, you have to tell me, are we going to the National Hurricane Center?
Yes, Brian, we are right now.
Max Mayfield standing by at the National Hurricane Center. Max, as you very well said, we saw a little wobble to the north. Now maybe it's wobbled back left again. It's wobbling, but it's moving to the west.
Yeah, you just don't want to get hung up on these short period fluctuations. It's still moving just a little bit north of due west. We still feel very confident that it will turn up towards the northwest, but the timing, there's so much uncertainty there. If it stays in our forecast track, the center of the hurricane will, skirt along just off the east coast. But if it moves just a little bit to the left of that track, the core of this very dangerous hurricane could be right on the east coast. Now, we're most concerned from the Palm Beach area northward, just because the geography and the way Palm Beach sticks out there.
Right, absolutely. I understand what you're saying. I was talking about just showing on our plot of the wind fields how the left side of the hurricane is just not as big as the right side of the hurricane.
That's right, and we were talking earlier about the storm force winds, and this is 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. The blue area here represents the area of tropical storm force winds. There's still some uncertainty in estimating how far out they extend, but that's our best guess if it stays on this track or the northern Bahamas and turns up to the north.
All right, we talked about the issue of this increased forward movement today, and possibly that being an indication of the high. In any data that you're getting in, or when are we going to get the next aircraft fixes here to really understand what's happening?
Well, we have the Air Force going in through the core of the hurricane right now. We'll probably have a fix here within 30 minutes or so. The NOAA jet and both the P-3 aircraft are out there tonight flying the environment around the hurricane. All the data they collect will initialize the computer models tonight that we'll look at tomorrow morning. But we had to go ahead and upgrade the watcher warning tonight. Just we're getting it too close, and if it doesn't turn, we just wouldn't have any time to respond.
But you think here within the next short period of time, we should have a feeling if, for the 8 o'clock advisory, you're going to have a sense of if the thing is slowing down or changing forward speed at all?
Sure. Well, we can, even on satellite here, we'll come up with a good estimate of that, and it may be slowing down a little bit. But I just don't want to get too hung up in a short period fluctuation.
Right. All right, so as it stands right now, 8 o'clock in the morning, we're still feeling good. I'm trying to communicate with folks. All right, let's get everybody on the same page here.
Right.
Let's pick a time when everybody's going to be in place and let this thing go by, whatever we're going to get. It's, and we think 8 o'clock is a good time frame.
That's right. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, our best guess is that the hurricane force winds will be this area in red or the northern Bahamas. The tropical storm force winds inside this blue circle that you see here should be very close to the southeast Florida coast. There's uncertainty on how far out those winds extend, but it's going to be too close for comfort, so you really need to have all the preparations made before then.
Obviously, just looking at your graphic in the back there, if it doesn't make the turn quite so soon, it might get here a little sooner.
Then that's correct. And the core of the hurricane could also be closer to southeast Florida as well.
All right, so I think the bottom line is everybody should do what they're going to do tonight and not try and wait until tomorrow morning unless they want to get up in the middle of the night and get it done.
The penalty for not making those preparations is just too great.
Yeah, okay. Max Mayfield, thank you very much once again.
Thank you.
All right, so that's the bottom line. Tonight is the night for taking action, because you just are rolling the dice if you're going to wait till tomorrow morning to do anything here, because if it does stay a little further south, even if it still makes a real hard turn, those winds could arrive earlier, and those winds' arrival means that you really can't do anything after that point. All right, Ken and Jennifer.
Good deal. Thank you very much, Brian. We'll check in with you in just a little bit.
And speaking of evacuations, et cetera, and so forth, regarding school closures and what's going on and where people want to go, we're going to toss it now to Jim Barry, who's live in the newsroom with some information on evacuations, mandatory and voluntary.
I think they have houses made of brick, I guess.
It's funny you mentioned that, Ken. Pay attention to the story and you'll see a man who shares the same opinion. Take a look at the beach here in Fort Lauderdale. The winds have certainly picked up. The surf is definitely getting rougher. You still see some people out there, though, swimming, even though they've been advised against it. From Washington with the FEMA briefing, on down to Tallahassee with our governor's briefing, and at CBS 4 News, we have been telling you all day, prepare for this storm. It is a monster-sized storm. Still, we found people out here on the beach today who just don't think it's a threat. Looking out at the ocean today in Fort Lauderdale, it's hard to believe a storm 5 times the size of Andrew is out there.
I guess it's the boy who cried wolf kind of thing.
In fact, some people just don't want to believe it.
I'd rather be out here sitting on the beach than out west with all the other people going crazy trying to buy water at mile-long lines in the superstore.
As the wind begins to move in off the ocean here on the beach in Fort Lauderdale, you can see it's pretty much business as usual. People riding their bikes, people out there in the ocean, and people getting some sun. But if you look just across the street, about 50 yards away, businesses and restaurants are already beginning to board up their windows. One window, one board at a time.
I've been watching the news, and it seems like a big deal to me. So we're not taking any chances. We're just going to board up a little early and stay open until somebody tells us not to.
But just across the street on the beach, some attitudes don't seem to match the threat.
We don't see nothing, so it's sunny out, so it's nice.
You taking it seriously?
Not that seriously. I don't believe it's actually going to make landfall, so I don't think it's that serious.
Not everyone shares that opinion. A little further inland, you can see storm shutters and plywood already in their place.
We're letting the people know that they advise not to go swimming. We're out here till 5 p.m. today, and then they'll be on their own after that.
Captain Tom Fogan of the Fort Lauderdale Beach Patrol is getting the message out. He says beachgoers are usually good about listening.
For the most part, people do heed our warnings for the most part. Sometimes people, they feel they're strong swimmers, and we're not telling them they can't swim, we're just advising against it.
Still, there are those who will do what they want. Let's just hope Floyd doesn't have the same attitude. Yeah, let's hope Floyd doesn't have a bad attitude. You're back out here live in Fort Lauderdale looking at the choppy surf. The wind has certainly picked up tonight. At 8 o'clock, mandatory evacuations in just about 35 minutes, mandatory evacuations in the coast area here by the beach, and also mobile home parks. They are allowed to go to shelters. We will be here in Fort Lauderdale all night covering some of those shelters for you, bringing the latest information as it becomes available to CBS 4 News. We're live in Fort Lauderdale. Phil Lipoff, back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Phil, thank you very much. We're going to turn things now over to Gary Nelson, who is live at the Dade EOC. I think the mayor is about to be speaking over there, Gary.
Well, thank you, Jen. It's been a very difficult...
Cleared us by then, so that we should be there by sometime Wednesday during the day. So the strong winds should be ending overnight Tuesday night, no matter what happens, unless the thing were to do something really bad and get really slow or something moving on up to the north. Before I go back to you guys, let me just say something, because we've heard about Broward and Dade, and in the Keys, the things are pretty straightforward. We do just have a tropical storm warning, but all Monroe County schools are closed tomorrow. All Monroe County parks are closed tomorrow. And we do have that tropical storm warning in effect for the upper and middle Keys because, again, of the thinking that the fringe of the storm, perhaps this part down in here, might very well affect the middle and upper Keys. So that's the thinking right now. But no school, no parks in the Keys for tomorrow.
Brian, another question. I mean, is this thing so large that it could have a mind of its own? I mean, could it possibly, I guess you're waiting for an upper level trough of some kind, could
Could this absolutely, because of its strength and size, just absolutely ignore that and be on its own mind?
Well, in some sense, you know, we tend to think of, okay, you give these things almost personalities. Here's a trough. In fact, I'll tell you what, Donna, if you'll just, or Dave, if you just advance that onto the vapor loop here, because I want to talk about that. You know, we talk about having the trough having a personality, and then the hurricane is its thing, and the high pressure is its thing. And here we go. Here, here's the trough, or this area of low pressure dipping down here. Here's the hurricane in here. But in actual fact, the whole thing is the atmosphere. The whole thing is all working together. And so the high pressure that builds over top of the hurricane, indeed in a fierce hurricane like this, is very, very strong. And we think what it has actually done is strengthened the high to the north that's been driving. So in some sense, that it's driving itself, but it's just the way things work together. It's all a batch of air, all spinning and moving, you know, all within itself. The whole tricky part of this is to just try and figure out whether this feature that we noticed dropping out of Canada is going to be strong enough to push this thing offshore and keep it offshore of Florida. And it's a matter of speculation, but they're really not separate entities. They're all hooked together. There's air in between them all, and it's just a complicated system. It's very much like taking your bathtub and swirling the water around in your bathtub, and it's all messy, but you're going to try and figure out where the next little lull is in the bathtub after you've done that. It's just a very, very complicated thing.
That's why we have you here, thankfully so, to do the job for us, Brian. Thank you.
And that's right. You know, we should be pointing people to the bottom of the screen right there. You can see the some new closings and cancellations that we just got in. So take a look as we present you with the rest of this information. Well,
where the buses will pick up people, providing them with free transportation to all Red Cross shelters. Now, among the pickup sites, we have City Hall here on 17th Street and Convention Center Drive, and Rebecca Towers on 1st Street in Alton. There are 20 other locations. The mayor and the chief of police say the threat is very serious, and they are urging everyone to evacuate.
That people who are on Miami Beach evacuate, and they should be making preparations now for evacuation, deciding where they're going to be going and making those arrangements. All hotels are, of course, subject to the same evacuation order. As I understand it, all hotels are making plans to evacuate their guests, either get them out of town or move them to other hotels in the mainland or in places which are not evacuation zones.
You know, the police aren't going to run in and knock on your door and force you to leave. It's really something that you have to decide is in your best interest. And in this case, of course, if you look at this storm, you see how powerful it is. One would only have to, you know, question how smart it would be to remain here on the beach in the barrier island.
Now, the city has set up a hurricane hotline where residents can call throughout the evening if they have any questions. The number to call is 305-673-7222. Again, the hurricane hotline here on Miami Beach is 305-673-7222. Residents who want to take their vehicles to parking garages where they can the cars will be better secured. All the municipal parking garages will be open. They can take their vehicles there. They'll be safer there, and then they can make arrangements to evacuate from the city of Miami Beach. One of the major problems that we are seeing is that a lot of people were here during Hurricane Andrew 7 years ago, and they evacuated to parts of South Dade thinking that they wanted to be as far from the water as possible, and these were the folks that were hit by the brunt of Hurricane Andrew. So a lot of folks are telling us that they would rather stay here and take their chances. And again, the experts, the mayor, and the chief of police are telling us that that is a very bad idea, that the evacuation orders are in place for a reason, and that everyone should evacuate. Reporting live on Miami Beach, I'm Lisette Campos, CBS 4 News.
Lisette, I saw in your piece quite a few elderly people, some people that seemed like they were infirmed. Do they have some special type of transportation to help them if that is their only way to get out of there? And how long, if so, will that be running until?
Okay, it's very hard for me to hear you. What they've done, I really wasn't sure of the question. It's very hard for me to hear you. There's a lot of wind here. They have set up 22 pickup sites where residents, tourists, anyone who's here on the city of Miami Beach can go to. The Miami-Dade transit buses will pick you up, and they will take you to an American Red Cross shelter at no charge, or they'll simply take you to the mainland where you can have your friends and relatives pick you up and take you to their homes. Now, one of the things that I'm being told is that by 11 p.m. this evening, the drawbridges will all be closed. So if you have a boat and you need to transport it to another location, you need to do it before 11 p.m. The chief of police was telling me that they will have all of their staff taken off of Miami Beach. They will be coming in after the hurricane force winds or the hurricane conditions that will affect us after they've passed. And they're telling us that once that occurs, if there is extensive damage on the beach, you will need a form of identification that proves you are a resident on Miami Beach, or identification that proves that you work in the city of Miami Beach. If not, you will not be allowed back here until police feel it's the appropriate time. Back to you in the studio.
Lisette, we only have about 20 or 30 seconds here. One quick question before we let you go. I see the winds blowing. Give me an idea of what it feels like there. What does it feel like? Does it feel, is there a sense that there's some impending doom there? Or
Again, I'm having a really difficult time listening to you. It's very windy, and it's really amazing how these conditions can affect the electronic equipment that we use out here. We're connected to the IFBs and the radios. So the weather is affecting our broadcast, the nature of live news.
Okay, yeah.
I can tell you, if you've asked about the mood of a lot of people here, they're not afraid. Again, you've got a lot of resistance to evacuate because of what happened 7 years ago during Hurricane Andrew. Many folks leaving, and then they thought that they were better off staying here.
Okay, Lisette, let's let you lower the broadcast antenna, because I'm sure they don't want to keep it up in those gusty winds right now.
You can see them behind her with the trees shaking from earlier on when we saw shots of the beach. You didn't see that. Now you can slowly progressing, seeing, when you can see the branches shaking,
not a
you
pleasant,
start noticing that.
Not a pleasant place to be in these conditions. Right now, though, we go to CBS 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Norcross, who has more on the storm. When do we get our next major update on this, Brian, in terms of when do you think we'll see some kind of motion and whatnot?
Well, as a matter of fact, the 8 o'clock advisory just come in, but Max Mayfield is standing by at the National Hurricane Center. And Max, are you with us, Max?
Yes, I am, Brian. Can you hear me?
All right, here you are. All right, Max.
Okay.
We just came over the wire as we're coming to you here. I haven't even looked at it, but in your analysis, are we seeing any change here?
Not really. I mean, it is a little bit north of due west. That's good, but that's also what we've been forecasting. I mean, we're still confident this turn towards the northwest within the next 24 hours. If it's a little bit to the left of our track, we could be in problem. Our current forecast track really has the core of this hurricane remaining just off the southeast Florida coast. What we don't want to happen, as you know, is to be in that core, in that donut around the eye. But if it's a little bit to the left of our track, we're going to have a real problem.
From the satellite pictures we've been talking about, San Salvador looking like they're going to get hammered. I see the lead here is Floyd battering San Salvador. Are you getting any readings out of there of what they're getting?
I actually haven't checked, to tell you the honest truth here, but it is now 35 miles northeast of San Salvador as opposed to due east. So that alone tells you that it's a little bit north of due west, and that's good news.
Yeah, right, all right.
It's also, if you notice, they're slowed down a little bit, down to 14 miles per hour. So if that keeps up tonight, that's, I think, a good sign, because they typically will slow down a little bit before they turn.
Right, all right. All right, Max Mayfield, we just wanted to get the quick update from you and appreciate it very much.
Sure, Brian.
Back to you later on. All right, so a little bit of, that's a couple of things we've been waiting to hear. One is a little bit of a jog to the north. Now, instead of putting a due west track on, they're saying Floyd is moving slightly north of due west. So what that says is the National Hurricane Center has some confidence that this little jog we've been seeing to the north here, watch it here closely and you'll see, there, and you notice toward the end, just toward the end, it's a little bit of a jog, even though we do see a little bend back to the left, but they feel like the overall motion, if you go back to earlier to now, is just a little bit north of due west. So that's the first thing, and of course north of due west is good because maybe that's an indication that we're starting to get a little influence from a southwest flow out here. The other thing is that now the storm is moving at 14 miles an hour, and we'll have all the coordinates for you coming up in just a few minutes. But the 14 is better than 16 because, first of all, it delays the time it will take to get here to the southeast coast, or at least any part of it to get to the southeast coast. The other is possibly that's an indication that the high pressure system to the north, finally it's passing the strongest part and now into the weaker nose of the high, that A, would slow it down a little bit, and B, would begin the process of turning it to the north. But in both those cases, we see hurricanes make a lean one way and then go ahead and lean back and continue on, and we see them slow down and then go ahead and speed back up again because some other little disturbance is causing a short-term problem. Now, in general, the Hurricane Center takes this very conservative approach, so they don't indicate it's moving north of due west until they're certain of that. but sometimes even they get fooled. So right now we're putting some cautious optimism on both of those things, but neither of them take us out of any woods. It's just a matter that perhaps this is an indication that they have been right, and it will begin a turn, and the worst of it will stay offshore, and we'll just have to deal with the side of it. But the side of it in a spectacularly strong hurricane can still be a real good storm, and that's what we're still anticipating here tomorrow. All right, Jennifer and Ken?
Thank you very much, Brian. Appreciate that.
All right, we want to turn things over now to Lieutenant Ernesto Duarte with FHP. We've got a live shot right now we want to show you of traffic on the 826, and as you can see, it's a little wobbly. The reason why is because the winds are kicking up, but Lieutenant Duarte, it looks like we're seeing a nice steady stream of cars there so far. How is the situation on the roadways?
Well, so far, Jennifer, we have reports of heavy traffic. However, it is very orderly, and we have no reports of any major problems.
I tell you, it looks like it's not excessively congested now, but I understand that about an hour ago things were quite different in both directions between accidents and I guess a lot of folks rushing to get to and fro. Have any of the patrol officers that are out on patrol tonight said that, have they said that they noticed any increased traffic flow anyplace?
Well, what we noticed is that today there was the rush hour started earlier than normal. Sometime around 3:30, we noticed the roadways already starting to get congested. Obviously, when they lifted the tolls, that helped out a lot, and it did alleviate some of the traffic. But so far, so good. We do have a lot of people on the road, but everybody is orderly. We don't see any panic, so we're very happy about that.
Lieutenant Duarte, obviously two big roads that are highly traveled are Alligator Alley and Tamiami Trail. How are things running over there so far?
So far, the same thing, Jennifer. We haven't had any reports of any major problems. We did have earlier in the day, we did have a problem in 595 in Broward, but that has been cleared. So right now, we don't have any problems or any major accidents on any major roadways.
All right, we're now looking at a different shot here. That's I-95 North. Oh, I'm sorry, that's still the Palmetto. Okay, but let us ask you, I-95 North going into Broward County and then beyond Broward, do we know if there's any excessive traffic there? Because I know they had been doing construction through parts of that area.
No, Ken, we haven't had any reports. Most of the reports that we have right now is that the roadways, especially I-95, the turnpike, are heavy. There's more traffic obviously going north and south, but we did have some minor crashes, but those were pulled off the road. We got troopers here quickly, and we were able to move them out. So no major problems that we know of at this time.
Okay, now this shot we're looking at now is I-95 at 79th Street. You know, is there a time that traffic normally dies down? You normally find it dying down at 8 or 9 o'clock, and should we at that point, I mean, if we still see traffic going, then we'll obviously have a better idea that folks are in fact heeding all the warnings and going in.
Well, we expect to see traffic linger today. Usually at around 7 o'clock, you'll notice most of the back end of the rush hour, people making it to their houses and to their destinations. However, today, because of people going to get the plywood and people that were not ready, that are out there trying to get ready, we do anticipate that the roads will be a little bit more heavier than normal until the late evening hours.
Okay, we thank you very much, Lieutenant Ernesto Duarte from the Florida Highway Patrol.
All right, before we take a little break right now, we want to put up a number for you that CBS 4 News reporter Lisette Campos was mentioning earlier. If you have any questions or concerns, you can call the Miami Beach Hurricane Hotline. The number is on your screen right now. It's 305-673-7222. We also would like to advise you, we're going to be giving out a lot of numbers during this newscast, so you might want to, while we're in the break, grab a big pad of paper, grab a pen, so you can write down any questions and any phone numbers that you're going to need to call. So CBS 4 News continuing coverage of Hurricane Floyd will continue rather, in just a few minutes.
They were the greatest team the world had never seen. But all that's about to change.
I come bearing the New York Rangers.
Play against our boys.
The town sheriff, the grocer, and a high school kid are playing the Rangers? This is a joke.
Wait till we beat them, and we'll see who's a joke.
From the creator of Ally McBeal and The Practice and the director of Austin Powers.
Do not give these guys too much respect. Anybody here tired? No! We're in this game!
Mystery Alaska. Rated R. Starts Friday, October 1st.
Coffee, boss?
Thank you.
Introducing Bell South Solutions.
7 a.m. and we're off.
Get just the services you want and cash back.
All right, we got email.
Yeah, as you were saying.
Call now and get local phone service and calling features. Then choose from Bell South wireless, internet, and paging.
Just check in the mailroom.
Together, they're a great deal.
Wonderful. I can't wait to tell my wife. I'll work with you. You know I'm hungry.
One bill and one number for customer service means less work for you.
She'll be back from lunch in 5 minutes. Okay, bye.
Well, we'll just have to wing it. We've done it before. Yeah.
Honey.
I'm sorry. Can I put you on hold?
Your 4 o'clock's here.